As avid fans of the franchise, Yakuza holds a dear place in our hearts, both, I imagine, for the viewers and for us on this podcast. To some, Yakuza 3 is the absolute peak of the franchise. To others, it's the common choice of something like Yakuza 0. Personally, I don't think there's a single Yakuza game that I haven't had some form of enjoyment out of. Yes, that does include Yakuza Online. And I know what you're thinking, Leon, what the heck? Listen, Yakuza Online has some good art, and if you really dig in, there's some intriguing lore in there. But I'm not trying to sell you on mobile games today. Today's episode is very, very simple. I brought Froob and Gokudoni to join me once again, where we'll be ranking at least most of the RGG games together, see where common points and differences lie, and hopefully we don't end up having a shootout. Sonoist unfortunately couldn't make it because he had some Yokoyama voice acting to do. But nevertheless, I think this will be a super fun video because it's one thing to individually rank the games, but I figure it might be even more interesting to gather a bunch of people and talk about the games as we go. So welcome, dear viewers, and I'd like to thank our guests for showing up for yet another episode. How are we feeling about this episode, boys?
Amazingly.
Yep, I'm excited.
Good, good. All right, well, this is a very simple and straightforward episode. So, like, we'll just be going through almost every single game, and we'll talk about anything of note. Like, if anything stands out, we'll talk about that. And let's not worry about any, like, tier lists at the moment. I'll probably do everything in the editing somehow. So, let's begin with the original Yakuza 1. Who's going to start with the original Yakuza 1? Should I start?
Yeah, go for it.
I love this game. I know it's been like almost 20 years, but I love this game more than OG Yakuza 2. I think just the very like straightforward routing of the game and the very simple story and the fact that you can finish it in like 3 hours casually if you like know what you're doing and if you're just revisiting the game. And for that, like on the streaming side, it makes for a very, very pleasant stream for someone who's like not a speedrunner like me. What about you guys? Anything you have to say?
Yeah, I mean, I want to say that for most of what I'm going to be saying today, because I know we're going to get it in the comments, obviously. I'm going to come at these games today with like my personal thoughts and feelings from the casual point of view, not the speedrun point of view. I might throw in like a speedrun anecdote here and there, but like most of this is going to be casual. I obviously started similarly like you with OG1 back on the PS2 in the day, and honestly, like I enjoyed it. It wasn't my like super favorite game that I played. I had a friend who was like, "Hey, remember when you liked this game called Shenmue? Like, you'll probably get a kick out of this. It's very similar, like a bit more focus on combat, etc." I enjoyed it. Like, it was kind of like the first game of its ilk, obviously, where you could really get yourself immersed in Japanese culture. There was like not to obviously the point of these days, like lots to do, but there still was stuff to do, like just walk into like the gelato place, get some gelato, like have a heal, go outside, get punched in the face. Fantastic. It had its issues, obviously. Like load times going into fights and out of fights were rough. Very, very rough. You needed to interact with the game a little bit. Doing the Kamaki training helped a fair bit with the combat because then you could like attack behind you, etc. during combos and stuff, which was nice. But there is something nice about that simplicity. There is something nice about that simplicity that's just kind of like humble beginnings. Like the whole special thing about OG1 and 2 is that isometric camera angle, looking from top down and like having these like cool camera angles and like transitions between parts. There's something that works about it. There's something that really works well about it, and like it's so detailed despite that. Like obviously the 3D games are detailed, but there's something about OG1 and OG2 that the vibe is just almost immaculate. And like I quite like OG1. I won't say it's like my favorite in the series, but I respect it massively.
Absolutely, that's a fantastic take. What about you, Gokudoni?
Well, Yakuza 1 has always been a very comfy game for me. Like, obviously, I have quite a bit of bias towards the PS2 era of games in particular, but while I don't really see people often elevate either a game like Yakuza 1 and 2 as one of the greats, usually usually people will think of, I don't know, God of War 2, GTA San Andreas, blah blah blah. To me, ever since I tried these two games in particular, I've always felt like, man, more people need to talk about them, because what Froob said already about the atmosphere and the camera and everything, I tend to relate it to almost like how the early Resi era feels like it hasn't aged in that regard, or like Resident Evil 1 remake.
Mhm.
So, putting comparisons aside, this is a game that I always love returning to, and a lot of it has to do with. Okay, so I structured my thoughts on each of these games as kind of a strengths and weaknesses thing. So I listed 3
Mhm.
strengths and 3 weaknesses for all of them.
Mhm.
And with regards to Yakuza 1, I put that I love that it's such an immaculate beginning to the series, like setting up everything that will become the standard moving forward, from the final boss probably being one of the best in the series that just gets better over time, to the way that they did the world building and introduced a lot of now iconic side characters, like for example Date, Florist, and so on. But I feel like one thing that most people are critical towards about Yakuza 1 that I love is the English dub. And I think it deserves more praise for how beautifully comedic it is, and how special it is, because it is a sign of the times, but not in a way where I'll be like, oh, what were they thinking? To me, it's charming, like the entire rest of the game. So yeah, I enjoy it quite a bit.
You know, as a consumer, I think I originally actually disliked the dub, but
Same.
when I started streaming the game, I was like, you know what? This game is funny.
I think these days, with how far dubbing has come and how accessible dubbing is, and like how good it is, especially in some of the later games, like your Judgments, your Lads, and even your Fist of the North Star,
Mhm.
like you can look back at the OG1 dub now and go, wow, this is bad in a good way. Like this is intentionally the whole like trying to line up, like everyone knows that line from Hayashi. Like trying to line that up with the mouth movements is just unintentionally funny. And I feel like OG1's dub has actually gotten better with age. Like with the
Mhm.
age of like going into memes now and not everything being, quite as serious as it was back in like the original release. It's
Mhm.
like, yeah. And like again, as you say, there's like some really good standout like actual like parts of the dub.
Mhm.
Again, Daryl Kurohyou's Kiryu was really, really good.
Mm.
Mark Hamill was told just to do your Joker voice for Majima. Perfect. Like
Yeah.
absolutely perfect. Like,
This is one game where where the combat is concerned, I can 100%, 110% even understand whenever or if anyone complains about the combat, because yeah, it is really clunky, especially when you compare it to Yakuza 2. But even despite of that, I just love this game, even with its flaws. Well, if you guys had to give a ranking for this game, let's assume there's a tier list in front of you, but don't actually do anything with the tier list. Where would you put this?
To me, it would be a strong B tier. Like, not to
Mhm.
say that it's even remotely bad, but it's just when you see where the series goes from here, it's just that certain games they take on the basis that is present here and elevate it to something unimaginable to me. So it's not like, oh, this game is bad when compared to them. It's just that, technical stuff and so on.
Mhm.
yeah, I fully agree with Gokudoni. It's a high B for me for many of the same points.
Yeah, absolutely valid. I might put it on A just because
Ooh.
replayability is a huge thing for me, and Yakuza 1 is one of the most replayable games in the franchise. Where again, you can go back to this game on stream, and it's very, very, very straightforward. Like you don't waste a lot of time anywhere, which is something I actually kind of dislike about OG Yakuza 2, which we'll get to. There's a lot more points where you're like, okay, the game is like, go do whatever until something happens. And I'm not a big fan of that. So I would give it an A, I think. And with that, let's move on to OG Yakuza 2. Who wants to start?
Yeah, I mean, for me, the first game I ever played was obviously OG1, and then 2 years later we got OG2. It was either a year or 2 years later,
Yeah.
and a lot of the stuff that was in OG1, like the English dub, had been obviously taken out. There was a lot of quality of life stuff that went into OG2,
Mm-hmm.
and like despite the fact that obviously Kira Nishiki's story is really, really good,
Mm-hmm.
it felt like with going to Sotenbori and with the Omi Alliance, a sense of scale started to go higher with OG2. And I don't know what it is about OG2. I enjoyed OG1, But OG2 is where I started to fall in love with the series. OG2's plot just gripped me from the very beginning. The one of the things I do want to mention, and this is going to be a negative point for when we talk about obviously like K1, K2 later, the soundtrack in OG2 and in OG1 is just chef's kiss.
Yeah.
Like it's that PS2 era kind of grungy, kind of almost electro at times, just beauty. Like it's amazing. And like them adding, I feel like because obviously I go a lot into like mechanics because like speedrun stuff. A lot of the fight spawn locations from OG1 to OG2 were moved, so there was less getting into random fights. There were less like really nasty like fight spawn locations, so things just felt a bit smoother for me for OG2. And like it's kind of that thing that I'll talk about when we get all the way to Lost Judgment later, where they clearly learned a lot from OG1, where in OG1 you have to do the training of Kamaki to do like the back attack behind you, but you start with that in OG2. It's like they learned from that and it's like, all right, we'll start the player with that and then they can just fly. They can just go and do what they want. And there's a lot about OG2 that I respect a lot. And for me, this is where I started falling in love with the series. Quite hardcore.
Yeah, good points. Good points. What about you, Gokudoni?
Well, comparing it to Yakuza 1, it's a really, really strange thing for me to look back on, because mechanically, I would say it's a straight-up improvement, particularly because when I grade these particular games, I usually look at what the New Game Plus experience would be like. And in certain cases, like let's say Yakuza 2, it gets rid of the, as you, Leon, referred to it, the the Bangladesh route of unlocking moves. So I feel like between that, the fact that you have like 3 cities to explore, I still have one specific save file that's literally just, oh yeah, you can go to Shinseicho and do a bunch of sub stories there, just because I enjoyed the atmosphere of that particular map so much. I mean, between that, the jazzy soundtrack, the significantly smoother combat, actually, I feel like not enough people talk about just how fun the combat in Yakuza 2 is when you have the entire moveset. I would actually elevate it over Kiwami 2, but that's a story for a different time. Out of everything that I mentioned thus far, it would feel like, oh yeah, it's a straight up improvement over 1. However, the story wasn't one that I was a big fan of. Not to say that it's bad, but it felt like it was the start of a trend that Yakuza had in, let's say, between going from Yakuza 1 to Yakuza 2, Kurohyou 1 to Kurohyou 2, and Judgment to Lost Judgment. You have an instance where the first game is very, very personal. You have a very self-contained story and a very complete character arc for the protagonist. And then the second game, it becomes significantly less personal and it starts hailing spectacle over substance. I feel like 2 has a lot more memorable elements to it. But when I look at the story in and of itself, it's like you have so many villains that are, in my opinion, underwritten. Like we threw in so many of them because they're quirky and they're memorable. But if I think, okay, this is why they acted in such a way and this is how they would fare to some of the most well-written cast members of the story, I feel like 2 significantly suffers in that regard. Not to say that Ryuji is bad, looking at something like the expansions in Dead Souls and RGG Online. But if we look at just vanilla writing in Yakuza 2, I feel like he's more of a diamond in the rough than anything else. And that's kind of what expands for the entirety of the story for me, even though I enjoy it quite a bit. But yeah, that's the only quote-unquote step down that I would mention going from Yakuza 1.
No, that's an absolutely fair take. What do you think of the story, Froob?
I liked it. As said, it's definitely not as personal as like OG1s. Like there is something still magical about the Kiryu Nishiki story and why fans still resonate with that a lot, be it from OG1 or K1. But I don't know. I kind of got it. I'm very curious from the both of you because I know how I remember how I originally felt about it. The Golden Castle, because it's the part that most people look back on and go, well, this is where the series started jumping the shark and going really weird. And like,
to be honest,
I remember at the time thinking like it was wild, and I was like, I was in a state of disbelief while the whole thing was going on, and then once the set piece was over, I was like, all right, back to the game. Almost as if I'd like written it out of my mind, despite it being like quite important because it's Ryuji dealing with Toranosuke. So I'm really curious as to what you two feel about it.
It was an acid trip for the player, that's for sure. Like you said, it happens. Once you're done, you're like, okay, cool, that was something.
Yep.
To to be honest, like the ridiculous aspects of the franchise like that, I really, really don't mind. But how do I say this without stirring the comments? Uh, Whenever I see people, for example, kind of shit talk something later in the franchise, but then something like this exists, it's like, okay, you do know this happens in Yakuza 2, right? But then they're like, oh,
Yeah.
it's not as bad. It's like, who are you to say that? If something later in the franchise is so bad for you, then something early in the franchise could be bad for someone else. Like, it's not that
Yeah.
hard.
At the time, like we were grounded in like I won't say realism because video games, but it was grounded a bit more in reality than say some of the stuff that happens later in the series. Like,
Mm.
but that doesn't necessarily mean it was a bad thing. It was just it's a
Yeah.
very shocking thing, and
It
I
is.
think that's on purpose. Like,
Mhm.
Oh yeah. I mean, it works to the benefit of Yakuza 2 infinitely. Because I feel that if any game past the PS2 era tried to implement something like this, it would be like, what the hell are you doing? But because it's a PS2 game and it has, again, the fact that spectacle seems to be the priority here, I remember seeing that castle and my mouth just, I was just, what the hell? This is beautiful. And then just going through the actual castle and then if you want to call it the minigun sequence and all that, I love that as a set piece.
Mhm.
I
Yes.
don't think of it like, oh, doesn't make sense for the story. Who gives a shit? It's so fun that I want to see it.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
I'm of the
Yeah,
same
and
mind, really.
obviously-
Like when you have really outlandish set pieces, like Gokudoni said, like the castle. In Yakuza 3, you could argue the hotel was a bit out of the ordinary. In Yakuza 4, I mean, let me give another example. Yakuza 6 had the ruins of Shangri-La. I love that fight so much.
Yes.
Oh,
Yes.
yeah.
It's so out of left field, especially with Hangman. And then we'll get to it later, but just there are some set pieces that are so cool, and I really love when they kind of go a little off the what you call it, the usual, the norm.
The beaten path.
Yeah. So the castle, I really don't mind. I think it's pretty awesome. And yeah, like that's what I have to say about it.
Yeah, if you're gonna go that way, go all the way. And Yakuza 2 does that, and it's beautiful.
Absolutely. So where would you put OG Yakuza 2 on like a tier, Froob?
This might be probably my first slightly controversial one,
Uh-huh.
because there's going to be people who think this is way too high. S tier.
Ooh.
For me, like thinking back to how I played, like how I thought when I played it, like originally, and how I feel about it today, it's where I like really did fall in love with the series. It's like if it wasn't for OG2 hooking me like this, I don't think I would have like been as heavily into the series as I am these days. So for me, I have a lot of love for OG2.
Mhm.
There's definitely still some like rose tinted glasses in terms like how I'm like kind of looking at it and like the content in it,
Mhm.
but those memories have still permeated with me for such a long time
Mhm.
that I just love it to bits. Like I really do.
Honestly, go off, King. What about you, Gokudoni?
Well, to kind of add on to the whole nostalgia bit before I go into my actual placement,
Mhm.
this is technically the first time that I've heard of the Yakuza series. Because I was reading there was a gaming magazine that was specific to the country that I'm in, and they were talking about Yakuza 2 in particular. I saw it in '08, and that was what, again, kind of like the reaction to the Osaka Castle. I was just like, this looks amazing, because it had a screenshot of Kaoru and Kiryu doing the tag heat action where they lock legs and there's the head in between.
Yeah.
And I don't know, Kiryu smashing a guy's head against like a gravestone or whatever. I remember so many images from Yakuza 2 that it feels slightly nostalgic for me, even though it would take me like, 12 years to actually play the game because I couldn't find the bloody thing.
Mhm.
But as far as tiers go, I would still put it in a B tier, but
Mhm.
above Yakuza 1. Again,
Right.
not a case of it being bad, but it's just more of a personal connection to some of the other games than this one. But still, as far as PS2 games go, probably one of my favorite ones ever.
Yeah. Yeah, that's a very reasonable take. Okay. I don't know if Froob's take on this will be more controversial or mine, but Yakuza, I don't know why, but OG Yakuza 2 just doesn't click for me a lot. Wait, Gokudoni said something earlier, which was some of the stuff you have to unlock, you really, really have to like jump through hoops for. I don't like that.
We're going back to Bangladesh, fellas.
Bangladesh, yeah, that's the example I gave. Like, you have to go to like a Forbidden Kingdom, get like the blood sample of some homeless guy, and then get some milk to go with that, and then like combine those, and then you get the Tiger Drop.
From Albert Wesker.
Something I forgot to mention as well. This is not just on OG Yakuza 2, but also OG Yakuza 1. If you're a completionist, God help you with these two games.
Oh god.
You're absolutely going to need a guide, because there are so many missable things in these two games, it's not even funny. And there's even more missable stuff in OG Yakuza 2. But thankfully, with OG Yakuza 1, for example, to get the Komaki moves, it's so straightforward. And that's why it's one of the reasons I hold Yakuza 1 in high regard, even though Yakuza 2's combat is objectively better. And I do think it's really fun, like more fun than OG Yakuza 1. But, between some decisions like that and also the sections where you just have nothing to do until you wait for the story to progress. And then the story itself, not a huge fan of. It has its highlights for sure. Hayashi, my beloved, I love you. And yeah, I think I would put this in. Is C too low?
Nice, your personal tier list.
Yeah, exactly.
True. See, if only people understood that, just like you guys.
I feel like most people are, at the very least, quite open to tier lists and looking at them. Like, I feel like with the Yakuza community, obviously we've gotten like a lot bigger over the years, so there's a lot more people that come in and go, you don't like this, therefore I don't like you.
Yeah.
But there's still like a vast majority of the community that's just like, you like Yakuza 5 the most? That's fair. I respect that. Like,
yeah,
I feel like that's with the Yakuza series, like most people at least understand, everyone's going to have different personal connections. It's kind of like Final Fantasy in that regards, where everyone has a Final Fantasy that feels personal to them.
Yeah.
Or you just dislike the series completely.
Also fair.
Whenever somebody makes a tier list of anything in general, like, I always kind of want to reach out and tell them, like, hey, if you get hate for this, don't worry about it. Tier lists, like, just by nature, are kind of designed in a way where you're going to attract somebody that might have a problem with you. It's just, it comes with the territory. Now, whether or not someone chooses to be civilized, that's another thing. But, thankfully, it's just us three here and nobody else, so...
Also,
this is why we got rid of Snowiest Angie, man.
No, he's just judging us very, very solemnly from Japan. It's like, I bet they're shit-talking Lost Judgment right now.
I was thinking the same thing. Boys, when we get to Lost Judgment, we put that in D tier. How about that?
F tier. Create a special tier.
Alrighty. Kenzan. What do we think about Kenzan? You sound like you have something to say.
I love that prelude.
So, I didn't play Kenzan when it originally released. I think I played it like later on and in the PS3 life when I realized, oh, wait a minute, the PS3 is region free. I can actually just import this. Which I want to say is around the time when KHH subs finished their website of like translations of like items and like chapter and stuff like that, which was like really useful. Because obviously I didn't know a lick of Japanese at the time. I simultaneously love and hate Kenzan. It's one of the more unique like actual experiences alongside the Kurohyou games, but oh my god, has it aged so badly. Like it's so wild, because for those who don't know, for those who never play Kenzan, because obviously it's the first in this list of like the games that aren't available in the West, you don't get your traditional level ups. You'll level up when you get enough EXP like you usually do, but you don't get orbs. There's no like level system where you put it into like certain trees and get stuff. You level up and you get like HP, attack, speed. Like it's all predetermined for like what you get on your level ups, and it just means that you are focused instead on the actual gameplay and playing the game. And it's also the first game in the series that has a couple of like actual features that the later games would very much have, like multiple fighting styles. Like you are Miyamoto Musashi, you have dual sword, you have single sword, you have hand to hand, you have the big two-handed weapon, which I really love what it does with the two-handed weapons with armored enemies. And then you also have ragdolls. Like, as weird as it sounds, there are ragdolls in that game, and they could absolutely mess you up. It's great. And like Kenzan being the very first PS3 era Yakuza gets a lot of my respect for, being the first proper 3D Yakuza.
Yeah.
Like, it makes a lot of missteps. Like, the top part of the map having no fight spawns and no taxis makes the top part of the map, despite the fact that it has like a very enclosed area with a lot of places to go and like visit, feel kind of boring. Like, it's that weird thing of just you in the story, like, and this is amplified by the speedrun a little bit, so I am tapping into speedrun a little bit. You have to go up and down to Saruya like 20 different times in the story, and it gets monotonous. Like, you have to keep going back and forth. It's
I want to add just one
frustrating.
thing. You, as a speedrunner, actually does provide a lot of insight, because it probably means, like, you're the most familiar with the game in the room right now, out of all of us, and that is definitely worth something. Because while I played Kenzan, and I think Gokudoni has as well, right?
Multiple times.
Yeah. So, but we both played Kenzan, but when it comes to like the technicalities of the gameplay, you're more familiar with that. So I really, you shouldn't feel bad about bringing some of the speedrun talk, because it is relevant, in my opinion.
Yeah, it's like we go quite heavily into the mechanics for good or bad reasons. Wait till we get to Fist of the North Star. And with Kenzan, there is things that I really like about it, despite the fact that obviously it was like, the first game of multiple styles and stuff. It was kind of, I don't want to say proto Ishin, because one Ishin is so far down the line that yes, they definitely did take like some like actual like I can't think of the word right now. But Ishin definitely did some things that Kenzan did similar. You have, like, with your swords that you can get, you've got so many different swords. You've got, like, just the two off the top of my head that I can remember because of the speedrun route. You've got the drunk sword, where you do more damage the more drunk you are. You've got the money sword, where obviously when you hit enemies with the sword, you actually, like, use your money up. And then you increase your damage that way. Like, even despite the fact that it is so, like, early in the series, Kenzan has a bunch of really cool ideas. Not all of them manage to pay off. There is a set piece halfway through the game, which is the kind of maze where there's the Torii gate in the background, and you got to go find it. And if you go the wrong way once, you're back at the very beginning, and you can keep looping and looping.
I think I remember that.
There's only like 7 rooms, and we have a map where if you don't follow the exact route, it literally can loop you back. And there's a hidden weapon in there, so if you're going for 100%, which thank God Kenzan doesn't have a platinum trophy.
Damn.
So I'm like mixed on Kenzan. On the one hand, I love the thing. It's the first 3D game. It tries a lot, and on the other hand, oh god, it's rough.
Yeah, fair enough. What about you, Gokudoni?
Well, this will probably be my first hot take of the list, but out of the first 3 games that we had, I actually enjoyed Kenzan the most. Because it's kind of weird to look at it, because evidently we don't have a, let's put it, functioning English translation or fan translation of it, unlike Kurohyou 1 and 2. So there's a lot of instances where, apart from the fact that we know what the story is thanks to KHH subs, there's a lot of points where you kind of need to connect the dots and give the game a benefit of the doubt with regards to, probably this part of a sub story that I have no idea what's going on makes sense in the grander scheme of things, and so on. But actually, going through my notes, I put, as far as the strengths for Kenzan go, the sheer variety in exploration, just looking at the locales, minigames, and the fact that there's platforming in long battles. That's probably the weirdest thing that I've seen in there. Then we have something like the massive weapon-based combat experimentation. Not necessarily to the benefit of it. I still think that great sword and short sword. Also, unarmed style having no finisher. Who thought that was a good idea? but putting those additions aside, like the dual sword and single sword are so fun that the combat didn't feel limiting for me to use. Also, my final big positive of this game, Musashi's character arc. It's brutal, but it doesn't come off as edgy. I mean, spoilers for the ending of the game. Please mute this part if anyone's watching. But the fact that RGG actually committed to killing him in the end, giving him a heroic charge, is just, you know what? It takes guts to do that, and clearly they haven't been able to do it with Kiryu for a really long time. So that alone already elevates the game for me massively.
It's so weird. Like, I love Kenzan to bits, but that finale needed to stop like 20 minutes earlier. That's one of the longest finales in the series. You have to fight the Super Sentai bloody Power Ranger monks, and just there's a point where with Miyamoto Musashi, you kind of know where his story's supposed to end. Like it's not supposed to end there, but he's supposed to like kind of disappear-ish after that point.
Mhm.
But the game and everything it's set up is like, hey, this character of Haruka, who is literally Haruka, we have to deal with this because we set this up. So you kind of get to watch feels like should be the last boss, and then you go through this entire giant set piece, which again, like, is kind of RGG's like sense of scale and epicness at that time. And then you get to the final boss, and it's such an infuriating final boss because he has literally two guns. He has Arase's moveset. He's large, and yet he is one of the fastest characters you'll meet. And it's like, please stop running away and shooting me. I'm getting tired of this now.
We heard you guys
Literally
like
just-
Jingo, so here's a new one.
It's literally oh my god. Okay, context. I'm working on a final bosses tier list for this channel. Ironically, as we're recording this, and I literally described that individual as the love child of Jingo and Munakata. And that alone should give you the most horrific image out there. I hate that guy. Objectively, the worst final boss of the series. Christ Almighty.
Yeah, the final long battle. It's been a couple of years since I streamed the game, but I do remember that part really, really dragging. I was like, dude, come on, just fucking get it over with already.
Beat one of
then
them,
the-
get a key, go through the door, do it again, do it again.
But
It's
it's,
funny
so
because-
pretty.
Yeah, it's funny because one thing that a lot of people don't know about Kenzan is that Kenzan actually is the first game to introduce sprinting. So
Yes.
most people think it was like OG Ishin. You sprint in Kenzan in a weird way. You go to your unarmed style in the middle of a set piece, and you will start running after a set period, which in that finale helps immensely. Like, so immensely.
Run past everything.
Yeah.
Can you just ignore a lot of enemies on long fights in Kenzan?
In some of them, we actually
Oh.
have speed tech. Do you know the one at the? I think it's Kiyomizu Temple, the big like temple one where you
Oh,
have
yeah.
the explosives on your back and you've got to like place them down,
Right.
where it breaks the FPS every time you get there. After the first bomb, where you have to like go through like a couple of the wooden barricades on the way to like the last room,
Mhm.
you can actually ignore every enemy in that corridor. And if you do it correctly, you can ignore all the enemies when the gate closes by taking one of the bombs with you into that room. Because what you're supposed to do is beat all the enemies and then go backwards for a bomb to blow up the rock. But if you get to the rock with a bomb and put it down before you get shot, which is actually a lot harder than it sounds because there's like 2 or 3 archers that shoot you in that room, you can just break the rock and just ignore it completely. So there is a lot. The cave, I like to call it the Majima cave for obvious reasons.
Oh
in
yeah,
chapter, like,
yeah.
3 or 4, run past all of it. You don't even have to break the chains to like stop the boulders when they're coming down. As long as you don't get knocked down to the middle, everything is fine. But like saying that, there is something about Kenzan that I like briefly mentioned that I do like, and like it goes into like kind of that set piece where you can break the chains. Kenzan's two-handed weapons being more effective at breaking enemies' armor is such a nice touch. I like that so much. I wish Ishin did that so much.
Would you say, I forgot to bring this up completely, but in Yakuza 1, something that I really appreciated was the fact that I think pretty much most long fights, you can just ignore everybody and just proceed.
Pretty much, yeah.
Would you say Yakuza 1 has more of that than Kenzan? Because if I remember
know,
right, I
it's-
think you could do it in like a lot of the long fights in one.
Yeah, you can. I keep getting I keep thinking of the ones where you have to do them, like the Tojo HQ. The Tojo HQ one, you have to do all of them. Well,
Yeah.
I say you have to do all of them. That's actually a lie. In Kiwami, you have to do all of them. But
Yeah,
when
Kiwami
you get past,
definitely.
yeah, when you get past the middle part, the bit in the like the large main hall, like you could just ignore everyone after that point and go straight to Shimano, where you can't in Kiwami.
Yeah.
I would say it's quite similar, but I think Kenzan has the edge, if I remember rightly. The whole burning building part of Kenzan that's like halfway through the game, you can ignore most people there. You have to take out the ones like at the very start to open the door.
Mhm.
And then if you know the route, you can actually skip like, I think it's 2 fights. And just in that bit where, you know, the fire's going down, you go straight to the giant armored enemy. Like you literally, if you know the route, you can just ignore the people that are on fire in there. Whoops.
Nice. Nice.
So yeah, I'd say Kenzan has a lot more, like a lot less restrictions on being forced to fight enemies in set pieces.
I see. That's interesting because I would never know until I talk to somebody like you, because you're in a unique position where a lot of the technicalities you know of. Whereas
Yeah.
if you were to talk to somebody who does know the franchise but not necessarily like plays the games like very thoroughly, they wouldn't know. So I really do appreciate all of that. What do you guys think of the story? If I assume you at least have an idea of what it is, right?
Yeah.
Right. Well, what do we think?
Mixed.
Yeah, it's not its strongest suit.
Hmm.
And I can understand why RGG kind of want to distance themselves from it a bit.
Okay, now you're gonna anger people.
Hey, that's Yokoyama's comments.
True.
And plus, I believe this was that's kind of ironic because I believe this is the first story where he had like full-on creative liberty to write what he wanted to. Because in the
think so.
first
Yeah.
two, there was all the I forgot the name of the guy, but the
novelist?
writer yes,
Yeah.
so he had a bit of help there. So okay, to give it credit, I think that Kenzan, like putting aside the obvious controversial aspect, as far as just the character arcs of the individual characters, it is a very straightforward, a very dark story. But I feel that it sticks the landing symbolically with what it needs to do. The fact that it almost dehumanized Musashi in the beginning, where he was like being incapable of being a worthy swordsman when he went against I forgot the name, Murase, or
Yeah,
no,
Murase.
that's not his name. Yeah.
Is it Murase? I thought it was Murase.
I
Oh no, I'm
don't know.
thinking of the Judgment guy. I know exactly
the
who you're
first
talking
one.
about. Yeah.
But yeah, the guy with that. Anyway, the guy in the red, whatever.
Yeah.
When he went against him and then basically lost all confidence in himself as a swordsman, and then going through the whole arc of being one of the, I guess, political assassinators, technically, when you revealed the stuff that Tenkai was into, to see him almost struggle with the concept of being a bloodthirsty monster and then manage to rein it back and humanize him thanks to the connections that he made with the Ukyo's sister and so on and so forth. I think that Musashi as a whole is probably the best. Also, Sasaki Kojiro. Those two are probably the best parts of Kenzan as a story. But the whole in between stuff, there are some bits that are just why am I watching this? But overall, it feels like the story sticks the intended landing. How well it fares against the other stories is a different story. But I said story a lot, yeah.
It also has the whole aspect of you are kind of following Miyamoto Musashi, and yeah, it's a game, but you still have to follow like those main major story beats from Musashi's life, and then like mix it around the story that they're trying to tell as well with the Haruka stuff on the side. Which I think it does like a very, very good job of. Like, I agree.
I'm not too attached to Kenzan, if I'm being honest, but I do think this game does a few things at least that I really do respect. One of them is they took a lot of like risk, I would say, in being like a spin-off where it has nothing to do with Yakuza for the most part, besides the obvious Dragon tattoo on Musashi's garb or his name or the faces maybe. But also, I think it has one of the best intros, if not the best one. Bushido is so cool. I love that song. And there was one thing that that really stood out to me with Kenzan was I don't know if this is spoilers, but for those watching, we probably will end up saying spoilers. So
I think we'll end up saying spoilers for most games, so just be prepared for that.
I mean, we have to because we are ranking the entirety of the game.
Yeah.
True. Yeah. Bro, that one scene where Musashi takes his first life. Oh my god.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
I love that scene so much. Just something very surreal about it in a franchise where that kind of thing almost never happens. I just love it so much. But aside from that, the soundtrack is really, really good. There's a few tracks that stand out to me, like the normal battle theme. I forget what it was called. Blood Maker, I think, or
something like that. Yeah.
Yeah, something like that. But yeah, as for what I would put it on a tier list, this might sound harsh, but really it's just because I don't have too much of an attachment to Kenzan. I might put this in C as well. What about you guys?
Yeah, I've been kind of thinking as well because like Kenzan does the thing. that a lot of people dislike Yakuza 3 and 5 about, where it kind of plods along at points. Like, there's a lot of running around, there's a lot of the plot. Like, there's one, like, bit where you, like, for plot reasons, have to take this old dude around, and you have to, like, go get some tea, go get some dangos, go play some shogi, which... Oh god, Shogi in Kenzan is like, oh god, the AI is like scripted to 100. Oh god, don't play Shogi in Kenzan, do not.
I'm so glad I'm not a completionist.
Oh god, thank god it doesn't have a platinum trophy. Like, oh my god. And like Kenzan definitely, like, as much as I said I dislike the city, like, originally, I really love some of the stuff that Kenzan does with, like, the world. And Kenzan is a very colorful game. You would think being, like, the first, like, PS3 era game, it wouldn't be. That top part of Gion is beautiful. Like, you've got the fireworks, you've got the main thoroughfare with everyone having, like, a festival, you got the place on fire. Like, it's all really colorful. And
Yes.
I feel like this is harsh. For me, Kenzan's like a mid-B. Like, there's parts of Kenzan I adore, and then there's parts of Kenzan that I'm just like, bleh about. So, yeah, for me, mid-B.
Did you rank it, Gokudoni?
Oh yeah, in fact, I'm actually looking at because I've had the finalized tier list of where I would rank the games for a while now.
Oh, sick. Oh, right, you said you put an S, right?
Oh, no. So, to give a bit of context for my subsequent placements, I don't have a D tier in my tier list because I think there's no such thing as a D tier Yakuza game. But to make up for the kind of rounding everything out in between tiers, I have like an S+. And with regards to Kenzan, I would give it like a low A, all things considered. Also, one thing that we haven't mentioned, if I remember correctly, this is the game that introduced the Mahjong minigame, so it already gets points for that.
Yeah. It's also the game that introduced, like, the face scanning actors as well.
Yeah,
oh,
true. Yeah.
Like, it really felt like, especially with, like, the early games, OG2, Kenzan 3, that they kept pushing their own boundaries up and up.
Yeah.
Hold on, I could be wrong. This is not really similar, but didn't Yakuza 1 have a model in the, what was it called again? That's a sub-story. The one where like a woman and a drunkard kind of try to trick you. What's her name?
I remember that. That one's in K1 as well, I think.
Is she based on someone? I thought she was.
She might be based on someone, but she wasn't face scanned. Face scanning was for Kenzan onwards.
Right,
Oh,
right.
yeah.
Also, weirdly, why is the watermelon minigame cutting in Kenzan 60 FPS?
Oh yeah.
I don't know why that just came back to me, but like, it's mandatory at one point in the story, and it's like, why is this 60 FPS?
Don't they do that in later games where like the baseball minigame is 60 FPS as well?
Yeah.
Oh god. No.
Yeah, pretty interesting.
The mysteries of the engine. Well, let's just leave it at that.
Good old Havoc engine.
Alrighty, Yakuza 3. We're not gonna separate between the remastered or the original. Like, if you have points about, one or the other, you can say them, but I feel like putting them in just one spot is sufficient.
Yeah.
So, Yakuza 3 is a game that I think gets a little more hate than it deserves.
A lot.
I really, really adore the story. I understand people saying, it drags a little bit. It does in the beginning, but there is a reason for that. It's not just, they're dragging it for the sake of it. The combat, I guess, like, how do I say this? I don't mind the combat at all. Though, it has the infamous reputation of Yakuza, that cursed word. And, it's honestly impressive that they made this game only 11 months after Kenzan, because I'm pretty sure that's how long it took. They built Kamurocho, anew. They built Okinawa also anew, only in 11 months. And I know it's an older game, but I still find that impressive. And Okinawa is beautiful. The gameplay is, for what it's worth, I do like it. I do think I enjoyed it more than Kenzan's, I think. And yeah, what do you guys have to say about it?
Yeah, I was gonna say it's quite hard to talk about this because obviously we very recently, and you should all watch this after this video. Go and watch the podcast about K3 because we talk a lot about Yakuza 3 in that one.
Yes, yeah.
I agree with a lot of those points. When Yakuza 3 was first coming out, I wasn't fully aware of Kenzan outside of knowing that it existed. But whenever any Japanese footage of Yakuza 3 came out, it was like, holy crap, the games are in 3D. Holy crap, the games now have seamless battles. It was like, oh my god, this is amazing. Like this was like the revolution at the time of going from the isometric 1 and 2 to just full 3D free. And like I knew at the time I'd never feel like that ever again. And it was so special because of that. Like it just really added to it. Like a lot.
hmm
I adored Yakuza 3 for a lot of the same reasons. Like, I agree, it definitely does drag at points. Like, chapters 3, 4, and 10 are all like, you deal with at least 3 of the kids' problems. Like,
hmm
it splits them up into several parts. There's the plot that goes on for potentially way too long. Like, a lot of Yakuza games do have pacing problems that do begin kind of with OG2, to be fair.
Yeah.
Oh,
yeah.
yeah.
You could even extend that to OG1 maybe if you want to like count like the Florist Sun, Takashi, and stuff like that.
Mhm.
But it feels more apparent in 3. And I
Mhm.
think, and this is something like a quote that I'll go back to, especially when we get to Yakuza 5, where the length of a game you don't usually notice if the pacing is good. And with Yakuza 3, there will be times where you will play Yakuza 3 and you will just be having the time of your life. Like when you go to Kamurocho properly for the first time, that segment is fantastically fast. Like there's so much to do because you're back in Kamurocho. You've got like full access to like all that Kamurocho has to offer. You've got really cool set pieces. You've got really cool boss fights. Like that section Kamurocho is like I feel like a lot of people feel like, all right, the baggage of the kids quotation marks is gone, and it's just now Kiryu in the Yakuza again. Like it feels freeing in a way, even though I adore those downtime parts with Kiryu with the kids. Like it's such a different side of Kiryu that you don't get to see. I really love it. I love it a lot.
Yeah, 100%. Gokudoni?
Well, I've been pretty open about how much I adore the game for years and years at this point, so
True.
nothing that I say will be very fresh. But think of it this way: just for the fact that it humanizes Kiryu to a greater extent than any game preceding it, and how it plants the seeds for so many emotional revelations in Yakuza Ep.6 and Gaiden and Infinite Wealth. For that alone, you can already elevate this as one of the more, if not the most important stories in the series. But then there's also the fact that, I mean, obviously I'm a Mina simp. The fact that we have a style switching boss at the very end and just, God, I love this game so much. Even when looking at something like the combat, I realize that a lot of people say, "Oh, blocking, blah blah blah." Do the enemies block more than they should? Yes, but like I said in the previous podcast episode, there is a method to it, and if you let it drive you into the direction of experimenting with all of the tools at your disposal, you will inherently enjoy all of the other games more because you'll be like, oh, I don't have to mash this exact same rush combo over and over again. I can use a grab here and there. I can do the White Lotus fist, whatever, and miss every enemy.
I don't know about that
I
move.
don't know. But I don't. Sometimes there was a time when I did like I think I was talking about the combat, and I deliberately charged it for as long as possible just to miss after like half a minute of putting it in a video, and it's like beautiful.
Sounds about right, yeah.
But yeah, the issues inherent to Yakuza 3 are very, very apparent. Like I agree with the pacing issues of the orphanage, particularly because we have to reintroduce it over and over again. Like it would be one thing if it's just a slow burner beginning of the story, but the fact they need to be again reminded of. Oh, actually, wait. One big problem with this game: the fact that it rewrote Haruka to be like a dumb kid as opposed to a street smart one, like in Yakuza 1 and 2. And that then extended into games like Yakuza 5 and so on and so forth. That's probably my biggest concern with this story, because you can tell that the behavior of certain characters has been altered significantly now that Yokoyama is the lead writer.
That's really interesting, because most people that I see who have a problem with the writing of Haruka, they attribute that to Yakuza 5. But
no, it started with 3. Remember the whole thing when she was handing out the illegal credit cards, and she's like,
no,
"Oh,
you
am
mean
I
the
doing-"
drugs.
Oh yeah. But it's like, oh no, am I doing something bad? This is the same person that was joking with people about the concept of soul plans. Do you honestly think she wouldn't know about counterfeit operations?
Yeah.
But yeah, that aside, I do adore the game. Like, yeah.
I do want to bring something up as well that I think not everyone knows about. The original release was really, really horrible.
God, yeah.
Because it cut like 20 sub-stories, it cut a few mini games, But to
Got
be fair,
mahjong.
yeah, it cut Mahjong, but it also cut Hostess Maker. So you know what? Maybe it was a good thing after all.
There is like alongside that, like going off of like obviously our original impressions. If you played the original Yakuza 3 in the West, I was gonna say this isn't RGG's fault, but I guess it was at the time. There is one part in OG Yakuza 3, not the remaster, so if you're getting to the series now, this isn't a problem for you. There's one part where they are talking about the military resort base and the hotel complex as if they're the same thing, when they're obviously two
Huh.
different things that
Ah.
the terrorist group is going for, and obviously like Mine's going for.
Yeah.
But there's like some really weird like translation errors in OG3 on the PS3 script that just don't make any sense.
When
And
it
it's
comes
really
to-
confusing.
Yeah, when it comes to the localization, I heard 3's in particular was probably the most kind of rushed, I guess, or not
It's
really.
rough.
Yeah.
It's unironically not to the same quality that OG 1 and 2 were, or anything that comes subsequently after 3.
Yeah. Yakuza 3 was also the first game where they literally cut content from the Japanese release and they put it as DLC for us outside of Japan.
Which I remember at the time, everyone in the community was not happy about. It's like, I don't know how to play Mahjong, but I'd still like it there.
Yeah.
Like it was like a big point of contention. Like for those who weren't in the community or in the series, like when the games were released, this was also the starting period where it was like, are we gonna get the next game? Like,
Yes.
and if we do get the next game, are we gonna get all the content? Which is why when Yakuza 4 came out, it was such a big deal that like the stuff that wasn't there, like you say, Shogi Mahjong, was
Yeah.
brought back into Yakuza 4.
Yes.
We just wanted more. Like
Mhm.
we didn't want to be treated like, you know, like we were like not necessarily simple, but we didn't want to be treated like, you know, the content wouldn't be appropriate for us, because this is the reason why we love the Yakuza series. We love the wild, weird Japanese side of things. Like, and one of the cut sub stories, and this I always go back to this because it literally is in the speed run, and it's so weird. One of the cut sub stories is in when you go and find Rikier in Kamurocho.
Mhm.
It's in when you get to the M store up on West Shichifuku.
Uh-huh.
There is a sub story in there. You cannot miss it in the remaster. It is literally Hirata from Peace Finance, who was at the very
Yeah.
start of Yakuza
Oh,
1.
yeah.
Why was that cut from the original? Like, it literally has ties to OG1. Like,
Then they say, and I quote, like it's nothing. Okay, maybe not the exact quote, but they basically said it's like too Japanese for the rest of the
Yeah.
world.
yeah, something like
Huh.
that. Like, they made some really weird decisions with the I want to say the OG trilogy of 3, 4, and 5 on the PS3.
Yeah.
Like,
Oh yeah.
which obviously they very much fixed when 5 eventually got released, which is nice. But yeah, it was just there's some really weird things about OG3 from the PS3, like that won't factor into what most people experience with the remasters, which is a nice thing. Like that's again the reason why the remasters are nice. It's accessible for everyone. You can get it on pretty much most major systems. Hopefully, Switch at some point.
Mhm.
Yeah.
And I still remember when the Sega forums were still active. That's ancient as hell. But
Yeah.
when they were active, there was one of the devs. I think it was called Yas, like YAS. He
Yeah.
was the one who was communicating like what was happening with the localization, and he was also the one where he was like, "Yo guys, the Yakuza 4 is gonna have almost everything. Don't you worry." So shout out to Yas if you're watching this video.
Yeah.
You're a real one. Thank you.
Yeah.
All right. So with that said, let's rank this game and then talk about Yakuza 4. I would put 3 in B.
Hmm.
What about you guys?
A for me.
All right.
Honestly, same. Like a solid A tier.
Hmm.
I'm tempted to also take it to A now, but I think a
Peer
high
pressure,
B.
let's go.
I think this is the hard thing about tier lists, is like you can look at it objectively, and you can also like move things around as well off of the back
Definitely.
of like, you know, oh, actually I remembered this a little worse than I thought I did when thinking about it. Like,
Yeah.
and like again, that's the nice thing about tier lists, is it's all your own personal thing. It's
Yeah.
not wrong. Like,
Mhm. Yeah, definitely. Yakuza 3 really doesn't overstay its welcome as well when you replay the game. Like it's a very pleasant playthrough.
Yeah.
It can take like, if you know what you're doing, like what it can take 3 hours at most to beat.
2.
Yeah, there you go.
It's fast.
It is fast.
Despite,
Yeah.
despite the fact that there's a lot of it in parts, it's fast, which is nice.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
it also is like something important that we haven't mentioned, but we did mention during the podcast. It introduces so many of the mini games that permeated the PS3 era that were really good and really solid. Like
Yeah.
you've got your bowling, you've got your billiards and stuff like that. Like it's really really good. Like
Yeah.
Kind
No
of-
arguments there.
even the OG Western version with its cut content, it still had a lot of the mini games and stuff. And I will say is like a thing about it. Sub stories, there is an element of quantity over quality.
Yeah.
Yes, definitely. Yeah.
Way too many of them. If you're a completionist with Yakuza 3 and Minigame Master as well, good luck.
Yeah.
Uh...
I would say it's maybe with Yakuza 4 that they fixed that, like the quantity issue.
Oh,
Yeah.
absolutely.
Which, speaking of Yakuza 4, you know what? You know what? I used to hate this game purely because of the story. But I was like, what the fuck am I thinking? This game is actually really fun.
Yeah.
And yeah, now I love Yakuza 4, and I think I would put this, to be honest, just because of how fun and how pleasant a playthrough can be, I'm tempted to put this game in S.
Whoa.
The story can go, wherever it wants to, but the gameplay is so fun. Like that alone makes up for everything for me. It's always a fun time when I stream the game. Chat is like engaging, and the memes are off the charts. For Faith and all that. Like, there's a lot of really good charm about this game. I came to love it a lot. Akiyama gameplay is peak. Saejima gameplay is good. Tanimura gameplay is really nice. I really like Tanimura's combat. I think Tanimura's combat gets shat on a little more than it should.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah.
And Kiryu, is Kiryu. So, like, what is there? What's not to love? Yeah, I would probably surprisingly put this in S. I love Yakuza 4. What about you guys?
You want to start Gokudoni? Because it's going to take a while for me to formulate my thoughts, because years of speedrunning that game is definitely twisting the mind a little bit, and I got to get away from that.
All right, baseball. Oof. Okay. So again, one of the many controversial takes I'll have. This game, for me, is one of the bottom 3. Very,
Ooh.
very. Now, here's the thing. When I would usually talk about Yakuza 4, to me, it's nothing that this game does inherently poorly or amazingly. When I would look at it in terms of gaming as a whole, I would say it's the most average Yakuza game there is. Like, it excels in certain games really, really well. Some of them are just kind of there. It's probably one of the most representative ones with regards to what you can expect out of Yakuza as a series, even though it is like a PS3 era game. Having said that, there's... this is going to be a weird way of putting it, but to me, the direction in which Yakuza 4 went is something that feels like a bit of a beta direction for the series by nature of how many choices, narrative-wise and tone-wise, were either undone by Yakuza 5 or were repeated but with a different outcome. It almost feels like the way of Yakuza stories and gameplay that we had in 4 and Dead Souls, more comedic in nature, for lack of a better word, has never reappeared post 5, and then the series has just been kind of piggybacking off of what 5 sets up. So it feels like a bit of a strange game to look back on, because it has a lot of... How do I even put this? Like, let's say looking at the bosses, they're a huge 50-50 for me, because on the one hand, you have amazing stuff like the Majima fight, the Daigo fight, the first Minami fight, but then you have stuff like Saito and Munakata and Midorikawa and just... or exploration. Conceptually, I love the fact that we have an expanded version of Kamurocho, but then when I actually go and explore it, Little Asia is too tight to be fun to explore. The rooftops and sewers just feel like something deliberately designed to take you more time to get to a point of interest, and there aren't that many points of interest in those new areas to begin with. So it's like, to me, it's a game that has so many cool ideas, but they're not fleshed out to a point where I would be like, oh, this is amazing.
I just want to
And,
say thank you
yeah.
for bringing that up, because people often bring up like how you can go into the rooftops and the sewers of Yakuza 4, but they don't really talk about how there's almost nothing to do there.
Yeah.
Yeah, literally. Because I love being there, but then it's like, oh, it's like a maze with see-through walls. It's just, you're there and that's kind of it.
Yeah.
Also, Saejima exploration. Who thought that it would be a good idea to put cops everywhere?
Fully agreed with
But yeah,
that.
putting all of that aside, like this is one of the most fun games for me to revisit. It's just that against some of the other ones that are like, I don't know, serious storytelling or whatever, they appealed more to some of my personal sensibilities with regards to story writing.
Mhm.
4 is an exceptionally fun game, but it's like I hate the direction that the series took post it, kind of rendering it inconsequential in retrospect.
Mm.
Yeah.
Yeah, I actually agree with a lot of those points. I agree with a heck of a lot of those points. For me, so I'm trying to like go back to like casual because for a little bit of context, Yakuza 4 for the longest time was the nastiest speedrun.
Damn.
What would happen is the run would used to be about like 3 hours, 2 hours, 45 minutes, and 2.5 hours into the run, to go fast in the end, especially for like some of the bosses, and this is a point of contention that's leading somewhere, so bear with me for this. We have to do a 50-50 gamble on roulette using the zero jewel. And if we fail, and this is 2.5 hours into the 2 hour 45-minute run, run's dead. Outright. And it is literal 50-50. The way that it works is it only like changes what it's gonna land on the second that you hit stop bet. So there's no way of like predicting what it's gonna be. It is a literal 50-50 bet. And I did that in the run for years, and it absolutely warped my perception of Yakuza 4 to the point of like almost hatred. But if I take that away, and I now look at like the newer route, which takes that out, which is much nicer. 4 is such an interesting beast. Like, it's the point where most people say, you know, there's something I hate about Yakuza 4 and how it shaped the community, and it is, of course, rubber bullets. I think it's a very like controversial part, and I think it's controversial for a good reason. It's like, you know, a lot of people say, you know, they should have known. Not really. Like, remember, this is 80s Saijima Majima. Like, they're young and dumb. Like,
Yeah.
it's not something that at the time you would have thought, oh, hey, that's something we should like keep an eye out. It's like they obviously got sourced bad bullets. It could have been done better. I agree. Like they could have like had a little bit more in terms like the exposition about that part. But also the part where Saijima goes on the rampage is one of those iconic moments in the series. Like
Oh yeah.
it's so good, but I fully understand like where people are coming from. And
Mm.
like I love that you brought up the sewers and like the underground and the rooftops, because like I've always said in the Dragon engine, with all that movement and mobility and the fact that they've like fleshed out the map quite a fair bit, you could quite easily find a way to do those rooftops and have stuff there with better movement in the Dragon engine. Like they do it a little bit with some rooftops where you can like jump down, for example, but they don't ever like the rooftops feel like a unexplored concept that could genuinely have been good. The underground mall area at the bottom of like Tenkaichi and like Showa
Mhm.
Street, fantastic. Like you've got like a pub in there, you've got like a clothes shop for like hostess gifts. Stuff like that is fantastic because you have reason to go down there. You have the underground locker, coin locker key thing. All stuff that actually like is really good. I fully agree on all the combat stuff that's been said. Akiyama is a joy to play. Maybe controversially, I think Akiyama plays better in 4 than he does in 5. Saijima
Absolute agree.
Saijima is
Same.
not as good in 4 as he is in 5, but I respect the absolute balls of RGG at that point. If you've been playing the games from, you know, like the original OG 1 to 4, you don't start the game as Kiryu. You start the game as a
Yeah.
brand new character, Akiyama. You
Mhm.
then get to Saijima, where literally, if you take, like, again, you'd obviously take your time, like, casually. If you take the speedrun time, you are playing with Saijima for about 10 minutes. You have no access to any shops or anything like that. You have to go through an entire set piece with bloody Saito in the bloody middle of it. And chapter 2, you fight Kiryu. And you don't fight a Kiryu that is, you know, a base, like, crappy Kiryu. He has 3 modes. Normal, blue heat, red heat. And in red heat, the guy has the goddamn tiger drop. Like, the balls on RGG to do that. I remember my first playthrough was on hard difficulty, and like, oh my god, like he kicked my ass. You have no way of getting fresh healing items before that part. So if you've used them all up against that jackass of a prison guard multiple times in the previous like set piece, you're gonna have a bad time. And it's like I really respect the fact that they did that. Like the sheer sense, and this is the reason why I'm frustrated at like Yakuza 3's ending. Like you only Kojima would be able to pull a twist like that, where you know he doesn't show off that Kiryu is alive and he is a playable character in the game. Like, imagine, like, I think, like, Leon said it in the podcast we did about K3. Imagine getting a Yakuza 4 thinking Kiryu's dead, and you wake up on Kiryu's beach, and all of a sudden he just turns that corner. It's like, oh. Like, you still get that feeling of just that when it comes up in the actual story, because it's like, oh no. Oh, this is happening. Oh no. And
Yeah.
it's like, it's one of those things that I respect Yakuza 4 about. Like, I think that Yakuza 4 does a better job, and again, we'll talk about this with 5, does a better job of, like, bringing everything together. Whether you like
Oh,
or
yeah.
hate the finale stuff or the pre-finale stuff, the rubber bullet stuff, blah, 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 I feel like it does a very good job of all the characters having their own arc, but bringing them together for the end. I think their character interactions, especially when you meet them and fight them in the story, all have legit reasons, like, as to why. They all are really fleshed out. Like those, like that first meeting of Kiryu with Akiyama Tanimura in the sewers is just, I'm going to fight you guys. I'm going to enjoy this. Like,
Yeah.
there's so many moments like that in 4 that I respect. And then there is just, like, the stuff that you've already mentioned about Yakuza 4 that just bogs it down. Like,
Mhm.
there is absolutely stuff that bogs Yakuza 4 down. I dislike a lot of people just, like, constantly raging on rubber bullets. Like, at the time,
Yeah.
it did seem, quite weird and wild. But it goes back to the conversation about the Osaka Castle, where we've had stuff like that in the series, and I think there's way more egregious things later on in the series than rubber bullets, but people keep going on and on about rubber bullets.
To be honest, I
Like,
think even before there were like more questionable things. How the fuck
Yeah.
did Kiryu and Haruka not die from the explosion at the end of 1?
Oh
Yeah.
god, them-
Yeah. Yeah. It's like, I went off on, like, a big tangent, but it's like, there's stuff about 4 that I really enjoy. There's stuff about 4 that I really dislike. It's...
Yeah.
No,
It's-
actually,
Yeah,
sorry,
go on. No, you go on, you go on. I'm running out of steam here.
No, I was gonna say, with regards to the point where you said how the story comes together better in the end, that's actually one of the massive highlights for Yakuza 4 for me, because
Mm.
you can tell already from part 1, technically Akiyama meets Tanimura already there, and in part
Yes.
2, Saejima already meets Kiryu, and then in part 3, we already have Kiryu and Tanimura, and there's so many. Oh, sorry, not part 3, and part 4 is
Yeah.
where you have it with Kiryu. But the fact that they start converging paths at earlier points in the story rather than, let's say, in 5, you get to the finale and like, okay, reintroduce every protagonist and then slowly combine them.
Yeah.
4 and Dead Souls did that part of the multi-protagonist arc amazingly.
Yes.
So,
100%.
Yeah, I feel like it works to a detriment in 5, because it makes it in 5 feel like everything was just slapped together at the end. But it also feels like in 5 you kind of need that, like, that knowledge from 4, because it's clear if you start with 5. I actually do know a couple people that did start with 5, like,
Oof.
that were a little lost of, like, who's this character, because obviously they don't do, like, your intro story that you get with Akiyama and Saejima, because that's Yakuza 4.
Mhm.
So I fully understand, like, why people feel like it's a lot weirder, like I do in Yakuza 5. Like, it's not, we're not saying it's bad, it's just, it's different. Like,
Mhm.
Yeah,
Yeah,
there are certain things that will stand out to you if you replay the games several times, and most of us have played them, so many times by this point.
Yeah.
I did all that waffling, I'd give Yakuza 4 a B.
Honestly, fair.
So wait, you
Uh,
said we put it at C, Gokudoni?
Yes.
Okay, that's the lowest tier, right? I think, you know what? I'm gonna go with that as well.
Ooh.
Like, just no, not like C tier. I mean, as in like C is the lowest.
Fair.
Because I feel like no matter how many times I say like I enjoy all these games, people will still find something to pick on me for. Like, oh, how fucking dare you say this about this game? You hate this game, don't you? I'm like, dude, chill. I don't. But I might
that's
just
the thing.
have more problems with it than other games. That's it.
That's the thing, because this is probably the most important thing to put in like a title or whatever. Because usually when you're a content creator on YouTube, you'll be conditioned into putting worst to best, implying that that's an objective ranking or whatever. But
Yeah.
for us, at least from my angle, it feels like this is least favorite to favorite. There's no game
Yeah.
that we actively dislike in this franchise.
Except Yakuza 5. I'm kidding.
Trust me.
I'm kidding. Comments, please, chill.
And see, that's the thing. I have a 48,000 word document on the story of that game, tearing it to shreds. And putting that aside, it's either the game that I put the most amount of hours into, or the second game that over 200 hours on that game. I've beaten 3 versions of it. Like, so
Respect.
perspective. Life is about perspective. Remember that when
exactly.
you press the dislike button.
Yeah, tell him, Gokudoni. God damn.
Yay.
like the whole point of this, and one of the nice things about kind of like I know people go on about YouTube comments, even I have in the past, but it's like the nice thing is you can actually have civil conversation on like say Twitter, which is a hellscape of just 200 characters. Like the nice thing is like you can actually like have people share their opinion, and just again remember, like if you dislike some of the points we brought up or want to share your own points, these are all our unique thoughts and feelings. Like absolutely in the comments, if there's parts about Yakuza 4 that you actually dislike, like rubber bullets, like again, I'm not saying you can't dislike rubber bullets, but I feel like it's been like overdone to death in the community in terms like why like the series went downhill. Like you can absolutely still hate it, like, and you can absolutely like voice your hatred of it. Like that's the beautiful part about all this, is like it's everyone's own opinion. Like
Honestly, even though like we said a lot about 4 already, but I think there are bigger problems with the story. Like for example, the Japanese title says successor of the legend. Kiryu proceeds to have like 10 games after that.
Thank you.
yeah, like,
Where is the
it
succeeding year?
it definitely feels, especially when we get to Yakuza 5, certain aspects, Saijima family, were completely ignored or just forgotten about.
The entire last cutscene of Yakuza 4, it's like it didn't exist.
Exactly.
Do you guys believe one day we'll get to see the Saijima family? Maybe.
Oh,
We will sooner get the Saijima in China spin-off than we will see the Saijima family.
it's a very good segue to our next game.
Yep, very good
Or
segue.
actually,
Mhm.
wait, is it? Because I believe release order will be Kurohyou, but did we put Dead Souls first?
Actually, wait, is Kurohyou 1 after that?
I think it is. They were both in, I believe, 2010, but I think Kurohyou was released slightly before. I could be wrong on that.
You know what? Let's go with that.
I'm happy
Kurohyou
with
1.
Kurohyou 1. Yeah.
Kurohyou 1. Kurohyou 1 is a game where it took a while for me to properly play it, and by that I mean, the translation for this game took a while to come out. After having played the game, I do think the story is decent. It's a spin-off, of course, so you play as a completely new character, Okyo Tatsuya, who's only 17 in this game, but he's a very edgy teen who likes beating people up, and you participate in a lot of like tournament fights. Like that's the bulk of.
It's the main story.
Yeah, it's the main story basically. You participate against like 10 people, I think.
Yes.
And this is how many fighting styles does the game have? Like 19?
Roughly 20.
Yeah, it had a lot.
Yeah, around 20, which is pretty impressive for a PSP game. This is a PSP exclusive, and interestingly enough, I think it was made by the Def Jam team, right?
Yes.
Yes. Also, you can level the styles up, so technically you have even more variety because of the stat buffs.
Yeah. But you couldn't customize your style until Kurohyou 2, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, the self-taught was there, but you could customize the special moves with fighting game inputs in the first game as well.
Yeah.
Yeah. Kurohyou 1 for a PSP game is really, really impressive. I think I tried it very briefly on the PSP, but then I lost the PSP, and then I had to basically resort to emulator. So even on the emulator, it was really, really fun. The soundtrack, oh my god.
Yeah.
Your knife feels good. So unusual. There are so many good tracks in this game. It's unbelievable. The soundtrack is like S tier. The story, I think, is really good. It kind of falls apart at the end for me a little bit, but yeah. I think it's still like, for example, a better story than. Okay, I don't know how controversial this would be, but I think it's a better story than Yakuza 2, Yakuza 4, and maybe Yakuza 5. At least I would put it above those games. It's intriguing. There's a lot of really interesting characters. And yeah, I think if I were to rank it, I would put this in... Again, this is going to sound like it's the opposite of good, but I think B is where I would put this game.
Yeah, I played them originally on the PSP. I will say, as a negative, Kurohyou 1 QTEs on a PSP.
Oh no.
Yeah,
Don't
fair,
remind
fair.
me. Oh my
they're
god.
so bad. Like, you have to mash so much, it's wild.
You know what? C tier. Never mind.
I guess as a quick little rundown as well, for those who have never seen Kurohyou, as said by Leon, it is a spin-off. The exploration is like OG 1 and 2, where it's isometric. It's not like a full 3D thing. Um, fights are like, again, very different. I'm not gonna ever use the term arcadey because that's like the complete wrong term. But they're different in the fact that you have like different body parts that you can wear down. I quite like that system. Like, it's kind of neat. Like, there's even certain fights like later in like the game where it's like you can't use certain body parts because like you've been injured as part of the story, or if you take like too much damage to like a certain body part, then it's over. Or as a boss later on, I think it's like the 8th main fight, where it's like if you like damage his legs, he's just gonna enrage and then he's just gonna take you out. Like, there's some like really interesting stipulations to like some of the fights that don't feel too gimmicky, and they don't do it multiple times, which is nice. I fully agree. It kind of goes off a little bit off the rails towards the end.
Yeah.
A little bit story spoilers wise, it is also, you are playing a character that at the start of the game essentially kills someone. Like, it's very different for a Yakuza game because of the fact that, Kiryu didn't kill Sohei Dojima. Like, he's taking the fall for Nishiki. Like, and Tatsuya's literally, as you said, just very hot-headed, very much like, I'm gonna fight you. Like, it is very tournament arc style. Like, the whole point is, as kind of like revenge. Like, this Tojo dude's like, because you killed that dude, you got to go through these tournaments, blah blah blah.
Yeah.
And then Yakuza-esque twist of fate. You can probably tell what's going to come later on, but essentially that whole reason for doing those fights kind of disappears like 3/4 of the way in, and yet Tatsuya is still just like, oh, I'm just going to keep fighting. I like fighting. I'm going to kick these guys' ass. And it makes for a really interesting character. Like, it's somebody that does actually go through quite a bit of growth through the game. Like, he still, wants to fight the world and everything like that. But he gets a little bit of compassion. He does get a little bit of retribution isn't the right word, but it's like he does get like a quite full character arc, which is really nice.
Yeah.
And then gameplay wise, Kurohyou also adds like some really interesting things. They're a little scripted, but they do add like the cop chase parts that only Judgment have, where you can get chased by the cops around Kamurocho. Like, it's got some really interesting things, and it has ambition. And especially for like a non-RGG dev like Yakuza game, it has a lot of ambition, and it pulls off that kind of vibe and feeling of the OG games really well. And I think I would agree with like a B tier for Kurohyou 1. Like, it has ambition. It doesn't quite go all the way, but it's good. I like it. Yeah.
I know you love Kurohyou, right, Gokudoni?
Oof, understatement of the century. But, like,
Go off.
Look, to preface my opinions, you know how I said I have a tier above S tier?
Yes.
Yeah.
This game goes into that tier. Like,
Yeah, okay.
without question. Because here's the thing with Yakuza. The longer that I'm a fan of the series, the more do I appreciate experimentation. And this game, like everything that this game is the ballsiest move that you can make. Because, okay, the idea of a handheld isn't necessarily that, shock and awe, PS2 to PS3 era games, everything had a handheld. But the way RGG and Sin Sofia went about making that handheld was, again, boundary pushing to me, because making something that felt retro at that time would feel like a step back. You wouldn't think that a game like that would, number one, be executed well enough, number two, sell well enough. But this game actually did, according to what I heard about the actual, at least the impression that the younger Japanese audience had, because this was technically aimed towards more of a young teen to young adults.
You're absolutely right about that. I got a comment, I think, from a Japanese person at some point. They said that Kurohyou 1, when it came out, like every young adult or like just a young person in general that you would see would just be playing on their PSP Kurohyou 1.
Yeah. And just like as a PSP game, like I have quite a bit of bias for that era because it is the in-between of the PS2 and PS3 design philosophies. But everything that I see in this game, I adore. And if there's something that I dislike, it's somehow improved upon in the second game. Putting aside the fact that I'll rank the second game lower, but I digress.
Yeah.
Like, as far as strengths with this game go, I would argue that Tatsuya has the single best character arc within a single game out of any protagonist, which I know is a bit of a stretch, but like I'll probably make a multi-hour video down the line actually going through everything. So between that, the boss variety, and just how memorable everyone is, like genuinely relevant to Tatsuya's personal growth, and how he's humanized from, again, being just an asshole in the beginning, literally, you
Yeah.
know, beating down one of his quote-unquote friends and almost killing a guy, to actually being a beam of hope for the entirety of the underworld is just bloody hell. I didn't expect they would pull it off. But yeah, the combat, the fact that this game has an actual functioning multiplayer. Please let that sink in.
yeah.
Beat 'em up multiplayer.
You can also
Set-
create your own punk, right?
Yeah, so much customization.
Yeah.
Dear God, so much.
Yeah.
Oh, also, you can recruit the thugs that you beat down in the game as enemies. Like with the actual stats, you can use them in the multiplayer. It's hell to set up on an emulator, but you need to do it to get the platinum in the game, which I have, and I would not
Ooh.
recommend for the love of all that is holy.
You poor
Like,
thing.
Okay, but putting aside the whole, Kurohyou is amazing, there are issues with the game. The fact that there's, from what I can recall, no bloody fast travel in the city.
Yep.
Yeah.
The map
Yep.
isn't that big, but come on. Not a single taxi?
There's a lot of like back and forth with some of the story beats as well. Like there's like information gathering or having to like visit specific hostesses. There's
Oh
a
yeah,
lot of
yeah,
back
yeah,
and
yeah.
forth.
All the unmarked stuff. But wait, weren't there taxis at all?
No, I don't think there were any. Also, there were tailing missions, one of which could
Yes, there
crash
were.
your
Oh, yeah.
game.
Yep.
One of them can crash it.
That's a exclusive thing. Actually, I don't know if that's an exclusive thing, but I know that's a thing with the English patch. If you have the
The first
the
English
wrong
patch.
CPU setting, yes.
Mm.
Yeah. But yeah, there is stuff like that, and the fact that while the side content, a lot of it is like you're not gonna find stuff like that in any other game. Like you can work at Smile Burger and do orders. You can make ice creams in the gelateria place, that type of stuff.
Yeah.
But the fact that a lot of it is just press circle at the right time, or the fact that the karaoke minigame, massive quotation marks around that,
Yeah.
is just mash the hell out of the circle button and get carpal tunnel while trying to sing Muppet.
Look at PNGs of Tatsuya singing.
Oh god, so majestic. Like god. So yeah, there are technical things that are just, oh dear god, these don't stand out. But to me, everything that this game tries to do and everything that it succeeds at, and plus how we would retroactively influence even the first Judgment game, if you really look at everything that was done.
Yeah.
I love this game, like way more than I should. I'm probably the Kurohyou guy on YouTube with regards to how much I keep shilling this game. But yeah, again, S+ as far as I'm concerned.
Respect. Okay, I just want to ask, Froob, is your back doing okay?
Yeah, my legs are alright.
Okay.
It's up to you. If you want to take a break, we can.
I actually stood around earlier while you guys were talking, so I'm good.
Yeah, I'm good for now.
Okay.
I'm realizing that we were an hour and a half in, and we're
We're
about
not
a third
even
of the way through the list. Yep.
Yes, we're not even halfway through yet.
Should have woken up earlier and eaten before this.
Don't worry, guys. We surely will finish this by 4 hours.
Oh, bold of you to assume that. Also,
the next
sorry,
one's
go.
going to be interesting.
Ooh.
All right.
Yeah,
Yeah, sorry, go on. What do
I
you
was
want to
just
say?
gonna say, apparently we have a thunderstorm warning. So if you
Oh.
if you mysteriously
Oh,
hear an explosion on my end,
Oh, if we need
No,
to stop
please.
for a little bit, just say, because I'm not planning to do anything tonight.
No
it's
problem.
not related to that. It's just that, you know, if the electricity goes off, it's like, well,
yeah, exactly. Yeah, like
yeah.
if you need to like disappear for like a set period of time, I'm okay.
I am
to-
sending all of my energy so that doesn't happen. Please don't happen.
Sweet. But yeah, let's go to the most important game on this entire list.
Facts. So we're on to Dead Souls now. Dead Souls came after Kurohyou 1, and as a lot of you on the channel know, this game has a very, 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 very special place in my heart. Despite a lot of its shortcomings, and despite being considered one of the worst games in the franchise, and despite almost killing off the franchise, and despite the horrible performance, you know, there's a lot of despites here. But I really love this game. It's a very, very unique game, and for the same reason that Gokudoni put Kurohyou 1 in S+ tier with the experimentation, this game is, okay, not S+ tier, but I really appreciate what they did here, because nobody in their wildest dreams ever expected that we would get a zombie apocalypse with the Yakuza cast. And I love that we got that. And we also get a very, very interesting cast. So you have Akiyama returning. Majima for the first time ever is playable. Ryuji, for the first time ever, is playable. And of course, Kiryu to kind of wrap things up. The story is, I mean, I don't think it's anything that is too special, but just, the idea that you're seeing these protagonists like go through all of this and like what they would do in a zombie apocalypse and how they would help others, it's just really kind of alien to me. So alien that it just kind of feels awesome to look at. God, I like the soundtrack is awesome. I love Ryuji in this game. I didn't really like him as much in 2, but this game, I love Ryuji. And the gameplay, I mean, you could argue it's kind of repetitive at some point, but it's still, simple, it's straightforward, and it's really not that hard to kind of wrap your head around it. I would put this in A tier. Now you guys take a mic.
Nice.
What you guys think?
Who wants to start? Okay, should we put in a rule where it's like who starts first after Leon says?
You know
okay,
what?
Who wants to start?
Yeah. I think
I do like that we've been like kind of like letting each other like try and like go like either first, second, or third here. Like I've been unconsciously like knowing I could start ranting and raving about certain games.
True.
Restraining because I like hearing what you two have to say about it.
Yeah, fair enough. Well, if anyone wants to start, you can just go right ahead.
I might take my time with this one.
Oh, no.
I don't know if you want to go Gokudoni.
I mean, my thoughts on it are pretty self-explanatory. Like, if it weren't for the performance issues, okay, mind you, this game, I played the vast majority of this game at 15 frames per second. And despite that, it was some of the most fun that I've had with the series. Like, I can't tell you, I'm usually not a fan of zombie games. Like, there's only... The only zombie, quote-unquote zombie games that I enjoy are a handful of Resident Evil games and the first 2 Dead Rising games. That's about it. So the fact that Dead Souls, for being as far out of my wheelhouse as you could imagine, enticed me to the point where I was playing it at half the frame rate and still laughing my ass off. Like, there's something, like Leon said, there's something magical about this game. It reminded me in a lot of ways of OG RE4, because the story is so over the top, yet every character is so stoic and grounded about it that the entire premise feels very tongue-in-cheek for me. Like, the hilarity comes from the fact that you have, Ryuji with a minigun on his arm and Kiryu just watching a guy turn into a gigantic building and break through the Kamurocho Tower. It's like, yep, sure, this makes sense.
I just love Kiryu, like, picking up... like a BOW the size of a car and just throwing it away.
Exactly. Just everything. I feel like this is the more, I guess, action schlocky, for lack of a better word, the more fun, enticing stuff that I enjoyed in Yakuza 4, but pushed to an extreme. And I love that. So between like those narrative aspects, the fact that this game, like the way it evolves and erodes Kamurocho as a whole, is a really cool thing that I wish more games would take. Like, maybe if we got a game that had time skips in the future that would somehow elaborate on those design choices, it would be cool. But, for example, there's that one moment where you see Serena and it looks like a stereotypical murder scene. Like, that was such a shocking moment for me while playing through the game as Akiyama, because it's like, this is a place that we know for, years and years, decades at this point. So to see it in such a state and the way that everyone's reacting to something so absurd as a zombie apocalypse, it sticks with you. And also the fact that we have, boss replays and long battle replays. Like,
I forgot to mention. Thank you.
You can hate the game all you want, but this game excels in this way in a way that no other Yakuza game can. So that's just a fact.
Replayability with Dead Souls is fucking insane. It actually still baffles me how they didn't think of bringing back some of the features this game had. So like Gokudoni said, when you go to Premium Adventure, there's a dedicated NPC you talk to. You can replay all of the major story fights with all the characters with your current inventory. Like, RGG Studio, hello, please give us back this feature. Like, we love this. Instead of like having 30 different saves of different points of the story, we can just go into Premium Adventure and just choose whatever we want to replay. Also, what kind of twisted world do we live in where Dead Souls is the only fucking game in the franchise, for the most part, I think, that the civilians of Kamurocho recognize Kiryu. Like, how
Yeah.
fucked up is that?
That intro cutscene of Kiryu's part, where even the military and the press like get out of his way, let him do his thing,
Yep,
is just
yep.
perfect. It's peak. It's cinema.
Like,
Kino.
unironically, it goes so hard. And don't get me started when he just goes into the quarantine zone and punches the zombies like not giving a fuck.
Oh, beautiful.
God damn.
Literally talks to the zombie like, "Who do you think I am?" Punches you in the face.
It's kind of weird because it's some of the most Yakuza Kiryu has ever behaved.
Oh yeah. That's Yakuza 1 Kiryu. That's the type of writer.
Yes. Especially like when he just brings up a couple of Tojo guys, he doesn't care if they're okay, like crashing into the wall. He's like, you did your job. Thanks.
And the Majima that you get in Dead Souls is absolutely Mad Dog, which they can get away with because, you know, you're going up against zombies, not people.
Yes.
So you have a Majima that adores the horror movies, and he's in a horror movie. And he loves it.
Oh yeah.
And then you have Ryuji with a forklift. God fucking
Oh,
damn it.
Shenmue
Garbage.
in a nutshell.
Pure garbage.
I want to say a thing about the Dead Souls difficulty, which, for those who don't know, that's a
Ooh.
difficulty higher than X Hard. And oh my god, I love this
Pain.
game, but that difficulty can make the game very easy to hate.
Yep.
There was one
Oof.
chase segment where you're in a tank, and you go pretty
Oh
much
god,
all
man.
across Kamurocho, trying to shoot zombies. Zombies that can throw Molotovs at you, by the way. Holy fuck, I hit them.
Yep.
And then you have this giant, like, boss just chasing you. And at some points in the chase, you have to kind of stop and hold him off. And good fucking luck doing that on Dead Souls difficulty, because you need to have impeccable aim. And if you don't have that perfect aim, good fucking luck. You have to retry. Like, it's so annoying.
Fun fact about that
Uh-huh.
that we know because of speedruns.
Don't tell me you can skip him.
No,
Okay.
you can't. But
Damn it.
Okay.
did you know the health of the vehicle in that point is based on Kiryu's defense?
Oh, I had no
Whoa.
idea. No.
So intentionally at some point during like the run, we go to the casino and buy 4 defensive amulets. The ones that lower your attack damage but raise your defense because you can just get accessory slots and shove them in there. Like then we have like a chest piece for like more defense.
That
That's
is really
how
handy.
you're supposed to do that. Is like why your defense going up makes the car's defense go up. It doesn't make any sense whatsoever. But that's Dead Souls in a nutshell.
Yeah. Also, Gary as a boot camp trainer. That's peak.
Yeah.
Bad.
Yeah.
That one line he says if you skip the tutorial.
Good. Yeah, there's a lot of charming stuff about Dead Souls, but one thing that is not charming is them trying to redeem Arase.
Oh god, no,
God.
no, just they technically tried it in 3 at the end of the Hitman stuff, but like, stop.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Even Yakuza Online tried to redeem Arase, and it was worse there, by the way, because they were like, oh, it's not Arase that killed Reina, it was like one of the Nishiki family dudes, and Arase actually wanted to stop him. It's like, what the fuck?
Yeah, don't worry, it wasn't Reina, it was a rubber bartender. You know.
I think that's an issue with RGG at large, in that they try to do a lot of redemptions for a lot of their characters, and like, I get that Kiryu's, you know, supposed to be nice and like you know, sees the best in people, not Arase.
Nah.
Yeah. That's why. Okay, this is a game that's coming way later, but that's why I appreciate villains like both Shishido and Nishitani III. I thought they were excellent.
Yes.
Because they were
Yes.
just assholes. There's nothing more to it, you know?
Yeah.
And you could make the argument. Okay, we might go into a bit of a big topic here, but do you feel like we have too many redeemable villains? Yes or no?
Yes.
Not redeemable, but ones that get redeemed. Yes.
Okay, yeah, that's even better.
Yeah. Yeah.
Now, do you feel we
totally
have
agree.
too many villains that are just bad?
Bad in what way? Bad like
Evil,
they're
like-
evil
yeah.
or badly written?
No, evil.
Evil.
Yeah.
No, we don't have enough of them, honestly. But I feel that by nature of how the community reacts to them, or maybe the Japanese side of the community reacts to them, is why they're a bit more cautious about having someone that's just an asshole for the hell of it. But to me, let's say someone like the final boss of Kurohyou 1, does he lack individuality? Yes, but he is a dick that you're gonna
Yeah.
enjoy beating. Oh god, that's a poor way of phrasing that sentence. You're like, But yeah, someone like him, someone like, for example, one of the final bosses in Yakuza 5 that you fight in Theater Square, or to a lesser extent, the final boss of Yakuza 6. Like, I appreciate
Yes.
someone that's just evil for the hell of it,
Mhm.
but not overusing them. Let's just put it
Yeah.
that way.
Yeah. Yeah, that's
Yeah,
a
it's
good
kind
one.
of a strength and weakness of Ryuji in Yakuza 2 is he turns up like 4 times. Like,
Oh,
he
yeah.
turns up at like the funeral, you obviously meet him in chapter 2, and you don't really get to see him much until like, the Osaka Castle chapter, and you don't fight him there. He's just there to kill Toranosuke and be all like, we don't do this. Like, this is not how we operate.
Mm.
And then you don't get to see him until the finale. Like, he's there fleetingly, which is what makes him good because they don't overuse him.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And they leave bits and pieces to where the humanization in Dead Souls actually makes sense, because it's not like, oh, he's a chef, he's a good boy now, but it's like, yeah, he didn't outright attack Kiryu at Stardust, or I don't know, he tried to technically save Haruka and that type of stuff. Like, he's not a psycho, but he's not, an all right good guy all of a sudden.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's kind of like we were saying with Yakuza 4, where the interactions are really good. Like, the interaction between Kiryu and Ryuji is really good.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's awkward, and it's meant to be awkward.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Did you guys put the game on a rank yet?
I haven't even spoke about the game yet.
Oh yeah, go ahead.
Yeah. Game is absolutely terrible. Like, the frame rate is awful. Like, the controls are absolute garbage. Like, we literally got binary domain like 2 weeks before, and then Sega wondered why the hell the game didn't sell. Like, binary domain came out a year after in Japan, and like took so many like lessons from what they did with Yakuza Dead Souls. And like, there's so many annoying enemy types in Yakuza Dead Souls. There's so many guns that don't do anything. And yet Dead Souls is an absolutely phenomenal experience, and I absolutely fucking love the game.
Mm.
Had you in the first half. I adore Dead Souls so much. Like, Dead Souls is like, a lot of people absolutely hate Dead Souls, and I can understand why. And like, for the longest time, like, there was a whole like thing about how Dead Souls killed the series off in the West.
Yeah.
Like, it was part Dead Souls sales, and it was part the fact that, Sega Atlus were merging at the time, and Yakuza 5's localization is a beast. It is a giant thing. Like, you can thank Yakuza 5 for that as much as you can thank Dead Souls for that.
Yeah.
And it's one of those things where I think Dead Souls gets such a bad stick for, and like, you can absolutely dislike Dead Souls because everything that Dead Souls does is so different to what any other game does. But I'm so glad you brought it up earlier in the fact that Kamurocho constantly evolves. Like, it becomes a pain in the ass to actually traverse when 3/4 of the map is in the infected zone. But
Yep.
it's so unique. Like, there are certain parts where it does actually move some of the taxis to, like, be all like, hey, you can use this to get from this part of town, and now we're just going to move it down here because you can't get to it otherwise. And it's such a unique experience. Like, and I we've spent years of like, like the community being all like, this is the worst game ever to grace any system ever. It's irredeemable trash, when it's really not. Like, again, the characterization of certain characters like Ryuji and Majima is on point. Like, genuinely, the whole Kiryu cutscenes with him going to Kamurocho are just fantastic. As mentioned, the part where you literally fist fight the zombies in like Yakuza style is so absolutely terrible because it doesn't play like either 3 or 4 that came before it.
Yeah.
It plays like it does in Dead Souls. The lock-on system is literally Dead Souls, and it's absolutely terrible, and that's why it's so charming. Like, there is literally a character called Nagahama whose whole purpose is, I really like that guy Kazuma Kiryu. He's a good guy, that guy.
Yeah.
And it's weird that he's at the start of the game and then comes back in Kiryu's part and is one of the most heartwarming, tender moments in the game. Like, and despite that, Dead Souls is absolute garbage. There are multiple moments where you have to wait 3 minutes for, a timer to stop, and then the game carries on.
Yeah.
Like, there's a part where, as you said, the barricade gets broken. If you walk past the barricade's health goes down. Daigo, what are you doing? It's only you. There's no zombies hitting it. What's happening?
Shout out to the Daigo render where his hand clips with a shotgun.
It's good. Like, there's the parts that we like complain about with Yakuza 4, with the underground mall and the sewers not being utilized, actually get utilized in Dead Souls in proper set pieces and for movement to get around the city. Like, they do more in Dead Souls than they do in Yakuza 4. Like,
Yeah.
there's so many things that I absolutely vehemently hate about Dead Souls, and I absolutely adore that game. It's an A tier. Like, it's great.
Wait, you're gonna put it in A tier after all of that?
Yes.
Wait.
Love that game.
If I may interject, this analogy reminds me a lot of Drakengard. It's awful. I
Yes.
love it.
Yep. Don't get me started. I could talk about it serious Raz.
Likewise.
All right. Well, that would put us in the same position then, because I think. Wait, I didn't put it in S, did I? I think I did put it in A as well. So we got two A's, and did you rank it, Gokudoni?
Overall, I would put it in a B tier, but here's the thing. If I could run it properly, it would probably be top of B tier.
Let's go.
Like, we'll talk about this later with Lad Ishin. Unironically, the kind of I don't want to say half-assed, the kind of Kiwami that Lad Ishin is, where you just put it in the Unreal Engine, give it a coat of paint, make it like a proper frame rate, give it proper controls. That kind of a Kiwami would do really well for Dead Souls.
Yes.
Like,
Yeah.
I think a lot of people that dislike Dead Souls originally, because the biggest complaints are always the frame rate, the controls. You fix those, I think a lot of people will like it. Dead Souls, and this is the thing that I kept saying about LAD when it came out, it absolutely has the heart of Yakuza, and it wears it completely on its sleeve. Like, it is a brilliant experience if you get into it. Like, it is and from an entertainment point of view and from a fun point of view, it's a pain in the ass because to get to, the karaoke and stuff like that, you have to go into the infected zone, blah, blah, blah.
Yeah.
But it literally, like, and this is something we haven't mentioned that I really want to mention. The sub-story quality in Dead Souls is fucking A tier, like S tier. The sub-stories in Dead Souls are so good. They play on so many different horror tropes. It is fantastic.
Yeah.
Like, it plays to the strengths of being a horror game, for better or worse. Like, I love it to bits. Like, I really do. Sorry.
No. You were spitting facts there. All right.
Wax lyrical about Dead Souls for hours.
Same.
We can have like a specialized episode that's just talking about individual games. And
Yeah,
literally
true.
the first one being Dead Souls.
Definitely, yeah.
Yep.
Because like, as much as I love talking about all these games that we have today, we can't sit here for like 12 hours. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I mean, we could theoretically, but our bodies wouldn't take it.
Yes, I would love to, but my body has something else in mind. Dead Souls in particular is a game that, I feel like compared to other games, there's a lot we can go into. There's a lot to talk about. And you know what? Maybe we will do just that. Maybe for Halloween, we can have like a Dead Souls special.
Yeah. I would like to as well. Like, I know we're obviously like ranking the Yakuza games. At this point, Binary Domain would have come just before Dead Souls, and I would give Binary Domain an A. Or like a high B, low A.
Fair,
Like,
fair.
they learn a lot from Dead Souls. I just want to acknowledge that Binary Domain exists, even if you won't, RGG.
You can
know
still
what?
buy it on Steam, if nothing else.
Yes.
Yeah, I have it on Steam actually. I still haven't played it though. I would rank it,
Really?
but
Wow.
yeah, I still haven't played it. Maybe
God,
maybe I will on stream one day though, because people have been telling me to kind of play that on stream. And how long is it? Would you say like casually?
It's not long. Casually, it's like about 10 hours at most.
Okay,
Like,
so-
I don't even think it'll take that long if you play it on like normal difficulty. It's got multiple endings, of which you do have to grind for like the quotation marks like best ending, because
Uh-huh.
there's like a friendship-esque meter that you have to raise like everybody's to max, and you have to like either know what you're exactly doing or reload and make use of the checkpoint system to kind of glitch that out a little bit.
Yeah.
But you need to see the majesty that is Big Bo. Big Bo is one of RGG's best characters.
I think I know who
And
you're talking about.
It's such a really weird game because you have Troy Baker making a very racist slur towards Japanese people very early on, but you also
Ooh.
have this really interesting like half dub, half sub, where when there are two Japanese characters speaking to each other, they speak Japanese. They have Japanese voice actors.
Nice.
And then you have Johnny Young Bosch doing the weirdest Asian accent you'll hear in your entire life.
Yep.
Binary
Wow.
Domain is wild. I adore that game to bits. And we got it before Dead Souls, and that's the reason why Dead Souls felt so rough. And they also wondered why, why did Dead Souls not sell well? You released a game 2 weeks beforehand, which also didn't sell well. Congrats.
Wait,
Yeah,
wait,
I mean, don't
Dude,
forget the
it's big-
marketing where they brought American Curio as well.
Oh, that was.
Oh.
These days we can meme on that, but at the time, everyone in the community was so offended. That's not my Yakuza. I hate that shit. But like these days, we look at it and we go, "Fuck yeah, Keiko, 4th of July, let's go."
What did you want to say, Gokudoni? I think I interrupted you.
No, I was gonna say this is a very important thing for if either of you wanna go re-stream Binary Domain. This is a bit of a request to the modding community if anyone's listening, because if you look at the DLC packs for Binary
Yeah.
Domain,
Yeah,
particularly
yeah.
the Japanese DLC for the console iterations, it had costumes of Dead Souls characters that you could use
Yep.
in the game. And for whatever reason, Steam, like neither the Western nor the other regional versions, they just don't have that DLC available.
It was multiplayer only. That's why.
I looked into it. I think some people
Yeah.
did find the files, but like if you really want to go look out like for them, good luck, because I think they're super rare.
Trust me, I was desperately looking for it. I tried to make a Japanese Xbox account before they closed their stores to somehow download it, and I
Oh,
bloody
man.
couldn't.
Yeah.
But I tried.
Yeah.
I guess that might be lost media at some point.
I mean, it is literally
Yep.
because I mean maybe the PS3 store is still up, but the Xbox store no longer functions for that
Yeah.
game.
Yeah. close it
Yeah.
down.
Yeah, that-
I would expect as well, talking about some of the older games, Kurohyou 1 is not available digitally because it's too old.
Really?
Yeah, no,
Yeah.
that's the whole problem with me trying to speedrun it is because I like to do everything on like original hardware. So
Yeah.
I obviously have like both of them on PSP. I could do Kurohyou 2 because that's on digital PSN. But
Alright.
if you want to experience OG 1 and 2 in the best possible form, which is the Japanese only PS3 release, let's not talk about the Wii U version. I expect the PSN store is probably going to go down in like the next year or two. So if you want to like experience it, PS3 is a region free. You can just make an account and then go and like buy it off the Japanese store. It's not expensive. I think it's like, honestly, it's like 2,000 yen. I might be wrong with that. It's not too bad.
Thinking about the PSN, the PS Store going down is gonna make me cry, man.
Yeah.
Same.
Like, I have so many memories with the early store where getting something as simple as the Resident Evil 5 DLC, like it made me so happy at the time. It was a magical experience. Like the idea of DLCs were so new, and just playing what was it called, Lost in Nightmares for Resident Evil 5 and Desperate
Yes.
Escape. Like it was phenomenal. Like there was nothing like it at the time.
Yeah.
I'm so glad people protested so hard when they were closing the Vita and the PSP stores. How long was it?
Same.
Like a year or two ago now?
Yeah, it's been a while.
Yeah, the trouble is, it's absolutely going to happen at some point,
It
especially
will.
now that Microsoft have done it. Like, it's
Yeah. I just hope that, like, I don't know. I want to say something about game preservation, but I just don't know what to say, to be honest.
it comes back to the whole points we've been making about OG 1 and 2, in that like they're still phenomenal experiences. I think they are two of the best experiences on the PS2, and that is a ecosystem that had so many amazing experiences.
100%, yeah.
It's one of those things that like I'm sure fans themselves like that have gotten into the series would be actually like really curious about where the series came from. Like
Mhm.
there's a lot to them these days that hasn't aged well, but that's on you, the player, to decide if you enjoy it or not. Like
Yeah, 100%.
game preservation is important. We don't have enough of it.
Yeah. Definitely. All right. I can't believe we're almost at 2 hours.
And we are not even halfway yet.
Yes.
We may need to actually make this a two-parter at this point.
I was thinking the same thing, just in case. Because going by this pace, I think we're going to need like 4 or 5 hours total. And
Yeah.
there might be a lot to say about the later games as well.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
Right, so should we just wrap it up with Kurohyou 2?
Actually,
I
no.
think-
Sorry to interrupt, but I think the best cap-off point, just by nature of how massive the game is, would be Yakuza 5.
Yeah, I agree. I was actually going to suggest that. Yeah.
All right, you know what? You two got a point.
Also, one thing, I need to close a window right now. I'll be right back.
Take your time,
Oh,
take your
oh,
time.
goodness.
Take your time. So you put Dead Souls in A tier, right?
Yes.
Okay, just like me. Right.
Yep. I adore it. Like I know, like, you know, I went into that long diatribe about how much I dislike it. I adore the game. This is the reason why, again, like, we like saying there's no thing like, even though we rank things like kind of low, there's no thing as like, you know, actively disliking games, unless obviously we say so.
Yeah.
Because there's going to be one I will get to that I will say stuff about.
Yeah.
But it's one of those things where, again, it's all subjective, it's all opinion, and it's just, even if it's, you know, with a series as long as like RGG stuff, like, there's gonna be a game or two or three that you just don't resonate with that others do, and it's completely fine. And like,
Yeah.
that's like, I know a lot of people actively dislike, you know, they get headaches or migraines because of, you know, the frame rate stuff in Dead Souls. Understandable. Like,
Yeah.
it's not something that affects me, and I think because I've been playing games since the Mega Drive era, and
Same.
especially like RGG games that like were 30 FPS with drops, Yakuza 5,
Yeah.
dropping your inputs so much that it's just, I'm
Hell.
used to it. It's not something I factor into my stuff, but it is something that other people would factor into their opinion.
Yakuza 0 had drops as well on the PS4. It was like a very particular place. But in the Kuze fight with the mirrors, oh my god.
Yes. Yeah.
It was like 15 FPS as well.
Yeah. It's so weird. It's so weird.
Yeah.
I love the fact that with regards to frame rate, you can immediately tell who's let's put it this way, quote unquote, legacy gamer. Because those of us who have been with the medium, it's like, are you fucking kidding me? We used to play games that were sub 30. What?
Yeah.
So yeah.
Just to kind of make sure, where did you put Dead Souls, Gokudoni?
Oh, B tier.
B tier, okay. Right. We can talk about Kurohyou 2. I wish I can say that I like this game as much as I like Kurohyou 1, but holy shit. X-Hard gave me such a horrible fucking time that... Okay, maybe it's not fair to base my rating on X-Hard, but usually I like to play these games on X-Hard, and a lot of the games, I find that they're very, very reasonable, like in terms of difficulty, on the highest difficulty. But Kurohyou 2, oh my... There's like one other game maybe in the franchise that I have the same problem with. But other than that, all of the games on the highest difficulty, whatever. Even Dead Souls difficulty to an extent, I'm okay with.
Yeah.
Kurohyou 2. Fucking Yakuza-type enemies, because, you know, in the Kurohyou games, you have enemy types. The Yakuza-type enemies are the strongest. You have, like, street gangs, you know, thugs, whatever, school kids. But Yakuza-type enemies, they always come in alone. And I know what you're thinking. Yo, that's a good thing. They're alone. They're gonna be easy. Fuck no, they're not. They parry every fucking attack you do, and they take 10 minutes to beat if you're maxed out. So if you're not maxed out, fucking be ready to sit there for like 20 minutes, if not more. Holy shit, what were they thinking with this one? Legitimately. The street... Sorry to interrupt. The street Yakuza enemies are 20 times tougher than the story bosses. In what world does that make sense? I'm sorry. Kurohyou 2 does have its highlights. I love Tanaka, that horny motherfucker. But the Yakuza-type enemies ruin everything for me with this game. I'm sorry to, like, go off on a tangent. Did anybody want to say something?
No, I was gonna say pop off, because this is all relevant to how I feel about it.
Literally that, and I'm usually the Kurohyou apologist, but like, for anyone that hasn't played Kurohyou 2 and thinks that anyone's over-exaggerating it, imagine Mr. Shakedown, but with the leveling system of someone like Kiryu that has like a legend-style upgrade tree that just pops off your health. That's the level of bad.
Like, I don't know, if you think Kiryu in Yakuza 4 was a difficult boss fight, well, every street fight in this game is going to be a Kiryu fight. Not even a Kiryu fight. Like, it's 5 Kiryus. Like, 5 Kiryus who always spam tiger drops. Like, what the fuck is this? And don't get me started when they have weapons. Oh my god, like... So, because of Kurohyou's unique combat system, you can only focus on one enemy at a time. You can try to hit multiple enemies, but good fucking luck. Enemies, like the ones that you're not focusing on, will still try to attack you, and they will grab weapons, and they will fuck you up, because there's like the body part damage, and oh boy, you're gonna hate that in this game. Not only that, bystanders can fucking grab you for no reason. Like, really? Come on!
Yep.
Like, try to Try to help me out here. I want to love this game, but holy shit, dude.
Also, enemies can do tag heat actions on you if you're not careful.
I
Yep.
forgot about that.
Yep.
Love it. Love it.
I know.
It's
Sorry to interrupt. Just gonna say
no,
one
you go
thing.
on, you go on, you go on.
I know it's such an overused phrase, but holy shit, the Dark Souls of Yakuza is right here. This game is the Dark Souls of Yakuza. Play this on like X hard or maybe even hard. You're probably gonna hate the game, or if you're a masochist, you're gonna love this game.
No, this is the Bloodborne of Yakuza. Let's put it that way. You need to be aggressive.
Yeah.
I was gonna say it's the one like probably rare case where the speedrun is way better than the casual playthrough because the speedrun is only 2.5 hours. Kurohyou 1's is like 5 hours, but Kurohyou 2 is only 2.5.
Holy
Because,
shit,
like,
that
one
how
of-
long?
Yep.
Yeah, one of the well, with Kurohyou 1, you don't have like fast forwardable cutscenes unless you're in New Game Plus, which
Yep.
sucks. Kurohyou 2 does have them, which is good from the off. But there's one fighting style in Kurohyou 2. I can't remember which one it is. That in the speedrun, like you can just abuse like this one combo and everyone goes down in like 2 combos. Like but
is it
it
maybe
doesn't-
Extreme Wild Dance?
I can't remember honestly.
Okay.
But the issue is, as you say, like the harder difficulties, it takes so long. It's such a slog, and it's so wild because like what we were talking about earlier, in terms of, like going from OG1 to OG2, where it goes from like something a bit more personal to like a bit more of a grander like story scale. It feels like that with Kurohyou 1 to Kurohyou 2, but it doesn't feel as good.
Yeah.
If
yeah.
you guys were wondering, like the viewers, if you were wondering how a Yakuza 5 story would be like in gameplay form, play Kurohyou 2 on X hard or hard.
Actually,
It's-
that oh god,
Go-
that's a painfully good analogy.
It really is.
You may have ruined Kurohyou 2 for me now.
I'm sorry. It's just, we'll talk about Yakuza 5 soon, but Yakuza 5, the story does kind of drag. Kurohyou 2, the fights drag, like, not in the good way. It's like, why is this guy not dead already?
Yeah. Kurohyou 1, like, yeah, it had some bad things to its like combat, like certain QTs, etc.
Mhm.
But it had this balance. Like,
Yes.
it remembered that it's a handheld game and things, on the handheld shouldn't take literally 10 minutes. Like,
Oh my god. I completely forgot that it's on a handheld as well. Can you imagine the poor PSP buttons crying for help? Like,
the
stop.
PSP's battery life.
Exactly, one
alright, gotta
fight.
charge it.
Yeah.
Like, on the PSP, you had Tekken Dark Resurrection, and legitimately, you probably would have an easier time on that, a fighting game, compared to Kurohyou 2, in terms of, like,
Oh,
how
yeah.
bad you abuse the buttons. It's unbelievable.
Oh yeah.
It definitely had ambition. The fact that it introduced Sotenbori, like, again, really nice. Like, again,
Yeah,
I love the OGs and also Kurohyou's, like, depictions of Sotenbori. I love them so much. But, like, it just, it is that kind of Yakuza 5 thing where it tries to do too much.
Mhm.
And just, it needed a bit more focus, like Kurohyou 1 has.
To say a couple of positives as well, I do like that you can actually switch Tatsuya's outfit in the story.
Yes.
You have that, and then you also have the fact that I think this is something shared in both games, where after a street fight, you can choose to not forgive, like you just let them go. You get like, I think, money by letting them go, or you can beat the shit out of them for extra XP, or you can
Yeah.
recruit them as like, people who just join you in street fights. So
Yeah,
that was
you
cool.
had it in the first game too.
Oh, right, okay.
Hmm.
There was something about the second. Oh yeah, the fact that you can customize your own fighting style more than the first game. That was also
Yes.
cool.
Yeah.
Also, Akiyama cameo.
Yup.
Yep.
Hannah's in there too.
Yep.
Yuya was in 1, right?
Yeah, I think Yu was in 1.
Yeah, I forgot if you can also get into Stardust in 2, but he's definitely in one of the games.
Yeah.
Yeah, the game definitely does have like, as all Yakuza games, it does have cool things. But I think in terms of gameplay, especially this game, like it almost wants me to hate it. Which I mean, I sort of do, but I also kind of like a few things about it.
Yeah.
I would put this in like the lowest C tier, because that's the lowest thing that we have. So
I mean, you can create an extra tier for that. I don't mind.
you know what? Yeah, fucking F tier for this game. Nah, but for real, I think low C is enough, because like I don't think I'm gonna. I don't know if I'm gonna revisit this game anytime soon, but you know, uh, there are things to like about it. The soundtrack is awesome. I mean, they never miss with a Kurohyou soundtrack, so there's that.
I fully agree. Like all points and ranking, low C for me.
Okay.
Ooh. Well, now's the time for me to be the apologist.
Yes, go ahead, please.
I mean, here's the thing. Everything that you said is completely valid. It's one of the reasons why, unlike Kurohyou 1, which I would put in an S+, I would put Kurohyou 2 into an A tier. Like a higher A tier, but not at the very top. Which, considering everything that we've said, which is valid, is quite a bit of a like, seriously, how can that game be that good? But here's the thing. If you go for 100% completion in this game, which... You know how I said the first game was hellish? Do not try platinuming bloody Kurohyou 2.
Yeah.
I'm stuck on 99.9% because of multiple glitches that prevent you from platinuming the game. Number one, if you go into Premium Adventure. Number two, if you go into New Game Plus. I have over 200 hours in that game, but yeah. Putting that aside, by looking at the side content, you realize that there are ways to circumvent some of the issues inherent to the combat. For example, what Leon said, how when you defeat an enemy, provided that you're in heat mode, there is the option of you being able to deal with one of the thugs that you faced in a multitude of ways. One of them being that you get extra XP, one of them that you get money.
Mhm.
But there's also the option of, unlike in the first game, where you would recruit them into the multiplayer, here you can recruit them to actually be NPCs that follow you around town. And depending on who you recruit, because there's God knows how many NPCs that you can recruit, each of them have a specific stat buff that is more often than not more effective than an actual equipment piece. So you'll have individuals that will literally either decrease enemy aggression or decrease or maybe even completely turn off enemy spawns. I'll need to look up because I have a ton of them in my... Like, you can literally just call them up on your phone. It's like, oh yeah, spawn here.
Yeah.
And they'll be there and they'll have, those things. But yeah, the oh god, the aggression of the regular encounters is awful. But putting that aside, the amount of side activities that they added, again, they were really fun in the first game, but a bit simplistic. Here, they just included so many things, including an actually good karaoke song that you can actually play like a
Majima no
karaoke song.
Rock, let's go.
Yeah.
Some of the most absurd inputs that I've seen, and I love them. You have probably, I mean, what you already said with the customization. This is probably the most customizable combat in the entire franchise. Because you can put, like, I don't know, extreme god leg as your
The kicks.
feet move. Yeah. Or I don't know, god hand for the legs and then grabs from extreme wild dance or whatever.
Yeah.
You have already 20 styles, and the fact that they added that is just chef's kiss.
Mm-hmm.
Also, I will go on a whim and say that this game has the single best final boss theme of the franchise.
Born to
bar
be
none.
wild, baby.
It DMCA's you as well, hell yeah.
Yeah. It has no right to go that hard, including going hard on the YouTube algorithm, but copyright system.
Kurohyou is such a
Dear God.
landmine in general because it's not just
Yeah.
that song; it's the cutscenes as well. You never know.
Oh, it's everything.
Everything, yeah.
They don't want you to play that game, but the fact that we
was-
have a functional localization is just yes.
Yeah.
Like to take off from that a little bit, that was the whole PS3 era where all the cutscenes were copyright claimed from
Yeah.
every game. 3, 4,
Yep.
5, Binary Domain, Kurohyou 2. Like, ugh.
But
Main content
especially
on the PS3 era is hard.
if you happen
yeah.
to have a copyrighted song, they'll fucking come for your family.
Oh, literally. Oh god.
OG 1 and 2 hit you for the donkey theme, but only when the lyrics kick in.
Yep.
Huh.
It's
Also,
wild.
wait, Hatsune Miku song in 5, I believe, also.
Yep.
So wait, that's just the thing. The Don Quixote thing is just with 1 and 2 OG.
Yes. Yeah,
'Cause-
it's
'cause-
never hit me in 3, 4, and 5.
Okay, because
wild.
people told me like Don
Ishin.
Quixote in general just to like avoid the song. So whenever I get there, I just mute the game.
Yeah. It's weird. Ishin's one, I can't remember if it does or not. I love Ishin's like so much.
Mm. Yeah.
But yeah, no, I'm glad you get to talk positive about Kurohyou because like I feel like for a lot of people, like they're not as good as like the mainline series. They're still very, very, very worth experiencing, even with our thoughts on Kurohyou 2. But it is nice to hear someone like actually be positive about like
Yeah.
Kurohyou 2 for once. I feel like all I hear is like a lot of not necessarily negativity, but a lot of like criticism for stuff that we feel doesn't get quite right as the Kurohyou one.
Yeah.
Hmm. I mean,
Seeing
it's fair, but
somebody, have passion for a game that not people talk about, that's nice.
Yeah,
that's what I love
Yeah.
about Dead Souls, because everyone's like, "Oh yeah, it's a bad game. It performs poorly. Did you play it? No, but this guy said that it performs poorly,
Yeah.
and that's the
It-
entirety of it."
like back in the day, like a lot of people just unfairly blamed it for the almost death of the series in the West, and like like I definitely think there is an element of it not doing well, but there was such a period, and I'm fairly certain if you're around then you'll remember a period of people going like, I'm not gonna play Dead Souls, I don't want to play a zombie game, and just dismissing it outright, kind of like when people were saying that about LAD before it came out, and like being all like, I don't want to play a turn-based game. And it's like, yeah, you can fully not like the actual turn-based aspect,
Mhm.
but you can't then go ahead and deny that it's a Yakuza game. I saw so many people
Exactly.
going, this is not going to be a Yakuza game because it's like a complete tonal shift. Like,
That is such
no,
heavy
it-
copium.
I
yeah,
mean, some people still say that, including about actually, most of the spin-off. I've heard people say, "Oh, Judgment, why do you call it a Yakuza game? I will
Oh
yeet you
no.
off a cliff."
yeah. And that's not us saying you can't dislike the games. Like, you can absolutely dislike the games. That's the best part about having an opinion is you can absolutely have like legit reasons as to why you dislike the turn-based combat. Again, like
Yeah, you just
LADs feels weirdly sluggish compared to Infinite Wealths now because of all the like improvements, but
Mhm.
you can still dislike it.
Yeah.
Like absolutely.
Yeah. It's just, learning not to be an asshole when you dislike something is what makes the
Yeah, exactly.
difference.
Yeah. Like you can
Um,
absolutely respect others' opinions and have others respect your opinion as well.
Absolutely, yeah. I mean, again, look at Gokudoni here with the A-tier Kurohyou 2, and meanwhile, I'm
Yeah.
I'm putting it in the lowest possible place.
Yeah, like I respect it, and I'm glad that there are people that
Same.
like it. It's one of those things where like there's a lot of games that will just get crapped on for what they are. Like I'm sure there's a lot of people that are going to disagree with what we're going to say about Yakuza 5, but there's also a lot of people that will agree as well. It's like
Yeah.
that's the beauty of it. Like it's like kind of like what we said earlier. For some people, this is going to be your favorite, and for some people, it's just not going to resonate with you.
Yeah.
That's
Yeah.
completely fine.
And to
The
add
point
one more
is,
thing.
play the game. Sorry, go.
No, I was just gonna say, to add like one more thing to this whole like opinion thing. When it comes to tier list, like at least for me, the way I try to look at it is, okay, like the way this person ranks these games is how much he enjoys each game, which is completely natural for somebody else to enjoy, different games. Doesn't necessarily mean they hate the guts of that game or the fans of that game. It's just, their preference. Which, I mean, saying this, it sounds obvious as hell, but I feel like sometimes it does need to be said still.
Yeah.
But yeah, one more thing to add to that. Sorry to cut you off, but it's
Go
like,
on.
even if people despise like, let's say you criticize one game more than anyone else, you still legally purchase the game, you actively cover it on the channel, you keep a discussion going for the game. It's like, people can despise your opinion all they want, but you're in reality still doing a good thing for the image of the game by actively bringing it up, so that people will get the opportunity to defend it in the comments and so on and so forth.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, true.
And that's also why, having a forum, like I know YouTube comments isn't the best forum, but having a place to like have a longer form discussion about it is a lot better than certain places, because there's definitely some parts of the internet, cough Twitter cough, that have just become a argumentative hellhole that isn't exactly great for discussion. Like
Yeah.
I'm
there's a lot of
waiting-
people that are just angry at the moment to be angry when, the nice thing is we said earlier, like everybody's opinions on Yakuza games, usually most people just respect that,
Yeah.
Like some people are going to say that Yakuza 5 is the best game ever, and some people are going to say it's too bloated. Like,
Yeah.
so which one of you thinks it's too bloated?
Yes. Again, I have a 47,900 and something Word document just talking about the story. So that should
Goodness.
give you a rough idea.
If there was a master's degree for Yakuza 5, I think Gokudoni would be the first one to get it.
and I fully blame Yokoyama for that, because you know the whole deal when you criticize a game and then someone will say, "Oh, you missed this point, therefore you probably didn't notice how the ludonarrative aspect implies that blah blah blah."
Yeah.
So what that means in terms of Yakuza 5 is that I need to retell the entirety of the story, beat for beat, interaction for interaction, and then say, okay, this didn't work. This was reiterating on something that didn't need to be reiterated upon. This
Yeah.
is just bloat and playing deconstructing the game on the game's terms is hell, and that's why something like Yakuza 5 is such a a heavy topic of debate, to put it that way.
Man, I wish I can remember the number of words that I had with the longest video that I made, which was the Yakuza 6 and 7 video, because I don't remember. But you have quite a road ahead of you, so I just want to wish you good luck with that video.
Yeah.
I haven't recorded a single line because it's too hot. I would literally suffocate.
Yeah, I get you. But I mean, just one step at a time, because like huge projects like that can really fucking take the soul out of you. But as long as you like don't think of them as like, I don't know, obligatory, I guess. Like just do it whenever you can,
Yeah. I mean, this is something that's been evolving over the last few years. Literally, from the moment that I started my second playthrough of Yakuza 5, which was the last thing that I did for the Platinum, I was like, I'll just sketch down a few things what I like and don't like about the story. And then it just ballooned into this.
Yeah. I also just want to say, like, if you ever need, like, I don't know, any possible footage that might be a bit annoying to record that some days, my channel is open to you, okay? Just take anything.
Aw, thank you.
Anytime. Speaking of... Yeah?
Yeah, back to Yakuza 5. That's what I was gonna say.
Yeah, I was gonna say, speaking of, let's move on to Yakuza 5, the game of all time. If you guys don't mind, I will start.
Go ahead.
Yakuza 5, contrary to what many people think, I do like things about this game. I think like where the game truly shines is the quality of life that it brings from Yakuza 4, and you have a whole bunch of like new playable characters. I mean, I say a whole bunch. I mean Haruka and Shinada, which are that's kind of new enough for a new Yakuza game. Kurohyou, Akiyama, Saijima come back. They mostly play the same, but also they've kind of been enhanced a little bit for this new engine they're using for this game. The combat feels great. Like I do like the combat in this game. Though, like Froob was saying earlier, like some characters might feel better in Yakuza 4, funnily enough. One of those is Akiyama. I think Akiyama played so much better in Yakuza 4. It's insane.
Yeah.
Saijima, on the other hand, like he he gets a massive health bar, even bigger than Yakuza 4. He gets a counter, he gets new heat actions. So, there's a lot of good new stuff for Saijima. And then you have, Haruka, whose gameplay is completely unique. It's like just a rhythm-based kind of thing. And I actually really like that. I like, because of Yakuza, I like rhythm-based stuff. And I found her part to be pretty fun. Now, I think as most of you know, the story is one major part of the game where things fall flat for me, but I said the same for Yakuza 4. Like, the story I don't really care for because of, like, how bad it can get, in my opinion. Yakuza 5 has highlights, just like Yakuza 4 does. Yakuza 4, for example, the protagonist fights, I love those so much. You have, like, I don't know, the Solitude segment with Kurohyou. That is so fucking good. Just going into this, like, construction site alone, beating all of those, like, Yakuza members solo, just, it's so good. In Yakuza 5, like, how do I say? There are highlights, but I don't know. I wouldn't say they're less, because you have really exciting moments, like, Kurohyou versus the Tojo clan. You have Saijima versus the bear. I love that fight. And you have Akiyama. Okay, maybe Kanai is not the best choice. To be fair, though, I really, really love the final Kanai fight. I don't know what it is about that fight, but I think it's one of my favorite like final fights in the game. It's amazing.
I mean, it's one civilian against an army. What's there not to like?
Exactly. And then the Omi Alliance bows to him like, "Yo, you're a fucking badass." Like, oh.
I think that's the vibes with 5 in general, and from what you're like also saying, 5 is a build up. And like although you fight Kanai like 4 or 5 times, and it just builds up to that last one.
Yeah,
It's really good.
Definitely. I don't want to like hog the mic for this too long. I just want to say like the gameplay for this game is really, really fun. I do enjoy it. The side activities are abundant. But I do think the game also falls flat heavily in terms of replayability. I think Froob confirmed that at the moment the longest speedrun in the franchise is still Yakuza 5.
It's
Let's
had its crown
go.
returned to it, baby. Infinite Wealth is now shorter than Yakuza 5.
There you have
Yes.
it. I can't honestly. I can't wait to see the development of the Infinite Wealth speedrun as it hopefully goes even less and less.
Yeah, there's still good ideas being thrown around.
Nice. I'm really glad to hear that.
We might be able to use our boy Zhao. It might be happening.
Let's fucking
Yes.
go.
Finally.
My biggest problem with Yakuza 5 by far is the dialogue. Now, there's multiple
Yep.
layers to this. First of all, you could argue some dialogue is just like, it doesn't need to be there. There's a lot of it. But then there's the fact that you can't skip the dialogue as efficiently as fucking Yakuza 3 and 4, which those two are older games than, Yakuza 5. And yet the dialogue skip is so much faster. Because of that, it doesn't really ever feel like there's a lot of dialogue. Unlike Yakuza 5. Yakuza 5, you hold the skip button, like R1 and X if you don't know that shortcut. You do that, and the skip is still slow as hell. You're waiting for the animations to finish, and it's like, okay. Because of that, like, an average replay is, like, for somebody who, an average Yakuza fan, 7 hours, 8 hours, which is a long-ass time compared to, like, Yakuza 3 or 4, which they
For
can take.
reference, speedrun wise, world record is 5:49:59, aka 5:50. That's how long it is.
Mm-hmm.
Wait. Is that any percent or New Game Plus?
Any percent.
Bloody
New
hell.
Game Plus is actually very similar because
The dialogue.
you still can't skip the dialogue. Yeah.
Oof.
Yep.
Yeah. Like, one of the reasons, I'm not saying we need Kiwami games of, like, Yakuza 3 and 4 or 5, but one of the biggest pros of having a Kiwami version of 3, 4, and 5, but 5 especially, I don't care as much about 3 and 4, is being able to, like, play through the story much more pleasantly, because there's so much skipping. You're skipping more than you're actually playing the game. I think...
Provided they do it right, looking at you, lad Ishin. We'll talk about that when we get to lad Ishin next time.
Yeah. Okay, again, like with a couple of games on this list, I feel like this might come off as too harsh because of where I'm gonna put this game. But you know what? I'm not gonna put it in the lowest tier. I'm gonna put it in low B. How about that?
Ooh.
Viewers who are like, "Oh my god, how dare you hate Yakuza 5, Leon? Are you happy now?"
Oh, don't worry. We'll trick them with something that will not be elaborated upon until we reach the very last segment of the video, second one or third one. Ah.
So yeah, I think like at this point of time, assuming C is the lowest tier, low B, maybe high C, definitely higher than Kurohyou 2 for me, and Kenzan. So it's not, it's definitely not my least favorite, but it does have problems that kinda like make me not want to revisit it as much, especially for streaming. So yeah, high C, low B. What about you guys? And sorry for talking for so long.
That's fine.
Hmm.
It's hard. Yakuza 5 feels like we have a thing called Marmite in the UK, and it's literally a you love it or you hate it kind of thing. And I feel like Yakuza 5 is the thing that encompasses the Marmite factor the most. You either vibe hardcore with Yakuza 5 or you don't. For me, and this goes for both like casually, like first playthrough, multiple playthroughs since, and the speedrun, in the when you get to play the game is really good. But you don't get to play the game that often because of the excess dialogue.
Yes.
The way the PS3 games work is the only skippable cutscenes are the CG cutscenes. And as you say, the dialogue takes longer to skip because there's a lot more unskippable animations in all of its dialogue. We see the dumbest of things in the speedrun because we do it so often. We're stuck in those cutscenes so many times. When you first go to get Baba, rescue him from the mountain, his eyes are open and he closes his eyes. Guy's awake. He's just faking it. Like, entire time, he's faking it. Heck, that guy. But it's like, it has so much, I don't want to use the word fluff, because there is important things in them, but it feels like they had 4 different writers, one for Kiryu, one for Akiyama Haruka, one for Saijima, one for Shinada, and then they had one for the finale.
Yeah.
And it feels like
Yep.
you've got 4 individual stories that then tries to all come together at the end.
Yeah.
And I don't think 5 does it quite as well as 4 does. I don't think it does it as well at all. Like,
Yeah.
I do think there are some good interactions. The bit with Shinada in Serena at the end of the game when Kiryu goes, "Who's this guy?" is a perfect encapsulation of one, the brilliantness that Yakuza can do with its character interactions, but also the problems with Yakuza 5.
Mm.
Because I love Baseball Man to bits. Who is this guy? What is he doing there? Like, he's only there because of the Tokyo Dome. Like, whether that be because of like the whole like Tanamura actor things changing stuff or whatever. Like there's a legit reason as to, he's Daigo's childhood friend, but that's about the extent of it. And it
Mm.
feels weak. And I think that's the issue with Yakuza 5's plot in general, is there's a lot of points that just feel weak. When
Yeah.
you get to the finale chapters, which are long and bloated, but I actually kind of like the fact they're like split into multiple parts
I love
because
that.
it
Yeah.
allows them to like tell the finale story they want to tell.
Yeah.
The issue is they try to bring everything together, and that whole dumb segment at the top of Kamurocho Hills, hey, let's fight each other, and then the winner will get to see the mastermind. Y'all are bloody dumb. Y'all have lost it at that point. It's an excuse gameplay wise for having boss fights, yes. Like, and they're good boss fights. Gameplay wise, they're fantastic boss fights. I love Watase. Watase is one of the best new characters to come out of that game by far. I'm glad they keep using him. Please keep using him. Please bring him back. But like, oh my god, their logic and their reasoning at that point goes out of the window. And yet somehow the final chapter is like still somewhat satisfying. Like,
the logic is so out the window in that particular part that they had 2 rooftops instead of 1. Like, why did we need 2 rooftops?
I adore, like, Watase after having been shot in the leg going, I'm going to jump this building, I'm going to get you. And it's just like, no, you're not. But like, it's that absurdity that just works. Like, and yet everything that happens after that point, and like, the fans use this a lot, and I use this a lot of just, it's the summation of all of the failures of Daigo Dojima. Because Daigo Dojima has the entire thing in his hands, in control. Bang, here comes Kanai. Like, literally, like it's a culmination of like everything that is good and bad about the series. Like, for better or worse, it's a mess, and yet parts of it work really well. And like, gameplay wise, as you say, Yakuza 5 is fantastic. I think the Yakuza 5 combat is probably the best of the PS3 era. It's a little skewed considering, Zero has a PS3 port, etc.
Yeah.
And like Ishin does as well. But it's like, in terms like the games, I call them the trilogy. 3, 4, and 5. I call them the PS3 trilogy.
That's a good name, yeah.
Like, it feels the most complete that the series is at that point. Like, we're using an advanced version of the engine that, like, 3 and 4 had used at that point, and Dead Souls started to like go forward. The game looks gorgeous. Like, the models are so high quality even on PS3. There are weird frame rate drops and input drops on PS3 that are just infuriating in certain fights. There are certain fights, the final boss, I adore. I know people that hate it because of the way that it actually works.
Yeah.
I adore that final boss. Like, speedrun cheese aside, like, playing it legit, it's so good. It's so good. Like, I think the Amons are more fair and balanced than 4's. Let's not talk about bloody Jiro and his wonderful sledgehammer, you jackass. But there's so much extra fluff. Like, I know people have, like, memed and laughed about the whole, RGG quote of "this is our San Andreas of the series." But from an objective standpoint, it is. Look at the Victory Road stuff. It's way too much. Like, and also, fuck you, Raiden, for running world record, you jackass. Like, it's so much in that you have to get every character up to that point. You can even level them above their limit, which takes so long. But there is weirdly good balancing in the game. Saijima's part, for as much of a drag as it is, you only have 2 fights before you get to prison. As long as you don't do like optional fights on the street. You have the tutorial fight, and then you have the batting center fight. When you're at the batting center fight, you're already like level 4 or 5 on Saijima. Like, it gives you so much experience at the start because it knows you're not going to have proper fights again until you get Tsukumino in chapter 4. Like, and it's so wild. And again, I could complain so long about the pacing of just You could
Oh,
have had
yeah.
2 chapters in Sukamino. And Sukamino itself is a hellhole. The map itself is so well designed, but Yakuza 5's fight spawns are hell. Hell on earth.
Literally
like-
Corridor City.
Yep. And
Mhm.
Yakuza 5, like Dead Souls, has some really good sub-stories.
Yeah.
They follow this trend of like you have a certain amount for each character and you don't go too far over that amount that actually adds and helps to it. And you have some actually genuinely hilarious ones. The Pocket Warmer with Saijima, where the entire like office that is always utilized in these games, the same layout, just gets set on fire and you have the fire extinguisher to like put it out. Like it's a very simple one, but it's very funny when at the end your reward is another Pocket Warmer and Saijima is just like, no. Like there's
Yeah.
good stuff to Yakuza 5 so much. I adore it, and I also don't at the same time.
Yeah.
Like, it's so hard to quantify for me about how I feel about Yakuza 5 because, like, gameplay wise, when it lets you play, it's so good,
hmm
but it just doesn't let you play long enough. I
Yeah.
really like the
Yes.
side content. Like, again, in terms of scale, like the taxi driving, the hunting, like Haruka's idol stuff, Shinada's baseball, which they had a whole new baseball system just for Shinada. Like,
Yeah.
it's so good. Like they really went all out on it,
hmm
but it just falters in a lot of places. And like, I think for me it's a B because it's just I love so many parts of it, and yet I dislike so many parts of it. It hurts. I want to love Yakuza 5, and I just can't. But I fully get anyone who loves Yakuza 5 because I'm
Yeah.
right there with you. Like, it is so good, but it falters under its own feet. Like, sorry, I waffled for a long time there. I
Nah,
could
don't worry
talk
about
live
it.
for hours. Like,
I think
go
we're all
off.
passionate about Yakuza 5 in
I-
one way or another.
yeah.
Literally.
it is great, but it's just also not, and that's what hurts.
Mm. Yeah. Yeah, very understandable. I feel like I already said too much about Yakuza 5 because I have like a couple of videos about that game.
Yep.
So if anybody wants to see like my in-depth take, you can watch those videos. So that's why if we ever do like an episode specifically for Yakuza 5, I'm gonna leave most of the talking to the others because I said my piece about the game like a lot of times.
Even if you were to do that, it's gonna take like 3-4 hours just for Yakuza 5 alone.
Minimum. It will probably be several hours for one protagonist to go. Oh god.
Yep.
And then I imagine for the story segment, Snowiest would just be silent because he doesn't care much about the story.
He tried skipping everything, but he couldn't.
Yeah.
Did you say your piece, Gokudoni?
No, I was just ragging off on the story, but wait.
Go
okay.
off. Go off.
Here's probably the biggest shock that will come out, considering how critical I was over the game up until this point. At one point in time, and I'm talking specifically between December of 2012 up until the point where I believe December of 2015, maybe, when the game was localized, I was in the camp of people who considered this game a flawless masterpiece.
Same.
The best game
Actually,
I've
same.
ever seen in my life.
Yep.
And then I saw the story, and I refused to accept the flaws of this game for a good number of years. And now I feel like there's a number of people who are in a similar camp, where when I talk to people who... Here's the thing. There's a difference between acknowledging the faults of Yakuza 5 and still adoring the game, and still considering it one of the best in the series. There's a difference between that and then people who will be adamant that, oh, if you think the story of Yakuza 5 is bloated, you don't understand it. Or,
Yeah,
that type of
yeah.
stuff.
God, I hate that take.
Yeah. Yeah.
And from personal experience, it's usually people who have been in the trenches back then who still have that idealized version of the game. I get it. It took me a number of years to get out of that skull and be like, this game has flaws, but I still revisit it more than any game in the franchise. It's the weirdest thing about it.
Yeah.
Because, I mean, putting the story aside, because I still claim that the story died on that rooftop. Fucking the rooftop
Yeah.
scene. But here's the thing with Yakuza 5. For how amazing it is, it in equal regards refuses to let you enjoy it. Between the awful enemy encounters, between the amount of extra dialogue that makes replays insufferable if you just want to go through the boss fights and set pieces, between I don't know, side stories losing out on their replayability after you initially finish them,
Mhm.
to some of the missable stuff in the story, to in certain instances like combat downgrades, like let's say Akiyama, or certain weird design choices with Shinada. But for how many things I have that I may be critical over, to this day, I still think that there are certain things in Yakuza 5 that have yet to be topped by the entire franchise. Like, I keep going back to the 1 versus 100 scene with Kiryu. Bloody
Yeah.
hell, that was beautiful. Or the melancholy of Kiryu's personal character arc in the first game. I'm one of the few people who keeps debating on what if Kiryu died at the end of Yakuza 5? Would that have made this game a more, I don't know, respectable entry for being that extreme? Because watching that game and looking at the fact that we wouldn't get a continuation of the story for 4 games, I believe, or actually we had Zero, Kiwami, Ishin,
Yeah.
Three
and
games,
only
I
then
think.
would we get, yeah. So again, you've been there, you've been following the series. So imagine having to stew on the fact that maybe Kiryu doesn't survive this. Because at the end, he's just like, is this a dream? He holds Haruka's hand, and that's kind of the end of it. He could have realistically
Yeah.
died in her arms.
Yep.
And I keep coming back to that. I talked about it in the actual script where I'm like, maybe RGG themselves had to ponder, okay, do we say goodbye to him? Would that be too hard of a pill to swallow for the community? And then they just didn't. And the finality that this game could have had, that maybe would have elevated the roughness that led up to it, both narrative wise and gameplay wise, because it's like, for how many missteps the game has, the actual ending of Kiryu accepting what his Yume, for lack of a better word, was, and only being able to attain it by actively running away from it for the entirety of the story is so bittersweet, so beautifully tragic that the ending still hits for me, even after all this time. But yeah, you can tell that I'm very mixed on the game. And overall,
Mhm.
I'm pretty sure I would put it at like a high C tier, despite the fact that I actively revisit it. Because
Oh wow.
if the game requires you to put that much effort, like, oh, have 17 different save files so that you can visit each specific part of the story,
Oh.
or have to
Yeah.
or have to beat that one specific sub story in 4 separate playthroughs, so that you don't have to bother with random encounters that are just awful in this game, or that type of stuff. If it puts that many boundaries to enjoy it to the extent that the other games do, there is a problem there that needs to be addressed. So
Yeah.
that's the
It's-
long and short of it.
It's like Saijima's part is such a good example of that, where yeah, you have access to Kamurocho at the very, very start, but once you've gone to the batting center, you don't have access to playing as Saijima properly for
Until
literally
chapter
almost
4,
an
right?
hour.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep.
Like it's just so wild. I think that it's a bit of a cop out quote, but Yakuza 5 has the highest highs and the lowest lows. Like
Yeah.
when
Yeah.
Yakuza 5 goes all guns are blazing, it's so good. But to get to that point, like no one wants to replay through the prison sections just to get to playable Tsukumino with Saijima. Like it's unfortunate.
Do
Like
we all agree that Saijima has the worst pacing in that story?
yes.
Yep. Both if if we consider it a standalone part or if it's consider it a large part. Okay, just to add to that, I believe that this story would have been an S tier if they treated it as an anthology, because they present the amount of detail in each individual part that would benefit them being self-contained stories.
Yeah.
But they actively remove the finality by putting Kurosawa in the end, and no one questioning it even remotely, and then just leading into the finale. It's like, yeah, if you treat this as one cohesive story, the pacing is awful. If you treated them as standalone stories, it would have been valid.
Yeah.
Well agreed. Yep.
Every time I think about it, it's just kind of baffling to me how, again, like Froob said, Sajima's gameplay truly starts in chapter 4. Like, what's up with that?
Yeah. It's such a shame. Like I want to love the game so much, and it just doesn't give you a reason to. And like
Mhm.
there's so many positive things. Like I don't want to be overly negative to Yakuza 5 because I absolutely adore Yakuza 5, but like the lows just overwrite the highs for me.
You
It
know,
just-
somebody in chat is gonna say, "Oh, how could he say I love this game, but it doesn't give me enough reasons to love it." You know, somebody in chat is
Yeah.
gonna pick on that.
yeah, like it's kind of funny because I hear people say like, you know, you like the Haruka sections, we don't want to do it. It drags them down. Yeah, fun fact, you can actually skip all of Haruka's gameplay.
Yes,
We do
yes,
that in
you
the
can.
speedrun.
You can.
Like
Yeah.
I don't want to always like bring back the speedrun stuff and mechanics, but like you only have to do one song with Haruka, and it's the
Yeah.
one you would not expect because you would think it'd be like the Princess League final round. You think that you have to win the Princess League, and this is one of the things I actually like about Yakuza 5.
there is either one, you can just skip all the songs in the Princess League. That's what we do in the speedrun. Or you have a conversation with Yamaura just before the final round of the Princess League, where in any Yakuza game, you get a yes-no option. And when you press no, it regurgitates the conversation constantly.
Yep.
One of these is like an easy example is like Kamaki's training in Kiwami 1. It's avoidable in OG1 because he's at the top right part of West Park. But in
Yeah.
K1, you are dragged into that cutscene to learn the Kamaki shot stopper, which
Yeah.
is a good move. But you literally in K1, he will ask you, do you want to learn this move from me? And if you say no, he will go, do you want to learn this move from me? If you say
Yeah.
no, he will say, do you want to learn this move from me? And you see
I
where
hate
I'm
it.
going with this. Like, but Yakuza 5 has that one instance where Yamaura's like, do you want to quit the Princess League? Where you can say yes. And like a lot of people don't realize there is like a different set of like outcome to like that part because the fact that you can just quit the Princess League.
Mm.
It makes the
Yep.
plot even more weird and contrived because, you know, the whole point was to win the Princess League to do the concert at the Tokyo Dome, and they just say, heck it, we're gonna go do it anyway. So it's like, it's what have you just done that entire part for?
Yeah.
It's so weird because like the only thing you have to do is you know how you like whenever you unlock the new songs, you do the training in the dance room for
Yeah.
the third song. That's the one. That's the one you have to do.
Yep.
You just have to show that you can do the song, and you don't even have to do both the objectives. You only have to do one of them, which is like a 40 combo. Like it's
Mm.
as simple as that. So it's really weird in like the things that it even wants you to do. Like
Yeah.
Haruka's like gameplay, if you just distill it to the story stuff or the like rhythm game, the so much mores, is 45 minutes. And you can skip all of that. Like,
Yeah.
so that whole argument of just, you know, the Haruka stuff takes like too long, you can skip it. Even skipping her songs, getting to chapter 3 of Akiyama, not counting like the chapter 3 and 4 Haruka stuff, which is still there, takes 35 minutes.
Mm.
Like,
Hmm.
and here's the weirder part. Haruka has movement tech.
Oh,
Haruka,
really?
if you've ever thought that Haruka is moving slowly, and you've probably seen it yourself, and you've
I
probably
did,
wondered to
yeah.
yourself, is she going slower? Haruka does this thing where she turns her head left and right, and she
Yes.
slows down.
Yes.
You can stop that by resetting the direction on the left stick, and then going again. Like, it's
Ah.
literal movement tech that Haruka has. Like,
Sweet.
for some reason, she just slows down.
Yeah.
Like,
Nobody else
why
does.
is that a thing? Yeah, why is that a thing? Yakuza 5. Like, it's so weird. I like, despite complaining about all this, like, I love that part with Haruka. I love the rhythm gameplay. It's not hard, and like the reason why it's all skippable is because, you know, RGG are like, if case people don't like like rhythm stuff, we can just like let them skip it.
Yeah.
Like, but it just it's a great summation of just Yakuza 5's problems of just, if you can skip it, why is it there?
Yeah.
Like,
Because I can give you a direct answer. Because it was either Yokoyama or Nagoshi. I keep going back and forth between those. I'm not sure whose quote it is, but trust me, I've looked into far too many interviews for this. But they have said, and I quote, "We wanted to create a game to where it feels like it's the only game you would need to own for the system."
Wasn't that
Yeah.
for Infinite
Yakuza
12?
5. No, I distinctly. Well, maybe they repeated it for Infinite.
Maybe,
or
yeah. Maybe they did just repeat it.
But
yeah.
I distinctly remember it for Yakuza 5 because it was like, yeah, looking at it, if you owned a Yakuza 5, you wouldn't even need a GTA 5. Like,
Yeah.
call it take or whatever. This game has enough sustenance to where it can be that one game that you dedicate thousands of hours into, and it would
Mm.
justify it. But I'd like to think that, because I believe the development cycle was, and this will be a rough estimate, 2 years long, which included creating a new engine.
Yeah.
I don't think it was as smooth as they'd anticipated it, and that's why a lot of the individual parts start breaking, for lack of a better word.
Yep. And you've
Hmm.
got all the ambition as well with like, yeah, sure, Sotenbori is still the same Sotenbori, but it hadn't been in that engine at that point. So they had to,
Exactly.
you know, do Sotenbori. They did Tsukumino. They did Nagasu. Like, oh my god, there's like so many like really cool parts that they actually do in that game. Like, they've put so much into it, like so much. And it's just it's just I love it. I love it to bits, and yet I wish it was better. Like,
Same.
Yeah.
Oh, racing minigame also. I adore that. I wish it had more like routes, tracks, whatever.
Yeah.
Even
Yeah.
even the hunting minigame. Mind you, I hate that it's shoehorned into the actual main story. But as
Yeah.
far as replayability goes, the fact that you have so many shacks that you can visit and all that, it's such a comfy game.
Yep.
Once you get the faster movement and all that stuff, that it feels like this game just takes away all the stuff that should be there from day one, and that's why it feels like it drags more. But what is in there once you go through most of it is just, yeah, this is the game that we should have had. Just remove the arbitrary limitations.
Yeah, fully agreed. And like we mentioned a lot about the 100% that are like a pain to do for completion. Yakuza 5 has one of the biggest because of just the sheer amount of stuff that's in the game, but it doesn't feel that much of a drag either, because like there's no real like quotation marks like hard content or grinding content. It's just pretty much just do all of the usual stuff that you would usually do, but over all of the content in the game. And
Mhm.
even though it's long and there's a lot of it, it doesn't feel that bad. Like there's no real nasty stuff.
I mean, I may disagree on that just because of the missable stuff, but I
I
do
was-
agree.
yeah.
Just exploring all of it, putting aside the fact that this game introduced 100% completion, actually going for it is, yeah. I loved seeing all the unique stuff in the game. Still,
Yeah.
It does it a lot better than some of the games that precede it and come after it.
oh yeah,
Ugh.
Lost Paradise.
The next game that we are potentially not talking about tonight.
I
Ishin.
can't wait till we get to Lost Paradise.
Oh,
That's
I'm
gonna be
shill
spicy.
it. I'm gonna
That's
shill the
gonna
hell
be
out
so spicy.
of it.
I was gonna say, okay, so we all gave our rating for Yakuza 5, right? I said like
Yeah.
pretty much C. Froob said C as well.
I said B.
B, right. And Gokudoni?
High C.
Okay, well, C, C, and B. Okay, well, I was gonna say we went through 8 games. We're almost at 3 hours, and there's 12 games left. So, do you
think
guys
we've
want to
gone
save
through-
all 12 for next video, or should we do one more?
I want to talk about OG Ishin at the same time as Lad Ishin, but it might be a better idea to not. And I feel
Yeah.
like if we start the next one with 0, which is gonna be, there's a lot of conversation topics for the next few. I think that
Yeah.
like even though we've got K1, K2, and K Ishin,
Yeah.
like we still like have like things to discuss about them, but probably
True.
not quite to the
True.
degree that we do with the originals. So I think they'll go a little faster.
Right. You know what?
Also,
we
I'm
can.
very much okay to start a little earlier, like an hour or 2 earlier for the next time, if we want to try and do it in like one more video.
Yeah, no problem. So hold
Yeah,
on. Do you want to save Ishin for later, or do you want to just get through it now?
I think we do it now.
Okay. What about you, Gokudoni? You good with that?
Sure.
Okay. In
'Cause
that
would
case
round
as
it
well.
out nicely, I think.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
We can do both Ishin, OG, and Kiwami as well, because it's pretty much like one package when it comes to like discussing this whole topic.
That would be good. Yeah, because
yeah.
like there's things that I want to talk about with Lad Ishin that kind of need OG Ishin to talk about.
Yeah,
Oh,
yeah.
yeah.
I figured that might make the whole thing easier.
Mm.
Okay, well, OG Ishin. Pretty sure it came out after Yakuza 5, but Ishin Kiwami came way later. But we're gonna just combine the two because for time purposes and because they're easier to talk back to back. So I don't think I said this in this video, but when it comes to the samurai games, I do really appreciate what they do, like how experimental they get, and just seeing them in like a completely different context. But the samurai games in general, I found them to be like not really my cup of tea. I do appreciate that we got Ishin Kiwami in the West, because again, even as somebody who doesn't really love OG Ishin, I think that's a big deal. The fact that such an anticipated release, at least at the time, came out and we get to understand it without having to resort to a guide or videos of like translations. I think that's great. Having said that, I think like a lot of people can agree that with Ishin Kiwami, they did some kind of experiments that didn't really turn out well for most people, or a lot of people at least. And the story, to be honest, I don't think it's that impressive for me. So that goes for both, of course, OG Ishin and Ishin Kiwami, because they're the same.
It's the same, yeah.
Yeah. Gameplay wise, I do think OG Ishin has better, like, what's the word I'm looking for? Like a better flow to it, I guess. That's the word.
Yeah.
Because I do actually like that they added the cards in Ishin Kiwami, just like Froob. I think we did mention this before at some point. I think the cards were an interesting change, so to speak. But the problem with Ishin is that a lot of people just wanted to experience Ishin as is without like any additions, and so this was a bit of a risk they took. If you could disable them completely, I think that would solve all the problems, but you can't do that. And also something that was a heated topic at the time, not so much now, the new face replacements. I really don't mind them at all, but you would see people saying, "Oh my god, how could they bring this like white-haired pretty boy, Jungi Han, as like that dude that's sitting in the streets?" When literally in the original,
Yamazaki replacement.
yeah,
Yep.
in the original and in Ishin Kiwami, you have Ryuji sitting right there with his golden hair. Like, he's also half Korean, Like, what's up with that? Why don't people talk about that? That's something that always bothered me. Okay, maybe you just don't like Jungi, just say that. Don't be like, oh, white hair. How could he have that in those times?
No,
It's
they
just-
just forgot the story of Yakuza 2. They forgot that Yuji is Korean.
I know. Like, are you guys playing the same franchise? What the hell? Like, I think people take this stuff too seriously. I was just gonna say that, and I don't really mind it. But Ishin is not a game that I really like to go back to, so I know I put a lot of games in C, and you're probably wondering, okay, do you even love the franchise, Leon? But listen, it's gonna get better.
I was
just
going to
trust me.
say, I think for all of us, the later half's going to have a lot of higher ranked games.
Yes, definitely. And again, sorry for hogging the mic for a while, but I think both OG Ishin and Ishin Kiwami go to C for me.
Fair.
What about you guys?
Man, I really like OG Ishin, and I feel really let down by Lad Ishin. Like, I spent so long, like, before Lad Ishin came out, saying, like, I really, really adore, like, OG Ishin. I will say, as well, in terms, like, side content, OG Ishin was the start of the nasty grind. RGG
Yep.
around this point started making some really horrific grinds for 100%. And OG Ishin's, like, sword system, getting all the swords and stuff like that, and, like, upgrading them was horrible. And I never expected them to top that with Lad Ishin somehow with the seal system, but they did. That's wild.
Yeah.
So OG Ishin I really like. OG Ishin I would put in A tier, and Lad Ishin I would put in C tier. So it's, for me, I think it's like the differences of when I played them. So I played OG Ishin when it came out. So obviously OG Ishin plays a lot like the games of that era kind of play, but with obviously a different twist. So it feels a bit like 5, it feels a bit like 0 and K1, but obviously slightly different. There's definitely things in OG Ishin that don't work quite so great. There's a swordsman combo when you unlock the double finisher, where the one that's supposed to hit on the ground for some reason misses quite a lot. And like that's something that I will praise Lad Ishin for, is that it did fix stuff like that. It adds like a little bit of a homing like effect onto like that last hit of the combo. And Lad Ishin also changes up some of the other styles in terms of like your parry on Brawler. It has like a massively extended window, which is kind of nice. But the balancing with the trooper cards in Lad Ishin goes completely out of the window. Like, I like the idea. I don't dislike the trooper cards like intently. I think that they are a decent thought, but there are problems with the balancing of Lad Ishin with its equipment stuff. Like, this is something that was a problem in OG Ishin as well. Like, some of your styles drop off completely, but it feels like Brawler at least stayed around longer in OG Ishin because you didn't have these wildly weird like card variants that can affect like a lot of what like will make your thing stronger. Because if you just don't roll those cards, then you're not going to get good balance. And weirdly enough, for your individual style stuff like your Wild Dancer, your Brawler, etc., you don't necessarily want your SSR cards that do the fun stuff like the Kamehamehas or Shinada's Time Stop. Like, the ones that benefit your styles are actually the rarer cards. Like, not the rarer cards in the rarer rarities, but the rare cards themselves, the Rs. Like,
Mhm.
Yeah.
those are the ones that have, like, they greatly increase your brawler damage. Which, again, RGG, can we stop using the terms like greatly and stuff? Can we just put percentages like with Lost Judgment? Because that works so much better than,
Yeah.
like,
Yes.
Gaiden having, like, 1,000 extra attack. Like, what does that mean? Like, what does greatly increase mean? Like,
Yeah.
it's infuriating in a lot of ways, but it's like there is an imbalance in both OG Ishin and Lad Ishin, and Lad Ishin's imbalance is way higher because of the Trooper cards. I wanted the Trooper cards just have a little bit more depth to them. Like, I don't necessarily mind the extra super attacks on bosses and stuff because it gives you something to do, but it does break up the balance and the flow of those fights.
Mhm.
Like, it becomes like Majima's Okutus OG's jump attack in Lad Ishin, in the speedrun, even on easy, can one-shot you. Like,
Yep.
it can absolutely one-shot you, and that's wild. Like, and this is on easy. Like, whereas in OG Ishin, there's no, HP bars won't go down any further because you have to get past that big attack or the halfway point or anything like that. And on the other side of things, those cards absolutely break the balance of the game in your favor as well. The best way to do Lad Ishin speedrun is gun. There is a gun you can buy in Mukurogai that has the seal effect of giving you like faster shots. Your pistol acts like a goddamn machine gun. And this is something I will praise heavily Lad Ishin for until like the end of days, and I will absolutely go to bat for Lad Ishin about. Lad Ishin's accessibility options are the best in the series by far. They give you so many accessibility options, and so many of them are good. One of them is literally for combos. You can press and hold square, like, or whatever button you like rebind it to. Like,
Mhm.
that is one of the best accessibility stuff, especially with weapons like that, where you want to hold down the button for a long period of time. Anyone that's gone for that 100%, you will usually build the vortex into like armor break and attack speed. Please put that on to save yourself from getting like arthritis in your hands, please.
Yep.
But the accessibility stuff is really good in that you can like have auto QTEs and stuff like that. And this is, I'm gonna come back to this because there's some fights that they change for the better and some fights they change for the worse. What did you do to the bathhouse fight? And I'm not
Whoa.
talking the fog filter. That, I mean, I'd love to see the bathhouse, obviously. But you cannot grab Ryuji or, bloody, I forget his name, Satsuma. Is it Satsuma or is that Akiyama's character? I can't remember.
I
No,
can't
Satsuma
remember
is
either.
That's
Satsuma is,
the domain.
Akiyama. Yeah. Satsuma's the domain. Yeah, you're right. Either way, not Ryuji. In
Simon.
OG Ishin, you can grab him and use heat attacks off of the wall, off of the bathhouse, etc. Even on easy. Try to do that in Lad Ishin. He will break out of that grab 95% of the time, or break out of it within a second.
Yeah.
To do the QTEs, you have to turn on pretty much auto QTE action. What did you do? How did you break that? Like, how does this feel way worse when one of the later fights, which also includes not Ryuji and obviously not Akiyama, in the original Ishin feels horrible because they both come at you with no chill, no downtime, no wait. But in Lad Ishin, they made it so that they act like they do in the later games, where only one of them will attack you at the same time. Like,
Mm.
that fight, I could make an absolute essay video on that fight alone about how
Do
much
it.
better it is in Lad Ishin. Like, there are some things that Lad Ishin absolutely nails, and then there's some things that they take from the original that just doesn't work anymore. And
Yeah.
it's wild. Why? Like,
Yeah.
and like a lot of what I'm complaining about won't matter to a lot of the Western audience because you won't know about this because you've not played the original. It's gonna sound petty
Yeah.
as hell.
Yeah.
Where's the quality of life for Lad Ishin? Why? I get that, you still want people to go to the shrine and get the upgrades. Why does the last upgrade not give you infinite stamina like in Yakuza 0? Like, in the original, it doesn't give you infinite stamina. And, like, it's staying true to the original. This is a game 10 years on that you are remastering/remaking that should have these improvements.
Yeah.
Like, it should not feel like you are playing something that is 10 years old when a simple change can just give you infinite stamina. Like, why are you like actually actively against the player with something like that? Like,
Mhm.
the whole point of it is one, to bring it out to the West, and to two, make those little changes that don't break the balance of the game at all, to literally give the player a helping hand. Like, and it's just, that's the thing about Lad Ishin, is like, a lot of the changes I can see why they did it, and I like, there's a lot of like balancing stuff. In the first set piece, there's one of the armored guys at the start is holding like the barrel, and like Gokudoni said with one of the earlier games, for some reason Brawler doesn't have the usual heat attack to deal with them. Dude, why? And that's OG Ishin as well. But in OG Ishin, that guy has armor. He absolutely sucks to deal with. In Lad Ishin, they removed his armor. Good. That's a great change. You know what? That's not a great change. The giant enemies you added to the game with armor that can throw paralysis needles at a rate of a fucking machine gun. Why? Like, it's so infuriating. Like, I adore so much about OG Ishin that they just changed up in Lad Ishin, or just didn't give the quality of life that it needed to. And it's infuriating because I love Ishin and I hate Ishin.
It doesn't help that Ishin modding is particularly difficult because it uses Unreal.
Yes. I want to say on that point as well, I'm not someone that dislikes the Unreal Engine. I'm someone that dislikes that they just took what was obviously the original code of Ishin and slapped it in the Unreal Engine.
Yeah.
I quite like what they did with some of the cutscenes, because you can tell, as you were saying earlier, they were experimenting.
Yeah.
The dusk setting looks gorgeous.
Mhm.
Like, the sun going down, just absolutely beautiful. And like, they did change up some of the like the placements of sub-stories and the timing of them. There is a sub-story where there is like a purse steal, and like 3 different factions are involved, and it's right by the junk kid, like on the road over by Kamaki's, like the one that's over from it. In OG Ishin, that's there from like chapter 2 or chapter 3. In Lad Ishin, you have to like actually like do the note system to unlock like the later parts of that to basically unlock him. And like, I guess you can also have like a long conversation about, you know, the cameos like Bacchus, etc. Do they really add to Lad Ishin? Like, it feels like it is pandering to the West for that release.
I mean, it is.
Are we going to talk about Neck again?
I don't think it's a bad thing. Like, the whole point of Lad Ishin was a release for the West. And like, I agree. I actually really like a lot of the actor changes.
Yeah,
the only one that I'm just a bit off about, and that's because of how phenomenal a job the original does, is
Takechi?
Takechi Hanbei. Yep. Like, the original Takechi Hanbei's actor, who was a face actor, like obviously Shiba Sao's is as well, like, it's so fantastic. Like, he does an amazing, phenomenal job. But so does Kondo Isami's original actor. However, changing him to Adachi, stroke of absolute genius.
Hard to agree. Yeah.
I thought he was really, really good as Adachi.
Yeah. Yep. Like, there's so many things I could praise like Lad Ishin for, but the game just doesn't have the quality of life that it like.
And speaking, this is a bit spoilery, but I mean, we're talking about the games in depth here, so that should be fine.
Go.
But I was wondering how the hell they would recreate that white hair scene, if you will.
Yes.
With Shiba Sao.
I thought they would just not do it because it's so weird in the original.
It really is. Like, what the hell happened?
For that one scene, it's like, here he has white hair, and then when you're in the finale, he's back to normal.
Is it like soap opera dramatics or?
Is it the lighting? Is it the lighting?
No, it's not. Oh my god. I was doing context. I was trying to make a separate video on that when Ishin Kiwami dropped, because I was aware of the scene. And I couldn't finish the script because I went through, maybe it's the lighting, specifically because, you know, when you fight Harada or Aizawa, where Kiryu's hair looks blue or blonde.
Yeah.
For a second, I thought maybe it's that, but then I look at the original, it's not. Okay, maybe it's Marie Antoinette syndrome. So, like what happened with Kaneki Ken and Tokyo Ghoul, but no, it's not, because his hair returns to the regular color back. And then it's like, okay, he outgrows the hair. No, he doesn't. He shaves it. It's like.
It's just so weird. It's like it's one of those weird segments. Just like, there is no explanation for this. It just happened. It's like, it's obviously like a stylistic thing they did. I want to say that there was an interview that they did about it at the time when they were doing it for Lad Ishin. I can't remember what they said in it, but like, they definitely had an interview about it. I will also say, in terms of things that infuriate me, why did you cut Mac?
Yes,
fan service, bro. Fan service.
I'm gonna harp on about it so often about how, you know, we don't want unnecessary cameos in our game. My dude, you put an anime cat girl in there. Like, it's so clear it's for the West because you put so many like Western influences in there, and that's not necessarily a bad thing because again, their trooper cards are like actually unique and really cool. It's nothing against the actual content creators themselves. It's like not a jealousy thing because I've had people say you're just jealous that you're not in. No, literally,
nah.
it's just that quote about Mac.
To
Like,
be
we
fair,
don't
like
want
even
unnecessary cameos. Like,
even
love
not
Mac.
counting those cards, you have Bakas, you have Miss Tatsu, you have Kanda for some fucking reason. You have what's his name? Shindo. I think he shows up as well. Like, what's up with
Yep.
those?
Yeah, he does.
Yep.
Like, those are
Yep.
not fan service, but Mac somehow is fan service.
Yeah, like, and Mac's whole thing would have made so much sense because what Mac was supposed to be was a sub story to introduce the photo mode. That
Yeah.
makes so much sense.
Yeah.
Like,
Yep.
I'm just mad. I love Mac. I
No,
love Mac.
yeah.
That's why I'm mad.
No, that's understandable.
Understandable, yeah. A lot of people love Mac, and I think it's been like fucking decades since
Since
we've
5.
seen him. Yeah.
Since 5.
Oh my god. Oh wait, imagine if we get a Dead Souls Kiwami and they replace Gary Buster Holmes with someone else.
Oh god,
Imagine.
No,
I'd be so
man.
mad.
That's what
I'd
it
be
feels
so
like
mad.
here, to illustrate it to other people. Because like Mac was such an integral part of the older era. Like if you played them when they released, it's like, oh yeah, he's back.
Yeah, he's the revelation guy. Like, when you see him, you know you're about to get a revelation. It's gonna
Yeah,
be cool. Like,
Yeah. It's like seeing
He's
Kumaki. You
lovable.
know you're gonna get a badass move.
exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Something that is a bit nitpicky. Didn't they make dynamic intros 30 FPS?
Maybe.
I think most of the. I'm not gonna go on a whim and say that the entirety of the game is at 30 on consoles, but I remember playing on the exact same system, OG Ishin and Ishin Kiwami. OG Ishin flowed infinitely better, and I
Yep,
can't stress
yep.
that enough because I usually don't care about frame rate, but
Yeah.
Jesus Christ, what a difference it is.
I could have sworn at least some dynamic intros, for some reason, were taken down to 30 FPS instead of 60. And again, I'm used to 30 FPS, and I'm not, trying to bitch about FPS like, oh, like what's wrong with Leon? But OG Ishin had 60 FPS dynamic intros, so I don't see why
Yep.
Kiwami couldn't do the same, because again, it's not like a major complaint, but it made the intros look way, way smoother.
Yeah.
I think that's an Unreal thing because back when I guess version 0 Vision Kiwami dropped, I remember seeing there were instances where you even had flickering textures, like absurdly flickering textures. There's a scene where where Zhao, quote unquote, kills Akimoto. The one part where
Yeah.
the map, or actually the camera, is like kind of hidden in the ceiling and looks down on you. There were so many flickers there where literally if I had whatever the sword is, I would have issues looking at that. So I think it's literally just them not coming to terms with what Unreal can do or should do, or one of those, do you go for performance mode or visual fidelity? And that's why they maybe dropped it
Yeah.
down.
Yeah, I think that
Also-
like I think again, if they make a game in the Unreal Engine, like from scratch or like mostly from scratch, I think a lot of what we're talking about will be fixed. Like
Oh,
Yeah.
it felt like a budget release of like, this is for the West. Like, we can't like, or maybe it's sensible to not put a giant amount of like money into this. Which is why I keep saying like, a Dead Souls in Ishin Kiwami style, it would benefit that the most. Unironically, like all my moaning about it, Dead Souls would actually work really well like that. And,
Yeah.
like, I don't want to be just overly negative towards Ladishin because, again, one, as you say, it's important for the West. It's very important for the West so that, we get it as fans. And two, there are things I really like that Ladishin does over OG Ishin with the actor rechanges, the music. Oh my god. Some of
Yeah.
those remixes as well, perfect. You nailed it. You
Fly.
absolutely nailed it. Like,
Yeah.
there's things about Ladishin that I do genuinely like, and there's just things that I just wish had just a little bit more quality of life. And it's the
Same.
nasty thing is it's easier to be like negative towards it because it's easier to see its faults than the things that it does well. Because
Yeah.
what OG Ishin does well, it's very apparent. And like I 100% like completely agree with the flow. Like 100% completely agree. It's just there's something about OG Ishin that flows nicer. Even
Mhm.
though again, some of the nice things about Lad Ishin, like mechanics wise, is that like with your gun style, you have to do a bit of like learning to be able to use your special bullets in your square triangle combos.
Yeah.
Whereas you have that from the off in Lad Ishin. You have a lot more access and freedom in some of your other styles as well, compared to OG Ishin, instead of like having to like do your things. And they've like changed up the upgrade trees a tiny bit as well, which is really nice.
Yeah.
But there's so many things that they just could have done more. Again, I keep going back to Kenzan. If I wish that the whole armored enemies,
Yeah.
two-handed weapons that you can learn and equip would break their armor so well if you could do that like Kenzan. And a
Yep.
lot of people would suddenly not have this issue with these armored enemies, which it should also be said, if you only came to Lad Ishin late, that's the one enemy that I have ever seen RGG patch, like, to nerf them. Like,
Yep.
even RGG went and turned around and said, actually, these guys are kind of bad. Like, I've never seen RGG nerf a specific enemy, and they did with those enemies. Like, that's how bad they are. That's how egregious they are. But there are things about Lad Ishin that I really like, and I don't like constantly being like negative about it, because like it's so important, and it is so important. There's one thing, the replayability. Like this is coming from part speedrun, part replay, like part of me. I really was hoping that all the cutscenes would be skippable in Lad Ishin, and you talking about those dynamic intros. Fun fact: the dynamic intros are the only things that are skippable compared to OG Ishin. Everything else is still not skippable unless it's a CG cutscene. The dynamic intros in OG Ishin are not skippable. So the 3-minute long intro, which is a really cool intro for the final Izo fight,
Yeah.
that was our bathroom break originally, but now we don't have that anymore. The final fight, its big long intro that was really cool, that wasn't skippable in OG Ishin, but it is now in Lad Ishin. But it's that thing again of like, if you want to replay the games, there's a lot of fluff in the middle that you just can't skip past. Like,
Yeah.
it's not as egregious as Yakuza 5's, but Lad Ishin, I feel like this is the same for games of that era. 5, OG Ishin, 0 in Kiwami, they all have parts in the middle that drag a bit.
Yeah.
Like, I think it's a thing of RGG at that time where, like, it's not extending the game's length, but just pacing wise, it's like, it's not necessarily not important, it's just not necessarily told amazingly, if that makes sense.
You kind of
Like,
get that bit of
Oh,
the
yeah.
game where they start to introduce stuff like side stories or a side hustle or like a workshop or something of that nature.
Yeah.
Mhm.
I was gonna say something and I forgot what it was. God damn it!
I'm sorry for waffling so long. I
No.
don't want it to come off as like I'm like massively
No.
negative against Lad Ishin.
Not at
I
all.
wanted there to just be a bit more quality of life to it. I love Ishin. I love OG Ishin. It's why OG Ishin is an A and Lad Ishin is a C. Is just like, I love it to bits, but the differences and the changes they made just break the balance and the flow. Like,
Oh, yeah.
it doesn't mean it's bad. Like, it's just
Yeah.
it's just not quite there.
I was gonna say, again, you basically said this, but if they were to add being able to skip like the dialogue, that would be amazing for replays. And then I think this wouldn't be as possible because of licensing stuff, but if they gave us an option to swap the old actors and the new actors, that would be so cool.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because again, if they had this combined with the fact that you can, turn on or off the cards, I think most people would be super happy with the release, even, with the combat issues.
Yep. Yeah, because they do fix a lot with the combat, which is nice. Like, again, I still think some of those boss fights are cool, even with their like new superpowers, because you do have to figure out, what to do. Like without like obviously slight spoilers for the late game, getting to Tokugawa, who Tokugawa is,
Yeah.
and having him cast a goddamn Kamehameha at you halfway through the fight blows my mind still, in a good way. So,
Yeah. So you said you would put Lad Ishin in C and OG Ishin in A, right?
Yes.
Right. What about you, Gokudoni?
Well, for one thing, I love the fact that any points that I would have wanted to bring up, positive or negative, Froob has literally gone over in almost the identical way that I view these games. So genuinely, thank you for that.
That's fine.
So for me, here's the thing. Since I played Ishin Kiwami first, I do still have quite a soft spot for that game. If I
Yeah.
had to rank them, to me, OG Ishin is top of A tier, and Ishin Kiwami would be top of B tier. Because again, and this, mind you, this is coming from a person that platinumed Ishin Kiwami. So you would think that I would despise that thing after going through that. To some extent, maybe I do. But I feel like the only real thing that I would need to bring up that we haven't talked about mechanical abilities or inabilities of Ishin Kiwami compared to the original is one, or actually two actor changes, but the more egregious one is related to spoilers, Hanpeita Takechi.
Yeah.
That, and mind you, this is not one of those, oh, they gave us a Yakuza 0 actor. No, that's a different thing. The thing is that by nature of the type of character that Shibusawa is versus what Hanpeita is, like, to put it this way, there's a reason why RGG, when they were making Noji Ishin, didn't put Nishiki into the role of Takechi, because it would be a dead giveaway, even though they have that brotherly dynamic. Basically, what you would expect from a Kiryu versus Nishiki dynamic, but amplified with political warfare, for lack of a better term.
Yeah.
But the fact that they gave you an original character in a game that is very trigger happy, there's a lot of casualties in Ishin,
Yeah.
made it feel like every new phase that you saw, they'd be probably killed off, which
Yeah.
made the dynamic with Takechi so important in the original game and so impactful to see unfold in the rest of the game. But whenever I see that character in Ishin Kiwami, it's like, because of how well the original actor embodied Shibusawa in Yakuza 0, I can't see him as a brother figure. And that in and of
Yeah.
itself wouldn't be an issue if Ishin in its entirety didn't build itself not to be a fan service game, but a way to expand on what the characters were in the main lines. If you draw parallels between, let's say, Mina in the main lines versus Hijikata Toshizo in what he is in the Shinsengumi in Ishin, you can definitely see it as an expansion. Like, this is the way this character would act under these current circumstances. And it's because of that this twist, for a villain that I consider to be one of the best in the franchise, is a massive blow to the quality of Ishin Kiwami. That's probably my biggest concern with it, apart from rebalancing issues with the trooper cards and everything that we've essentially gone through so far. But I still adore the game.
Yeah.
I
fair
fully agree with that. And like, I also like, one of the things, like, everyone obviously keeps going back to Yakuza 5 and how the Aizawa is wasted. Aizawa's acted does such a good job in Ishin, both OG and Lad. It's like, this is why every time everyone's like, Aizawa's like a bad, like, story-wise, like, bad, like, kind of final boss. I get it, like, story-wise, but like, look at his range in Ishin. Like, given that kind of development for Aizawa in 5 that his character had Harada in Ishin, he would have been such a good villain. Such
Literally.
a good one. Like,
And oh my god, I have to go back to one thing. It's literally that they stuck to one image of him. They didn't give him a page one rewrite in the last second in Ishin. Whereas in Yakuza 5, we have one character from chapter 1 of part 1 all the way up to chapter 3 of the finale. And then the character that we see in the very last chapter has little to nothing to do with that pre-established character and acts. It's like, you have a competent basis there. Just stick with it. And that's what they did in Ishin, and that fight was glorious. And he has a character, he hits every emotional note that he needs to. So yeah.
yeah, fully agreed.
Right. So, where did you say you would rank them again?
Oh yeah, OG Ishin top of A tier, Ishin Kiwami top of B tier.
B tier. Right. Okay. Right. Well, I think I said I put both in C, right?
Fair.
But I was gonna say, I would have liked to read comments today, but we've been going for so long. I don't think we can afford to do that at the moment. So, dear viewers,
The comments.
Yeah, we're sorry about that.
It's all going to be, your opinion sucks, Yax 5 is the best. I am Yumeing every day of my life. Can I say, I'm proud of us not mentioning Yume or Dreams once when we talked about Yakuza 5.
I did once. Sorry about that.
You did? Oh, okay.
I don't think I did, surprisingly. And I'm the
same.
quote-unquote Yakuza 5 hater.
Yeah.
Boom. And now we're back. Different clothes. How did that happen? Don't ask me. Anyway, we're back, and now we got Yakuza 0 to talk about. I'm just gonna say, I mean, it would be a bit of a hot take, I guess, if this was anywhere below A, maybe. I don't know. I would probably put this in S still, because I feel like it's a game that aged well, and the story is amazing, which is surprising, because Yokoyama wrote this, and he also wrote Yakuza 5, among other, games. But yeah, believe it or not, for any, Yokoyama haters out there, it was him that wrote this game. So he is 100% capable of writing amazing stories, and Yakuza 0 is one of those. I love this game, story-wise and gameplay-wise. This game, how do I say, quote-unquote officially introduced, switchable styles, even though, technically something like Kenzan had different styles. but Zero has done it in a way that's, I think, flashier and more iconic, I guess, to the point where people keep asking, "Yo, Sega, please bring back the styles in this game and that game." The side content is abundant. You play as Majima for the first time in a canon game, and there's a lot to like. If there's one complaint that I have, it's that it follows like the Yakuza 5 engine, where you can't skip everything in every play.
Yep.
That's about it. But I would still give this game an S. What about you guys?
Yeah, I'm similar. I've got a couple of nitpicks for Zero. That really are nitpicks and are just gonna sound kind of unfair in terms of just with Zero, and this is wild. If you replay this, like you've probably noticed it yourself, you get taught how to quick step in chapter 1 in the Bruno tutorial. I hate the Bruno tutorial in the speedrun. Hate you, Bruno. You are the worst. But you don't get taught how to guard until chapter 2. Now, I will say, from a lot of friends that I've spoken to, they don't like the start of Yakuza 0. There's something specific about that, and that's, again, chapter 2. Like, chapter 1 for newer players, it's hard enough because of the fact that, we know from having played like a lot of the games before, when Nishiki at the end of the chapter says, hey, you better be ready for anything, that's code for accept piece coming up. But for newer players, they're not quite aware of that, and you haven't been playing the game for long. You've only just gotten access to the entire map, like full freedom, either past the Bruno fight or after the pager cutscene after you go to the loan office. So essentially, most people won't know to go and get like healing items, and genuinely, like Zero on hard for that first set piece is actually kind of hard. And then you get to chapter 2, which is just like, oh yeah, go find 5 pieces of alcohol for these homeless guys. We're not going to tell you where they are when the secret is you've got to go to every shop on the map, or 2 of them are in the 2 dream machines, the 10,000 yen and the 1 million dream machine. So the start of Zero is rough. Like,
I'm sure you've seen this, but the amount of streamers I've seen dying at Kuze.
yeah, like it's not an easy fight, because as soon as you get to phase 2, he starts having, obviously, as we all know, like a lot more hyper armor. We know how to deal with that. For us who have played like Yakuza before, it's not that much of a problem. But if someone goes into this being confident, hey, this is an action game, I know what I'm doing, they can have a bit of a pitfall, and I can understand why they don't feel super great about it. But again, these are like the smallest of nitpicks. Like, I think, and a lot of like fans of Yakuza 0 will admit, once you get like past that alcohol collection in chapter 2, the game flies at that point. Like, everyone always says, Majima's introduction is amazing. It is, even though that cutscene's like, 10, 15 minutes long.
17.
It's wild. And yet people love it. People like, I see so many complaints at the start, and it's so funny how people complain about how Curious Part feels like, especially the start of it, feels like drawn out, quite long. But then as soon as you get to Majima's 17-minute introduction, it all washes away. Even though that shouldn't be a thing that's, seen any differently. But at the same time, when Zero is in its element, it's peak. It's cinema. Like,
absolutely.
So, for me, like it's small nitpicks aside, I'd agree it's an S. Like, it's still one of the cream of the crops. It's still great. Like, if anyone would say it's like an A, I wouldn't disagree with that, because like I have a few little like issues, but for me personally, S tier.
Yeah. One more question actually to ask you. This might be a stupid question, because some people say Yakuza 1 and 2 OG aged well. So do you think Zero has aged well as well?
My answer to that would be not fully.
Yeah, I can see how.
Yeah, I think it's aged a lot better than, especially OG 1. And I think it's aged better over time than OG 2. I get the clamoring for, I'm gonna say it, Zero Kiwami. There's been a lot of quality of life stuff since, but, and this will be something we pick up on when we speak in a couple of games from now, I think with a Kiwami 0, a lot of that battle system's going to get lost, even though RGG is a lot better at their fighting stuff again more recently with some of the newer Dragon Engine games.
Yeah.
I think a little bit of the nuance of what makes Zero's combat so good.
Mm.
And it's funny because Zero follows the exact same trend of the other Yakuza games where there is one thing that's massively busted and overpowered. In Beast, and you can get this the second you get the Beast tutorial, there is an upgrade called Golden Fist. You have to go up one past Power Surge 1. Then you get another upgrade, which is like heat retention over time for getting attacked and stuff like that.
Mhm.
And then what a Golden Fist does is when your heat is at the second or third bar, your damage increases exponentially. You can take that straight into Legend. It's as simple as that. Like it's just massively destructive. Like and makes Beast into a beast.
I'm
And
gonna
RGG
say
great.
I'm gonna
on.
say one thing: square triangle. They die.
Yeah, no, yeah, it's ridiculous. Like
Yeah.
RGG are very good at like knowing like when things are overpowered going from game to game because Golden Fist gets removed in K1, but you get other overpowered options in K1.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
it's one of those things that like it's a minor thing, and even in your first playthrough, you're not gonna really notice it that much, especially if it's like your first experience of a Yakuza game,
Mhm.
and it's not gonna help you for every situation. Beast being slow against certain enemies like Shakedown if you're not used to the guy, like it's one of those things where it's like not massively like it's not like some of the items I'm going to talk about in the next few games, like 6 and K2, that are disgusting.
Yeah.
But I like it. I think Zero is just one of the best well-rounded packages in terms
Yeah.
of like it feels like a complete story. It feels like it like all fits its narrative that it's trying to say. The sub stories are memorable. Like I think we'll all remember. Like I think we can all easily pick out like 5 to 10 sub stories off the top of our heads from Zero.
Absolutely.
Like again, the dominatrix in the park just springs immediately to mind, and
Yeah.
the writing is good.
Yeah.
Like I don't know if like Yokoyama had like a director or something to focus like the writing, but the writing in Zero is good.
Yeah.
So yeah, it's an S for me.
I would like to imagine Nagoshi behind him just being like, no third playable character.
So what's your
Oh,
stance on the game then, Gokudoni?
I mean, it has been on top of my list ever since I first played it. And there's so many things that I could say about this game, but think of it this way. When I first learned of Yakuza, I'd mainly accumulated all my knowledge through other people's playthroughs and through Google Translate discussions on Japanese forums. It was like, because I couldn't find the games anywhere. It was like, okay, one day, I know all of the lore, I'm just going to play the game eventually. So despite the fact that I knew essentially everything about Zero before I even got to play it for the first time in 2020, and I still remember that first moment when I, on my laptop, the one that I'm still recording this, when I booted up the very first cutscene, it felt like I didn't know anything. Like, everything from that point on would just be, like, I don't know, a clean experience, for lack of a better word. Like, I'm re-experiencing something for the first time.
Yeah.
For a game to have that impact, from the very first second of the opening to the very last note of the ending, I haven't had that happen with a game since Zero, because I had so many expectations of it. So that alone should tell you about its quality. But then, at the same time, because of the position that it has, it spawned a really, really weird discussion in the community. Like you mentioned about, there's a lot of people that wouldn't dare put it below an A tier. But I've seen an influx in people that just say it's an awful game, like
Oh,
a
wait,
genuinely
what?
awful game. It's something that I dubbed Black Album Syndrome, referring to the most famous Metallica album. Because Zero has basically reached a mythical point of quality where we
Oh.
all know what makes it amazing, but now people have had it shoved down their throats for so long that they wanted to go aggressively in the opposite direction, where they just call things poor even though they're not. And that's kind of the weirdest thing about it.
Now
Also,
that you
the
mention it,
fact-
yes, I also have
Yeah.
seen the same thing.
Same.
Yeah. And also RGG kind of stepping away from it, to put it very, very softly. There's that. But I mean, if you look at my channel, you can tell that I'm gushing about everything in Zero. The OST alone, which is something that I had to step away from for a little while because of YouTube being really, really annoying about taking down anything that's Yakuza 0 OST related.
Yeah.
I've been listening back to it in preparation for this segment, and I'm like, holy hell, I forgot how amazing this is. And just, the secret styles. I still think that the combat here is the closest that we got to a perfect combat system. The only things that I would remove would be the bar system and the legend style upgrade tree just being a stat buff. You
Yeah.
remove that
Yeah.
and maybe put quick style switch clothes on both characters. As far as I'm concerned, we have the perfect Yakuza combat system. Could be a controversial take, but yeah.
No,
Yeah,
like I think
I
with
agree.
Zero, yeah, I was gonna say the same. Zero is one of those games that, like, it's very, very, very safe to put it at the top tier. Almost nobody's going to argue with you. But then, like you said, there are like probably like a very small minority where because something is successful enough, they'll be like, "Oh, it's actually bad, dude. Like, how could you like this?" And it's like,
Yeah,
no,
like-
just fuck off.
Oh yeah. Also, as far as any issues that I have with it, this is as nitpicky as it gets. But I feel like since we're all mahjong enthusiasts, I feel like we can all agree on this. The fact that this game, which is for most people the entry, or rather was the entry point into the series, this game that has mahjong and a tutorial for it, not once mentions the word Richi while teaching you how to play Richi fucking mahjong. Just also the fact that Pon is spelled like Pung or whatever. It's like,
Yeah. Oh, it's so weird. Oh, it's so weird.
Jesus Christ. Yeah, I was going back to it because I intend on making a mahjong video. I'm like, how did I miss out on this? What? It broke me genuinely. But yeah, also, oh yeah, to kind of even it out because I'm all like, ooh, Zero, blah blah blah, amazing game. There are issues. Gun wielding enemies are annoying as hell.
Yup.
Yeah.
The fact that you can only save at the telephone booths is also a bit annoying. So
Mhm.
there's bits and pieces of, like, as you would commonly refer to it, quality of life that could be improved upon.
Yeah.
But even now, if I were to just go back and play it on as clean of a save file as I can, I know that I'm gonna have one hell of a time for the next 30 or however many hours.
Yeah. Absolutely.
I will say as well, because I mentioned this at the with the last game we did, which was Lad Ishin. I mentioned about how with that remake they messed it up in terms like these certain enemies they introduced being like frustrating and annoying. I think Zero has some really good aspects to its elements, to its enemies that are like genuinely almost perfect for any Yakuza game. You don't have mass annoying hyper armor, but the enemies have like their like three states: their default state, their feared state, and their aggro state. And you know that if an enemy aggroes, they get a little bit of hyper armor. The
Mhm.
larger enemies that come into the fights, they have a little bit of hyper armor. Like
Mhm.
you kind of know immediately when you see an enemy, okay, they can cause me a problem. Like it's really nice in that it's not just, oh, normal enemies I'm gonna have a problem with, or they might just be able to like knock me out of my combo. Like normal enemies, if they're not aggroed, won't be able to do that. Like
Yeah.
it's really nice. Zero has some like weirdly finely tuned balance that some of the games could definitely do with.
And
Yeah.
everything's so intuitive because it's not gonna be like, oh yeah, this character, this enemy just has constant hyper armor, like I don't know, the final boss of OG Yakuza 2, something to that effect. Here it's like, okay, white aura, I know what's coming, even if I don't know what hyper armor is. You know what
Yep.
to expect.
Yep. And it's nice that there's also like for certain bosses, and this is going to sound like a little presumptuous, so don't take it presumptuously, YouTube comments. With Kurohyou 2, the sewer one, again, beautiful intro by the way. The dynamic fight intro is also some of the best in the series.
Yep.
The fight there, you would assume that because he's like obviously like kind of beast mode with his pipe, quite slow. You'd assume you want to use Rush, and yeah, Rush is actually probably the best option for you to use. But unironically, you can do that fight hitless yourself if you use Beast. Like,
Yep.
it's
Mm.
so funny in that if you just attack him, sure he guards, but if you hold the strong attack at the end of your combo, he drops his guard every time. Like,
Yep.
there's some funny workarounds for some bosses like that that just work. There's no like one out and out, this is the style you've got to use. There's certain styles that are a little bit more effective, sure, but there's nothing that punishes you for saying going beast versus beast. Like, it's nice. Like, it's genuinely really nice. It's a good challenge as well.
As one Todd Howard said, it just works.
Although, to be fair, there are two bosses that, at least from personal experience, felt like they were made as an anti-mash policy. Particularly being Sera and Kashiwagi. Because
Oh,
they have
yeah.
that one sidestep kick where it's like,
The
oh, you like,
counters.
you like spamming Breaker? And not anymore.
At least Nishki's counter is very obvious to see when he starts glowing.
His AI
Oh, yeah.
sometimes stops working in general.
Yes, yeah,
Like,
we have that in
well-
the speedrun. It's so frustrating. Like
Yeah.
it's the phase transition from phase 1 to phase 2 when you get his HP like at the point where he's supposed to go, and then
Yeah.
he just stops there for like a minute,
Yeah.
like and does nothing. Like it's so frustrating in the speedrun. Like
Yeah.
really frustrating.
He
And then
reflects on his
Sarah's
life
like-
choices.
Yeah.
Sarah's like
Sarah-
a gatekeeper.
Sarah's
Oh,
so
yeah.
weird because like in the main story, he's not the worst boss. But if you fight the Sarah in the climax battles,
Oh, yeah.
my
Oh, yeah.
god.
Way, way tougher.
He is
actually-
cranked up to 20. He is frustrating.
Like, whether it's climax battles or the main story, Sarah has to be one of the most, one of the bosses that I've seen the most comments about. Like, fuck this boss, I hate Sarah, you know, blah, blah, blah.
It's
Uh,
so funny, isn't it? It's like when people start the game, it's like, oh, I hate Shakedown, and when they get further in the game, oh, I hate Sarah. Fully understandable, because you learn, and this is like again the clever thing, you learn how to deal with Shakedown. There's
Yeah.
some easy cheese methods, like, you know, what, the zap gun or the slime gun, blah blah blah, like fireworks gun, all that jazz. Like you figure out methods of how to deal with Shakedown, and then it's like it's kind of like, you know, a Souls boss in terms of, you know, at first it seems very daunting, but when you just learn their pattern, it's just, oh, this actually isn't that bad.
mhm.
But oh my god, yeah.
My God, you want to hear something funny?
Uh-huh.
So a while back, I'd say like maybe 2 years ago at this point, I had the idea of doing a challenge video on YouTube. I still have the footage, I just haven't edited it.
Yeah.
But I was going through one of Majima's climax battles, trying to beat every boss with one finger. I succeeded, but Sera alone took me an hour to do. Again, just imagine using a DualSense with a single finger. The climax battle version, that pissed me off so much. But there was this
Yep.
weird thing that I did where it's like, oh yeah, I'm at critical health, it keeps refilling my gauge. So I would just go to Slugger, wait for him to come to me, use a heat action, and then immediately switch to break. It looks weird as shit. But that boss pissed me off so much when I was doing the climax battles. And I'm like, I'm gonna get my revenge one day. So yeah, single finger.
I
You
will
s-
say as well, like the climax battles are important because we've obviously not gotten them as many times like in the later games.
Yeah.
And like the Zeros feel like a really nice kind of not like massively unique, but also a very good way of just being all like, you know, hey, here's Kiryu fighting Majima's bosses, here's Majima fighting Kiryu's bosses, and then all the like, you know, little ones. Like there's that one, I can't remember if it's in Kuze's room or not, but that one like almost puzzle like fight where essentially there's a hidden shotgun that you can pick up or a Marlin cannon that you can pick up and use to take care of the enemies. Like the climax battles in Zero feel like really nice and unique, whilst also like demanding a fair bit of you. That disco one is at first really rough.
Okay, I talk about this like often, but you know how RGG Studio can hit 3 birds with 1 stone? 3
Yeah.
birds.
Yeah.
Instead of bringing back climax battles, let them bring that Souls mode where you know you can revisit story battles, and then if you do them in Premium Adventure, you get ranked on your performance, and then you get rewards out of that. Like, that's basically climax battles and also you know the boss replay. It's just like the whole package.
Yeah, but without the frustrating stuff. Whenever I hear the word proving, or rather the word proving, after going through proving grounds, I get like a Vietnamese war flashback. Like, please, no, not anymore. None of the style switching drug that Majima takes, or the
I'm
the
sorry.
disco thing with the triplets.
Are you saying you're not a fan of preventing Minami from picking up the microphone in Yakuza 4?
Oh no, that okay. Trust me, that was hilarious. But after a while, it pissed me off so much. But conceptually, it was genius.
You know, I never figured that out. I had to actually look up a guide, and I was like, oh, you just have to bring up the prompt.
Yep.
Man, geniuses, I tell you. All right. So we all gave 0 an S, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
For me, it's an S plus because, well.
Oh,
you
right,
remember.
right. Yeah, okay. Yakuza Kiwami. Now, this is a controversial game. Some people love it, some people hate it. From what I've seen, you have a portion that says as a remake, it's not that good, and there's a portion that says like, oh, where's my playable Majima, and then there's a portion that says like, it's too difficult. I've seen that a lot, and like it's just kind of all over the place. Like it's it's reusing a lot of assets from Zero. That's also another reason people might have a problem with Kiwami. But I feel like even before Kiwami, RGG, sort of reused assets a lot, and that didn't really turn me off personally. I think the fact that they brought back Curious Combat from Zero almost as is good, if anything, because the combat in Zero was so good. And in Kiwami, for the most part, not like 100%, but for the most part, they made Curious Combat better, especially with like the quick style switching, which made his combat feel super, super smooth once you have all the style switching animations. You could combo like to insane levels in this game, even though like some styles were nerfed, but they likely only did that so that you don't just mash square as beast and you win. Even though technically you can do that, like square triangle is still really good in this game. But yeah, it's you have Kurohyou. He has his usual 4 styles. I mean, story-wise, it's just the Yakuza 1 with the added Nishiki cutscenes, which I really do appreciate. I think those were a nice addition. They should have at least had like a moment between Nishiki and his sister, but I get that they probably didn't want to model Yuko for one cutscene. Other than that, what do we have? Oh yeah, Majima Everywhere, another thing that divides people with this game. I think I enjoyed Majima Everywhere, just to throw that out there for Majima Everywhere enjoyers that might be about to hate me.
Wait, are there any? Like, I didn't get the impression that there were people
There
that
are.
genuinely adored it.
Dude, I once made a meme about Majima Everywhere that I stopped caring about it at some point. Somebody on Twitter was passively aggressively calling me out. Like, what the fuck, dude? Like,
But
it's
I
not
feel
my
like-
problem you don't get it.
It's literally that. Great concept, but bloody hell did it overstay its welcome. Like, it's
Absolutely.
as simple as that. Yeah.
I remember,
Yeah.
at some point in Kiwami, if you play enough, you get to like quadruple 9s of XP,
Yep.
right? Somebody saw that once in my like videos, I think, and they thought I was cheating. I was like, no, that's just Majima Everywhere.
No,
You-
literally, yeah.
At one point, like in the story, I think it's Shido actually. Once you actually get like to certain bosses, you'll get over 100 EXP for every single boss.
Yeah,
Like the game funnels you EXP at that point.
yeah.
Yep.
And somehow you can still get max XP from Majima Everywhere before the end of the game.
As I said, Shido. I don't know who Shido is. I meant Shindo.
Nah,
My boy
close enough.
Shindo.
The N is silent.
I just want to say again, I did enjoy Majima Everywhere, but I think 100% they should have had an option for you to turn it off once you were done with it, but they don't. And the Beads of Good Fortune don't turn off those battles, and it's like, oh my god, like, can I help me, please?
It's almost like you're slightly punished because base Majima Everywhere is just like he will like only turn up when you find him on the street. The more that you do it, the more he'll turn up everywhere, like Majima Everywhere
Yep.
suggests.
Yeah.
I've also found some people get completely lost and be all like, I haven't seen Majima in 20 hours. Where is he? When he's under the giant cone on Nakamichi. 'Cause
Yeah.
the game gives you the text about, the email about, this is where he was last spotted, but people obviously don't read or forget about it. So
Yeah.
it's one of those things where it's like, I feel like it's a great idea in concept, but a slightly flawed execution.
What you just said is the autobiography syndrome. People wear that without knowing. Like, they
Yes.
don't read the
Yeah.
description, and then they're like, yo, why is the game so fucking hard?
Yeah.
Good. Reading comprehension test.
I
Yeah,
have issues with Kiwami.
yeah, same.
It's
Mhm.
let's talk about the elephant in the room as well. Let's talk about chapter 3, Tojo HQ set piece. I think the set piece is fantastic. But there is something that people hate, and I fully understand why.
Majima?
No. Shimano.
Oh.
So- I get this. I understand why they did this. He's a Tojo clan lieutenant. But I also do question, even, having not had problems against him originally, why did you give him that massive giant HP regen for his Kiwami when, and I've seen a lot of streamers like this, and even I was like this when I first played Kiwami, so I'll hold my hands up. When Kiwami tutorializes you for the new Kiwami moves in prison
Yes,
against the guy with the
yes.
forks, it makes it seem like that's a part of Kiryu's normal repertoire.
Yep.
But then you
Mhm.
obviously get the big reset, and it says all your skills have been gone. But because of the way the game tutorializes you,
Yeah.
unless you pick up during the Yuya fight, or if you do well enough the Majima fight to trigger his Kiwami move, obviously that one, you won't know that you don't have that Kiwami move. Now,
Yeah.
we know, after having played Kiwami for ages, there are ways around that. If you have a weapon, you can just use a weapon, heat action, boom, gone, there you go. But at that point, unless you buy a weapon from the weapon salesman in that set piece, you won't have any weapon around to be able to interrupt that Kiwami segment. So
Mhm.
if you are not aware, if you have not done a little couple of extra fights or focused on your upgrades to get down that path to get to the, I think it's Rush for him. It's either Rush or Brawler for
Rush.
his Kiwami.
Rush, yeah.
Rush, yeah. Like, if you haven't focused on getting to that, you're going to have a bad time. And it's so wild. It's such a weird, like, difficulty spike. And I get why. Because, he's Tojo Clan Lieutenant. He should be, strong and overbearing, but then you've given him Shakedown's moveset, which a lot of people didn't want to engage with Shakedown in Zero because, the first few fights, you're not supposed to intentionally win against Shakedown. Like, it's supposed to be challenging, it's supposed to be hard, blah, blah, blah. So there are a lot of players who go from Zero to K1 and are just, like, not aware. And then you have another fight like that adds massive HP regen. That's not great design. Like, I like a lot of what Kiwami brings to the table in terms of its combat over OG1. I think that OG1 and K1 are separate in my mind, which is good. And I think there's a lot of things that, again, K1 does as a modernization of OG1 in terms of its combat. It's really good. Like you were saying, it's brought back the styles from Zero. It's balanced them a bit better. Rush is a little bit better. The quick swapping is so nice in the game.
Yeah.
Golden Fist gets replaced, but you also now have a new upgrade called Destroyer's Secret Gorge, which increases your HP potentially, or increases your damage potentially more than Golden Fist did when you're at full HP. Which, again, if you're a new player in that fight, you're not staying at full HP. So it's like it's balanced in a different way, and it's weird. Like there's certain things in K1 that feel very weirdly restrictive, and as a weird thing, for me personally, I think K1 sticks a little too close to OG1's formula. Like, I know, remakes are supposed to be like, the original game themselves, but there are some times like here where I feel like if they just went a little further and a little bit more creative, like it feels like the Majima Everywhere system is like it's good idea, but concept wise need a little bit more time to bake, or upgrades and stuff like that, or like the early Shimano fight. It just feels like they were almost there. It's just because it's like, a budget game. At one point, it's just going to be, this is it. That's that. So I don't know. I don't know where I'm going with this other than just, I like K1. I actually would put it at a low A, weirdly enough. I do like a lot of what it does compared to OG1. Again, I'm gonna have the purist being all like, "Oh, you didn't like OG1 as much." I thought OG1 was a 7 out of 10, and weirdly enough, I also would put K1 at a 7 out of 10. It's just in terms of, like, the quality of life stuff that's happened, and the reason why we keep saying about quality of life third, if they ever do a K3, is that some of the things that K1 does over OG1 are much nicer to the player. Like, they're a lot less restrictive. Even though, some of the things I've been talking about have been quite restrictive, they're a lot better at like familiarizing you with certain aspects. It does fall into the same trappings as OG1. Like the sub stories are just kind of there in K1 and OG1. Like a lot of them are just Kiryu gets scammed, which is understandable. The guy just like got out of prison after 10 years, but it's very similar. I will say that, despite being, based off of like OG1, a lot of the set pieces in K1 are really good. Like,
yeah.
Some of them I wish were a bit longer, but like that whole finale, like, it's not anything new for us now in the series with like multi-fight battles, but like, just the three battles, like one after the other to start off the finale. It's just really cool at setting the tone before you get to the Millennium Tower. And I will say at least the Jingu fight is a lot nicer in K1 than it is in OG1.
You know what would have been nice with the pre-Millennium Tower set piece with like the hired thugs?
Yeah.
Would have been nice if they did it like Kiwami 2, where you fight your way to the Millennium Tower.
Yeah, that would have been cool.
Yeah. Like, it's not a big deal, but would have been cool.
Yeah.
So you said low A?
Yeah, low A for me.
For me, I think it would be a B, which might sound harsh, but again, the lowest rank is C, so I think I would put it at B. I do enjoy the game, but... What'd you say?
For now.
Yeah, for now. So what about you, Gokudoni?
Well, out of the 3 remakes that we got up until this point in time, it's easily my favorite. I'm not sure if that says much considering my utter disdain for Kiwami 2, but just, okay, Yakuza Kiwami, for how much criticism we can give it for recycled content, at the very least, as far as some of the more noticeable stuff goes, like let's say combat, this game probably has my absolute favorite iteration of the dragon style, like including all the more modern iterations. If we put aside something like the Kiwami finishers, which still a bit of a mixed bag, all things considered, I would actually say that this is the closest the RGG got to having 4 styles on a single character that actually complement each other well enough. Yeah. And this is definitely the more DMC snob in me talking, but having 4 different movesets on a single character doesn't mean that they'll play off each other well enough to the point where it would be justified to have 4 styles. Like, imagine if you had 4 different styles that played identically to, I don't know, Breaker or something like that on one character. What would be the point in it?
Yeah.
But here it felt like everything was distinct enough. Even when you have a maxed out Dragon style, you still have some of the, like, I don't know, style specific power ups that can be carried over to a different style, then make it feel like you're actually having one cohesive moveset that had different compartments to it, so to speak. So as far as the free flow, let's call it free flow of combat goes, Kiwami is easily among my personal favorites. Putting that aside, and this is probably going to be nitpicky, this game probably has my least favorite climax battles out of any game in the franchise.
Understandable.
You don't like being Date?
No, that one.
That was actually
I
based.
actively revisit that genuinely. The music, the moves. I wish we got more stuff like that, like genuinely
Yes.
playable
Same.
segments where you just someone in combat. But no, the other one. This is what pissed me off, or actually put me off of climax battles in its entirety. Because you have so many that are just, for example, a shit version of the dragon style, and you face off against nothing but gun-wielding enemies. That just pissed me off, like to no end. And then when they finally give you the fully updated fighting style, as you deserve, because you unlocked everything very slowly and painfully in the main game, then everything is just piss easy, because Tiger dropping is some of the easiest in the series for me in this entry, and plus you have heat actions that consistently heal you. Yeah, like I no damaged every final boss. I forgot what the actual name is for the last group of climax battles, but I no damaged all of them once they actually gave me the dragon style.
Nice.
So yeah, I mean, putting that aside, ranking wise, I would say that Kiwami is like a strong B tier. I do prefer it over the original just because it's kind of more replay friendly, for lack of a better word. There's less missable stuff. There's, some quality of life stuff, like the fact that you can save anywhere. That's already a huge deal. And the added Nishiki scenes and the dynamic intro. Like, if anything, it goes to show you how strong of an entry Yakuza 1 was, to where they didn't need to outright change that many things. They just built on them and expanded on what was already there. So, yeah, this is as good of a budget remake as you could hope for, as far as I'm concerned.
I think my
Fair enough.
ranking is definitely being affected this time by the speedrun. K1 speedrun is really good.
I mean, that's a valid reason. Like,
Yeah,
don't sweat it.
it's which is going to be weird because with not the next game. Actually, maybe the next game we talk about. Like, I'm not going to be using the speedrun stuff specifically, but there is, absolutely, like, certain things that I'm not going to be taking into effect from the speedrun stuff that should. But
Yeah, fair enough. All right. Next, we got Yakuza 6. I don't know about you guys, but I remember Yakuza 6 once upon a time to be among the more controversial games, at least, back when Yakuza 6 was the latest one. Which, when I made my video on Yakuza 6 and 7, like calling it one of the most controversial Yakuza games, people were like, wait, really? Is he clickbaiting? Like, cringe? But no, like, if you were around when Yakuza 6 came out, which was what now, 2016 in Japan, was it?
something like that. Let me check.
I believe so.
I know
And it was the same day as Yakuza 1's anniversary, I believe.
2016. Yep.
I know
December.
globally we got it 2018, I believe,
Yes.
right?
Yes. Yeah.
When the game first came out, I think people had really, really high hopes for the game, like, similar combat to Zero and Kiwami, lots of side stuff to do. But then when they played it, like, they were kind of disappointed by how jank it felt in comparison. After all, it was a start with a new engine, the Dragon engine, and this game definitely is the roughest in terms of, like, how Dragon engine was at the time. For me personally, I appreciate the venture into, like, a new engine that was, supposed to take it to the next level. Now, granted, of course, Yakuza 6 was, like, how do I say this? You have, like, discussion going on about how they should have experimented with a spin-off before jumping into 6, and to an extent, I wouldn't have minded that either. But, we got what we got, and I think Yakuza 6 is still a fun game that I actually like revisiting. It's very, very nice to replay, in big part due to the fact that you can skip everything. So that's basically going to be most Dragon Engine games from now on.
Yep.
So there's that, but also I think the story flows, like the gameplay of the story, if that makes sense, flows nicely. and this is also a game where you're back to one protagonist only, which is Kiryu. And that was like a nice return to roots for some and disappointing to others because, where's my Majima? That kind of thing. I didn't mind it. I thought the new fighting style was also really fun to use, even though, it's a bit rough at first. But I feel like when you get enough upgrades, there's quite a bit of stuff you can do. Like, what I don't get is when people criticize Yakuza 3, for example, for maybe, like, I don't know, repeating the same combos all over again. Why? I don't know. Nobody mentions the same thing for Yakuza, even though you have more options than Yakuza 6.
Yeah.
I love the dropkick in this game. It's absolutely iconic,
It's
legendary.
so busted. It's so great.
You want like a heat refill? Just dropkick. It's so fucking good. Like having 10 enemies in front of you and just going for like a dropkick feels like getting a strike in bowling. It's amazing.
Oh yeah.
The upgrades, like the UI, I really love, by the way, like the orbs instead of like the heat
Yes.
bar. It's such a small thing, but the new UI I really like. Also, something that people don't mention enough, I think almost every single heat action you unlock is a new one. There are some reused ones, but a lot of the ones you unlock are actually brand new. Like, for example, the dodge heat actions, the extreme heat mode heat actions where you press triangle or you kick, and then you also drop kick and then into a heat action. And then you also have the rush combo heat actions, if you want to call those heat actions. There's just a lot. And like there's new environmental stuff as well, which was cool. There's a bunch of like grabbing new heat actions, for solo, like one enemy or multiple enemies. And I just I just want to say that I do appreciate those. Like they try to add new stuff with this game. And if that's not like enough proof, I guess, the fact that, for better or worse, they tried to voice every single line in the game. Like they really wanted to go all out with this game in terms of budget, it feels like. Even though it might be ironic because, again, it's a rough around the edges kind of game with the inception of the Dragon Engine. But I love it. The story has a lot of highlights for me. It's like a lot of people don't like what happened to both Kiryu and Haruka in this game, and I don't know. Like to me, every Yakuza game has that one thing. So even if that, thing between Haruka and Kiryu is a problem, at least the story has a lot of highlights, a lot of good characters and bosses. The soundtrack in this game is phenomenal. It's like one of the best in the entire series. I don't know what else to say. Like with the Dragon Engine, the city feels alive in a way that's different from the other games. Like you partially can go into rooftops now, which is limited compared to 4, but still is nice. And yeah, I like the story quite a bit. I think I would put this game in A, actually. Now, what about you guys?
You want to go first, Gokudoni?
Sure. So right off the bat, to me, Yakuza 6 is an S tier game. There's no way
Ooh.
of beating around it.
Okay.
I'll ramp it up with another controversial take. Like putting aside Gaiden, if we just look at the way that Kiryu's story ends with regards to the build-up that we had in the rest of the series.
Yeah.
If you take away the bucket list from Infinite Wealth, I would say that 6 has the better ending for Kiryu as a character. One that fits more with his arc, one that allows him to be a more of a behind-the-scenes mentor moving forward until we know what happened. Like, to me, as far as the finality and the bittersweetness of 6 goes, it just makes perfect sense for everything that we've seen in the series so far. Like, there are no happy endings in the criminal underworld. I don't know. I've hopped on this for a real long time, but to me, 6's story is one of the best parts of it, even though we have some moronic behavior from certain pre-established characters, even though that's been an issue from games that are much older than 6, but I digress. The amount of new additions in this game is also another big bonus for me, because while I did play Kiwami 2 before this, in like going from K1 to K2 didn't feel like a logical transition. A lot of it felt like, I don't know, like it was added into the game just because it was present in the games that preceded it, as opposed to this is a way to alter the pre-established formula and maybe try something different. To me, even if 6 combat-wise, for example, doesn't have as many tools at your disposal. It felt like everything that was included was added so that you will have an out to 90% of any like combat encounter. The fact that you have a drop kick that just basically covers everything means that you don't need things like, I don't know, a knockback or a reversal or that type of stuff.
Yeah.
So between that, all of the brand new heat actions, the improved upon minigame layouts, the voice, like every sub story having voiceover, which made them infinitely more memorable for me immediately. Plus, that it has some of the most memorable minor antagonists in the series, between Jungi and Somea, for example.
Yeah.
I could go on and on about the things that I adore about this game. There's only a handful of things that I genuinely dislike about returning to this game, like the Haruto carrying minigame, which why does it play through the speaker of a DualSense for why? That, and admittedly, it does have less side content than the other games in the series, but it also has some of the most fun activities if you're going for a platinum.
Yeah.
And I don't know, I feel like if you just remove the ironic thing of attacks bouncing off of blocking enemies, if you
Mhm.
just remove that, you'll already have like an amazing game. But
Yeah.
yeah, I don't know. I feel like I've been talking about the positives of 6 for years and years at this point on the channel. So I'm like, okay, have I said this like 70 times already? I don't want to harp on the same stuff all over again.
I think you rounded up everything nicely, and you would
Yeah.
give this an S, right?
Oh yeah.
Right. What about you, Froob?
Right. There's one thing in the community about Yakuza 6 that I want to talk about. And before you get your pitchforks out and go, that speedrunner guy hates the community, this is like a thing that you'll have heard a lot. And it's something that I don't like as a label for Yakuza 6. A
Mhm.
lot of people like to call Yakuza 6 unfinished. I've also heard lazy, but obviously less so.
Oh
I
yeah.
feel like unfinished, I get it. Like, you don't have as many options, but, as we said, it's the first game in the Dragon Engine. If you're coming into the series, numerically, yeah, sure, you're also going from 5 to 6, kind of like we did, and, like, there's less options there because there's, like, focus on single character, and it's not like K2 where you obviously have more options, but we'll talk about that in a minute.
Yeah.
But the thing is, there's a lot of set pieces in Yakuza 6. There's a lot of newer things in Yakuza 6. Like, you have, like, obviously the chase stuff from, like, 3, 4, and 5 is there, and a little bit around here and there. There's a lot of very big set pieces in Yakuza 6. And, like, sure, I get the whole, Champion District wasn't finished, the north part of the map wasn't finished. That is a loss. I'll agree.
Yeah.
But the thing is, I feel like they make up for it in other ways. Like, all of those, like, really cool set pieces, and they're all really big and memorable. Again, everything being fully voiced, even sub-stories and stuff. You might say there's not quite the quality as sub-stories, but I will say there's more quality than quantity to 6's. Like, you've got
Yes.
the one that's like the girl who let through time. You got even the simple ones, like the pirate ghosts in the graveyard.
I love
Like,
that one. Yeah, I love that
yeah,
one.
like, they could have done maybe the execution of that a bit better than just leave, come back, blah, 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 blah. But
Yeah.
it's still like a surprisingly bittersweet but kind of cool story. Like,
Mhm.
there's also, like, Haruka's biggest fan. There's the easiest Amon to get to in the series, in
Yeah.
that you only have to do Sadachi's training, Saigo's training, and then boom, you can fight Amon.
Yeah.
Like, that's what. Although you do have to move Haruka's biggest fan out of the park in Kamurocho because that's blocking Sadachi's fight.
By the way, voiced Amon for the first time ever.
Right.
Oh
right.
yeah.
That was wild.
Like, there's so many things I like about 6. And yeah, you can say, and I would agree in a lot of cases, that the fighting system is, like, not as fleshed out as some of the games, but again, being, like, on a new engine, like, I have a little bit of forgiveness for that, and the fact that, obviously, like, they're trying new stuff, they're getting used to the new engine. It's why, in certain regards, I feel like it was smart they went back to the old one for Fist of the North Star, but again, we'll get to that when we get to that.
Yeah.
But there's things about Yakuza 6 I really like and I really dislike. It's like, when I talk about Yakuza 6, it sounds like I don't like the game, and I really do. If this was a speedrun tier list, it would absolutely be S tier, because with everything skippable, like obviously cutscenes and stuff like that, in the first 45 minutes of the game, you fight 9 bosses, which is super
Goddamn.
fast. You fight Nagamo 3 times, by the way. In the game in total, you fight him 4 times. He is the Kuze of this game. You fight him the most out of any character.
Yeah.
But 3 of those times happen very early on. And, like, there's good reasons. There's only 3 bosses that you only fight once, which is obviously Akiyama, one of the Nagamo boys, and also the final boss, which I feel like the final boss you either like or dislike. Like I
Yeah.
kind of like him because of the fact that, he is a little shit for his, his opinions and the way he goes about things, and he's a piece of shit. Like, just
Yeah.
pure and simple.
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah.
sometimes you just need a boss like that, and like someone to hate like that. And the things that he does, like towards Haruka, blah blah blah, like really, really are effective in making you like dislike the guy. And
Yeah.
like again, Kiryu's like little baby Iwami is just it's peak. It's beautiful. It's like it's
Yeah.
such a good return insult of you can tell that's hitting him. And that's what Yakuza 6 does well. And I understand that's exactly, and it's the same for me in that like fans wanted that interaction with the older cast members. There's not enough of that in 6 if this was Kiryu's final game. And I'm absolutely somebody that for years absolutely was on the page of, oh god, they keep bringing Kiryu back. 6, I feel like your opinion of 6 is whether or not you like the ending or not. Like,
Yeah.
I enjoyed the ending of 6. I thought it was decent.
To be honest, in hindsight, I thought it was. I think it's like really refreshing to see Kiryu like not relying on all the people he knows.
Yeah.
Like if Majima and Saijima are involved, I feel like things would end way quicker, which defeats the point of
Yes.
like having a long game or longish game.
Yeah. And
Same thing for the florist as well, right?
yes. I
Right.
do think there's been a big lack of the florist lately.
Yeah.
And especially when we get to LAD with the Komi Jewel and their system being almost entirely similar to the florists.
Mm-hmm.
But I fully agree with that. And I kind of like the fact that with the Hirose family, it's very similar to kind of like the early Yakuza stuff of just, this is a small town and you're dealing with a very small Yakuza family. They are, for all definitions, a family.
Yeah.
And yeah, sure you have funny grandpa beat Takeshi, but whenever you have beat Takeshi, he's not funny grandpa in anything. And like, through all the plot revelations and stuff, you really feel for the Hirose family, because like with everything that's happening with like obviously Nagamo, Somiya, Kiyomi, like Kiryu's gone in and just again, like not necessarily because of him, but because of his presence has just messed with that family. And
Yeah.
like with like massive repercussions, which obviously you don't really find out, and you do find out eventually thanks to infinite wealth, like beautiful infinite wealth for that.
Mhm.
But it's one of those things where it's like it's very personal, and like I think I really respect 6 a lot for that.
Same,
if
to be
it was-
honest. Like, I think something that the series was sort of lacking is that, like, this is not to
Five
say.
went epic, but it felt very isolated. Like again, and it's not just Saijima in
Yeah.
the prison, but it's Saijima in the prison. Like it's just you and Baba, and it's meant to be isolating, but at the same time, it's like Haruka feels isolated, Akiyama feels isolated. Baseball Man's in his element, good for him. But Kiryu's like whole story is the fact that he's been forced to go away from his kids. He's isolated.
Yeah.
Whereas like 6 feels homely.
Yeah.
Yep.
Something else I
Sorry, didn't
really
mean to
like
cut you
about
off.
6. Something I think 6 might not be appreciated enough for is the fact that this game really respects the legacy of Kiryu, in my opinion. Like, as soon as he goes back to Kamurocho, he brings up the fact that, oh my god, why do I have to keep coming back to this goddamn city? Right? And then, like, you see him at his best almost in some scenes. Like, for example, when he goes to Little Asia and they attack him before even saying hi, he's like, okay, that's a weird way to say. Like, the dialogue is so good in this game. It's amazing.
Yeah.
And then, of course, everybody kind of gasses up Kiryu, like, oh, fourth chairman. But there's like a reason behind all of that. He's a legendary figure, and somehow, like, I don't know what it is about 6, but the Kiryu, what's the word, glazing in this game? It kind of feels like it's more dynamic compared to other games. Like, it makes a lot of sense. Kiryu's been through a long journey by this point, so, seeing people revere him so much is really cool. Because, like, with 0, like, it's one hell of a start for Kiryu, and then seeing how he ends up in 6, it's like, god damn, my boy grew up so much,
Yeah, literally.
One scene I absolutely love is at the end of the hotel spa set piece when they're trying to broker the deal between the Tojo and the Hirose family, and they're like, if you don't oversee this, Kiryu, we'll just go to the Omi. And Kiryu's like, I don't care, I'm not part of this anymore.
Yeah,
Like,
Exactly.
it's that struggle.
yeah.
Yeah,
A lot of
it's
people also had
definitely more-
a. Yeah, sorry, go on.
I was just gonna say he's definitely more authoritative here. He feels
Yes.
like a genuine chairman. Like
Yes.
also the line "He is nothing to me." That's
Yeah.
one of the hardest lines you can drop pre
Yep.
boss fight.
I feel like
Jesus.
Yakuza 6 Kiryu is the closest thing we got to a Dead Souls Kiryu in like a canon game.
Yes.
Oh
Yes.
yeah, the amount of cockiness, the big dick energy here. Oof.
Yeah.
Yeah. And Gaiden arguably as well with that fucking niche tiny picture.
Oh,
Yes.
oh,
Yeah.
that was beautiful.
Yeah, I love that
That's
so
that
much.
same character that we've been missing, in my opinion, in Infinite, partially because of the sickness. But
Yeah,
Yeah.
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 There was something I wanted to say. Oh god, what was it again?
Whilst you think, I will also say, minigame wise, I kind of like what they do with the hostesses. I know that's like, like you might like it, you might not like it. For me, I like the hostesses and what they do. It feels a bit quicker. It's not 20
Yeah,
hearts from
yeah.
Yakuza 3, which I keep like going on about, and it's not been since Yakuza 3. But oh my god, why did you do that?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And also the baseball management minigame, like. That could have just been a baseball management sim, which I think they pulled off quite well, especially as someone who, doesn't know baseball very well. But they
Mhm.
also give you like a little bit of degree of control in that as well. It doesn't overstay its welcome. You just have to beat 4 teams. The bar talk stuff, I think, is quite personal. I like that a lot. You also get to see, Kiryu's social side that you don't get to see that much in the series.
Mhm.
Like, I quite like what 6 does in terms of its side content. A lot.
Same. Everything feels deliberate.
Yes.
I'm usually not a minigame guy, but even though Clan Creator is rough in 6, I really liked it.
Yeah.
Just the idea of
like-
having like these people with you,
I like
Yep.
it in 6 more than K2 because it's more like strategy RPG than tower defense.
Yep.
Oh,
I'll
yeah,
talk
yeah.
about
You're
that
right.
more in K2.
Yeah.
Also the boss fights in between. Yeah.
Yes, like oh my god, like the NJPW wrestlers, their cameos, and also the fact that they have their themes. Like that can't
Yep.
also have been cheap, but at the same time, it's those little touches that 6 has that I think a lot of people don't appreciate. I think a lot of people appreciate those NJPW cameos more now that certain Okada has been in AEW for a while, and they've had like a lot of like cameos with obviously like NJPW with AEW. Like it's some of those things that's just you can tell RGG really like their like wrestling stuff, kind of like Suda likes his wrestling stuff in his games, and
Yeah.
it's
Oh, yeah.
like when they put the love into something like that, you can feel it. And I
Yeah.
feel like 6 has a lot of that.
Mm. Spirit
It's just
fishing
got
was also
fun.
really fun.
Yes. Yeah, I forgot about that.
Oh, I love that game.
Yeah,
yeah.
it's so relaxing, and I don't know, it's just fun. I liked it.
Yeah.
Which
and a
is
lot of the minigames don't have like huge completion requirements either.
yeah, 6 is like the easiest
Exactly.
platinum, isn't it?
Yes. Yeah, because you don't even have to do half the
Uh,
completion list. It's literally just 100 items off of it. And like
Mhm.
if you're going
Yeah,
for the
not
legend
counting
one,
Gaiden.
you just save before the final boss, change the difficulty to legend, and then you've got it. Like
Right, right.
Yeah.
I will say that as like if we're going like positives and negatives, I will say I agree with the people who say 6 should have had multiple HP bars for bosses. Yeah, I agree with that. Like yeah, no,
Yeah.
I fully agree with that.
Yeah,
but then
just
look
seeing.
at Kiwami too, where half of them are gray.
Yeah. That's the issue with 6 is that there's only one boss that has a phase 2 technically, and that's Kushimizu at the end of the game where he just gets a
Yeah.
knife out.
Yeah.
Like
Yep.
I guess you could technically say aim on shield is technically a phase 2. Technically.
Oh, God,
I
the beeping.
suppose maybe
The
yeah.
Roombas. The Amazon delivery service is finally here. Here is the TV series. Go ahead.
Same day shipping.
But yeah, it's kind of insane to me, like coming off of Yakuza 5, just how many good characters Yakuza 6 had. Like the entire Hirose family was great. Even like the lesser popular ones, like Takashira and Matsunaga. Was it Matsunaga or Matsugane?
Yeah.
We keep
Matsunaga.
mixing them up. Yeah.
Yeah, I keep mixing them up. Like I just can't help it. Matsunaga, right? Matsunaga was funny as hell. I loved him. Jungi was amazing. I mean, I think everybody knows at this point. I love that guy so much.
I think RGG brought him back for a reason.
Yes, I think so too. I thought
as majestic as it gets.
Yep. Man has class. And
Yes.
I also love Somiya. Somiya's great. Koshimizu, even though he's not popular, I thought he was still like a great villain. I also really like Ed. His theme is
Yes.
Yeah.
amazing.
Yeah, Bonds is great.
And I also love how, I don't know what to call him, like stupid or just sarcastic he is, because after you beat him as Kiryu and Akiyama, he's like, yo, no fair, you cheaters. You teamed up on me. That was
Oh my
so
God, also
funny to
that
me.
heat action. Oh god, the tag
Yeah.
heat action with oh god, beautiful.
Yeah, the one where they twist his neck. Goddamn.
Yep,
Yeah.
yep.
Yeah, I fully understand why people like think that 6 is unfinished, and I understand why people dislike 6 not fully thinking things through. But I really like it.
Same,
I really
same.
really like it.
Same.
I think like
Mhm.
if it was a speedrun tier list, I'd have it in like high S. I think casually I would probably have it like high A if not low S.
Ooh.
Right. Right. Yeah, that's about the same for me. Like, I really do enjoy 6. Okay, now the spicy
boy.
one. Yakuza Kiwami 2 plus the Majima Saga. I
No.
probably don't have too much to say, so I'll start, okay? I can see why people hate this game. Compared to Kiwami, the first Kiwami, the gameplay might be a little more rough around the edges because, it borrows Yakuza 6's combat, which only just... it was like the first Dragon Engine game, and then, they brought Kiwami 2. The quote-unquote quality of life in combat, like, some of it was okay, and some of it was actually worse. Them taking away the dropkick is criminal, and I hate them for that. And what else? I'm not a fan of... I mean, this goes back to Yakuza 2 in general, but I'm not a fan of how you unlock some of the moves. Like, it's such a chore for me, and I don't like it. The story, I mean, same as Yakuza 2, not big fan. I do like that, there's a lot of content, like they added the cabaret back, which I thought was pretty fun, relatively. What else? The multicolored health bars were nice. They also added, like, new dynamic intros, like, more than Kiwami 1, which I really like that. And did they add new QuickTime events? Technically, they did, right?
Some of them. Yeah, some of the fights.
Yeah, like a couple. Those were nice. Feel the Heat felt pretty good. I think I would put this in C. I don't hate the game, but, like, I enjoy it less than other games. Which is funny because, 6 is the first Dragon Engine game, but for some reason I enjoy 6's combat more than Kiwami 2, and I don't know what it is.
Same.
So yeah, I would put this in C. Now, whoever wants to, like, go on, please go on.
I feel like I'll need to start because I'm really bloody negative about this, and I want us to end on a good note.
Go for it.
Do you think I'm ending on a good note?
I mean, I remember seeing a bunch of your speedruns of the game, so at the very least, that I know it's amazing.
Some positives to say.
Fair.
Don't worry about how the note goes, just go on.
Oof. Okay, easily the most disappointing Yakuza game I've ever played. And I would still, when looking at gaming as a whole, I would still put it in like a high B tier. But, oh my god. Okay, there's one singular sentence in which I can encompass all of my issues with Kiwami 2.
Uh-huh.
It cares more about being a mechanical evolution on 6 than it does being a good remake of 2, and yet it fails at both. That's it. The entire game is just one step forward, two steps back. It pays homage to games that it shouldn't pay homage to, considering that, again, you're remaking Yakuza 2, not Yakuza 0 or Kiwami. You don't have to put a Majima everywhere, and I'm one of the biggest Majima sims you can find. The Saga shouldn't be here. If you're gonna make a Saga, do a Ryuji Saga for all I care. Tsuyo's narrative had so many issues with it, and they didn't expand on it in any way, shape, or form. It's... To this game's credit, weapon-based combat is great. Then again, this isn't a game where you're supposed to be that adamant on using weapons. Like, if I wanted weapon-based combat, I would play Ishin. Mainline Yakuza games, to me, weapons are just supposed to be an addition. They're not supposed to be the entirety of a moveset to where it feels functional. And when I look at everything that was added here, like, let's say, the Komaki knockback has some of the worst impact frames ever. Like,
Yeah.
And I always feel like a psycho when I hear like, "Oh no, this is the greatest game ever," and I'm like, "Have you played this game recently? Like, seriously?"
Hold on.
Honestly,
Hold that thought, actually. That particular point where, people call just any game in general, not Kiwami 2. But, like, for example, like, I don't know, OG Yakuza 1. They're like, oh my god, this is, like, the best game in the franchise. And then when you talk to them, like, oh, when did you play the game? They're like, 15 years ago. It's like, dude, go play the game now. And then, Yeah, compared to the other games, you know.
Because it's one thing to hold it in a higher regard than others of like personal connection. I would understand that. Like personally,
Yeah.
when I played through K1 for the first time, I'm like, okay, I don't like it as much as Zero and K1, but it is a great game. But then when you go back to it, everything is just, you can tell that it was a budget project because everything was added in from pre-established assets, not as a means of furthering the attempts at evolution that Yakuza 6 had, but like, well, like for example, when you look at the way that the multi-hit combos were structured in the older games, like you have one that ends in a guard break, one in a launcher, one in this, blah 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 blah.
Mhm.
In 6, a lot of them betrayed that logic, so I'm like, okay, I'm curious as to see how they'll expand on it in the subsequent games. And in K2, it's just like, we're not going to expand on it. We're just going to add stuff that doesn't make sense for the rest of the moveset because, well, it was part of the older moveset. It's kind of like when, to me, K2 feels like when Silent Hill keeps throwing in Pyramid Head somewhere where it's like, oh yeah, it's iconic to the series. And that's where it stops. It's like, ugh. And also the fact that, you know, so many bosses just have the generic boss theme.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The OST on OG2 was beautiful. There's like some real it's that PS2 electro grunge, like almost Euro beat funk in certain fights. It's so good. And none of
It has
those.
that,
Not even Daigo got his theme over from OG2. It's so weird.
and like I know
Yeah.
because of the licensing and all of that, and there is that level of, for lack of a better word, audio filth. That, you know, that dirtiness that permeates throughout Yakuza 2's soundtrack that couldn't have been emulated at the same way as it has been made in the original game. But like, so many of the choices here are just no, they don't fit together. You have a million pieces taken from different parts of the game and they don't work together to their own benefit. Also, the fact that we don't have the, speaking as a fan of the band Sim, their music doesn't fit this game. Again, I like
Yeah.
the band, but for the love of God, Crazy Cam Band, I don't care how much the licensing cost, you should have left at least the first song in there. The knife scene, Kurohyou Kizuato, for the
Something that's big for me, I forgot to mention. Yakuza 6 from the PS4 to the PC actually improved the performance by a lot from what I've tried.
Yes.
Kiwami
Yes.
2 sucks on PS4 and the PC.
Yep.
Don't get me started on K2 on PC. With speedrunning K2 on PC, if you are running the game on a CPU that has a quad core or more, so any CPU in the last 5 years, like you will get to a point about an hour and a half into the run where if you don't close the game down intentionally, and we need a crash rule for this for the speedrun, if you don't close the game down intentionally, the game crashes. It hangs in chapter 14. Always. That game has problems with its PC port, and I have no idea why. Like, it's weird. Like, it did not fix the frame rate and the performance got a little bit better going from PS4 to PC, but not quite the same as 6 got, as you're saying. Like, there's some weird technicalities about this game.
Do
Like,
you use the silent patch by any chance?
that doesn't fix it.
Damn, okay.
We literally were so for speedruns we don't allow mods for most things because again, I always go back to this example, and this is like an old example, but it's a weird example. Final Fantasy VIII, the original Final Fantasy VIII, not the remaster.
Yeah.
It used to have you remember how the old PC versions had really bad MIDI versions of the soundtrack that sounded worse than PS1 originals? One runner for Final Fantasy VIII back in the day simply replaced the music with the MP3 files from PS1 version. No problem, right? Better music. They found in Final Fantasy VIII speedrun, dialogue triggers were tied to the music. That's why we don't allow mods for the majority of things, because it's just there are some weird things, and some of the games, like K2, are literally duct taped together on PC.
Yeah.
So it's like, yeah, some of these games' performance, especially like K2 on PC, is not great.
I'm so glad the later games were done in-house by Sega, I think, with the
Yes.
porting.
Yeah.
Because Gaiden
these-
runs like a dream. Infinite Wealth runs like a dream. Love them.
Yep. 0K1 were a subsidiary called Lab 52 or 42, something like that. 3, 4, 5, 6 K2 were Q-Lock, which they used to do really good PC ports of Capcom back in the day, and the Yakuza stuff is like, oh, it's so hit and miss.
Yeah.
It's so weirdly hit and miss. But yeah, no. Everything else has been in-house RGG, or at least I think it's been in-house RGG. Weirdly, I don't think... Here's the weird thing. Judgment on PC, what did that come out on first? Was it PC or was it Xbox? Like, there was a version of Judgment that came out before PC, and Q-Lock were in the credits, but then they were removed from the credits for the PC version of Judgment.
Was it the
So,
Stadia
The
version?
remaster,
Maybe?
maybe?
Stadia, yeah, Stadia. You're
Oh,
right. Yeah, it's
oh.
Stadia.
Bro, I forgot. How do you guys remember that? What the hell?
Yeah, literally,
Look,
that
the wait
version
has
was
been
like
long.
Q-Lock. Sorry for the Windows sound for the VOD. That was my virus protection. Don't worry about it.
Don't worry about it.
K2 is infecting my PC.
I
Dude,
literally gonna say that.
I got like 5 Windows sounds earlier. Don't worry about it.
Yeah, no. The Judgment on Stadia had Q-Lock, and the PC version doesn't. And I'll get into it when we talk Judgment because that's coming up soon. But Judgment felt like RGG in-house port. We're actually like testing stuff because they added like the AMD stuff and like DLSS and stuff like that, and it was really good.
Yeah.
Like it's around about that point where things start getting like a lot better for the PC ports.
Mhm.
But yeah, K2, it's a mess.
Yeah.
I adore OG2's combat. If this was a speedrun ranking tier list, this would be top of S tier. As Gokudoni said, weapon combat in this game is beautiful. It's sublime.
Yep.
Like, it's really good.
hmm
But the brawler combat sucks. It's so bad. Like, everyone keeps complaining about bouncing off enemies, but they never mention in K2 how everyone, like, you don't bounce off enemies, but they're just stand there and be spongy. Like, they don't react in any way, shape, or form. Like, it's so weird. Like, normal ass enemies are just almost gods in certain set pieces.
Am I
I will say
crazy?
that some of the set pieces are good, though. Like,
Hmm.
the finale, the change to the finale and having, like, a big, long finale,
Yeah.
very good.
That was huge.
very
Yeah.
good.
Yeah.
Also, the Shindo boss fight, the fact that it actually goes smoothly,
Yes.
between the
Also,
fully agreed.
one thing that I noticed, maybe I'm wrong, but I think you would know for sure, Froob. Am I crazy, or like if you're almost fully upgraded, or like upgraded enough in terms of attack, sometimes bosses go down faster than certain sweet enemies?
Yes.
Okay,
Oh, no.
good to
you can
confirm
get
that.
ridiculously broken. Yeah.
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 It's
You can. Oh wait, you can literally one shot and okay. Fully upgraded Kiryu in Yakuza 6 couldn't one shot enemies. In K2 he can. At least that was my personal experience. And it's like
Goddamn.
he didn't even use muscle soda. How?
I'm glad you mentioned the muscle soda. 'cause
Goddamn.
I didn't mention it in 6. 6 and K2 have this weird issue of the most overpowered thing is a vending machine drink. Now, I quite like the differences between 6 and K2. In 6, you have to hold a drink in your hand, and you can only have one of them. So you have to
Yep.
like choose and pick and when to have that drink. You cannot have that drink, even though you have a free hand when you're holding Haruto. Whereas K2, you have an inventory system, and you can hold 10 of them. So muscle soda, for those who don't know, one, go and watch a speedrun because you'll see how much it like deletes people. Basically, it adds massive knockback to your attack, which is supposed to be the downside. But on the upside, it gives you an immense amount of extra damage. It's wild how much extra damage you do. And you don't get massive knockback when you attack people with weapons. So if you combine the two of them together, you literally can delete 1 HP bar per strong attack. No joke. That's
Yep.
how, and this is on legend difficulty. Like, and with our like legend speedruns, like normally you can't just go from say, the easy strats to legend. You can in K2 and 6.
Yeah.
Like easily. Because of how busted CC11 and Muscle Soda is.
And because you
wild.
brought the drinks up, I really miss how you could dynamically drink them in 6.
Yes. Yeah, I like that a lot. Like, I like the inventory system and the fact you can carry more of them, but like, I miss that. It
Yeah.
added flavor.
Yeah, it did.
I'm not intended.
Yeah. I think like giving you the option would have been nice. Like, do you want to keep it in your inventory,
Yeah.
or do you want to drink it now?
Yeah.
Would have been ideal.
Yeah, equip the can.
Yeah. I am still not done with K2, by the way. Clan
Go.
Creator, I'm coming for your ass.
Yes.
God, if we're talking speedrun again, like this does affect me a bit because I do speedrun K2 a lot. With K2, the Clan Creator like problems are so illuminated in the speedrun. Where with 6, it's essentially like a strategy RPG. You go to the point, you end it. Really
Yeah.
fast, really cool, very little RNG. Oh my god, the K2 Clan Creator is infuriating to no end. Like, I kind of like it casually. Like, there are parts about it I like casually, but like,
Yeah.
it's longer, it feels more drawn out. Like,
Yep.
it's so funny that with your early units, you have 5 units. You have Nishida, you have Majima, and you have 3 dudes.
Yeah.
And the weird thing is, you would think that Majima being an SSR unit would be the best unit in that fight.
Mhm.
Completely incorrect. It's the random grey tracksuit guy.
Yep.
That guy has the most damage, and even more than that, he doesn't have an extra special move like Majima does. Where Majima spins and does this really fancy spin, if you level up, there's 2 spins that he does. One of them hits multiple times. The second one, if you level Majima up in the middle of like the actual set piece enough, he'll do this big flashy purple spin that hits once and does barely any damage. Like, it doesn't do anything. It's useless. It's terrible. Great tracksuit guy sits there and punches people. What a lad. Good for him. Like, it's frustrating. Like, and like the way that they do the NJPW wrestlers in K2's Clan Creator isn't as good as they do it in 6. Like, they get like a slight introduction, but you don't particularly fight them with their themes or like with their special moves, I should say. Like, it's
Let's
so
also address
frustrating.
the elephant in the room, the fact that they just bring back the wrestlers from 6. Like, it's so weird.
Yeah.
Yeah,
They
I do
just
like
show
that they
up in the
put them
Coliseum.
Coliseum.
Yeah.
Like, I kind of like that because it adds a bit of depth to the Coliseum.
Yeah.
But at the same time, the Coliseum doesn't have the depth that it does in OG2. Wow, what a surprise!
Shocking.
Like-
Okay, I gotta say, just one plus about the Coliseum. Well, first of all, I appreciate that they even brought it back.
Yes.
Oh
very
yeah,
much so.
definitely.
And I appreciate that, there's multiple tournaments, but
Yep.
the
And it's
free-for-all
not
tournaments...
as long and grindy as 5.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
The free-for-all tournaments are so
free-for-all.
fun. I love them.
Yes,
They're
very much so,
hilarious.
Yes.
Yeah,
Yes.
it's so chaotic.
Just
Yeah.
you don't know who you're getting. All of a sudden, you got a Tiger, you got a card of the Rainmaker, and
And
they're
then
all coming
Amon.
for you.
Yeah.
Yep. Yep.
It feels
that's
like a
good stuff.
randomizer. Yeah.
It does. It really does.
Yep.
I like it.
I think my summation of K2 is entirely how I feel about the bouncer missions. In that
Oh
I like
God,
the
no.
idea, and I
No.
love the last one, but getting to that point is infuriating. Having to do each level what 3 times?
3
Like,
times.
Yes.
Like,
And there's like
Ugh.
26 of them.
yeah, like why?
To be
Like,
fair,
I-
it does give you infinite heat, but come on, why? Just give
Yeah.
us the max one for the.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I really
that's-
like the last one where all the Amons turn up because that's hard and that is the one place I will say Sim's music is used in a good way. even
I
if-
love the
perfect.
music there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep. But and I do like the fact that doesn't detract from like the normal Amon fights, even though the normal Amon fights in K2 are probably the easiest Amon fights in the series, just because weapon or weapon plus muscle soda, goodbye Amon. Like,
literally.
ugh. K2 for me is weird. Like I've moaned and I've complained about it. For me, K2 is a B tier.
Wow. Okay, I expected like a C tier after all that.
I surprise a lot when I'm passionate about stuff. It's definitely the speedrun that's like influencing that a bit. If it was a speedrun tier list, it'd be S tier by far because the speedrun is so smooth and quick with its combat. Like for K2, it's so good.
Yeah.
But I would never ever suggest anyone casually to do speedrun strats. Like that's just a big no. So
Yeah.
it's one of those things where it's like we play in a specific way in the speedrun, which unironically is the way that I enjoy playing K2 with weapons and stuff. There's like
yeah.
a lot of depth to it. There's like a lot of managing your weapons, your durability, and like all the different like damaging weapons, equipment pieces and stuff like that, upgrades, etc. But
Yeah.
casually, just K2, it's so rough around the edges. But I'm
Yeah.
very happy it still exists. As someone who loves OG
Likewise.
Yakuza 2, I'm glad it exists for people to actually experience it. And it's also, I
Yeah.
think, without going too much into it, the reason why we want a K3 in that style, because it wouldn't be like K2. I've heard a lot of people complain, K3 would be like K2.
Yeah.
Look at the more recent Dead Dragon Engine games that we're going to be talking about.
Like I don't
you
get
get-
like there have
People
been like
don't pay
5
attention
or
to
4
judgment and loss. Yeah, that.
Yeah.
yeah, 4 or 5 Dragon Engine games since then. Like, are you crazy?
Yeah, like, yeah, sure, it may not have been like the best, like, like brawler combat back in those days, because it was their second Dragon Engine game. Like, they were starting to get it. They started adding, like, they focused obviously on a lot of heat attacks, and like for better or worse, they kind of made some things better, some things worse. The friendships are still there for the heat attacks, which are done, I think,
Yeah.
a little worse than OG2, but that's just on me on that.
Yeah.
But it's like they started to get it around this point. Like
Yeah.
this was the start of the evolution of RGG and the Dragon Engine of
Mhm.
they're getting it.
Yeah.
The next
Yep.
one that came out Dragon Engine wise, which we'll talk about in a bit, that's where they got it.
Before we move on to the next game, I just also want to comment on the Majima Saga a little bit.
Oh yeah,
Oh.
yeah.
I know it's really, really controversial. But how do I say this? Like, as I don't know, rushed as it might seem, I do appreciate that we get a side campaign, but at the same
Yeah.
time, the combat is so limited, like insanely limited, which, I mean, it's like a 1 hour campaign, so I can kind of see why.
The speedrun is 8 minutes 20 seconds.
Yeah, there you go. Like, if you skip stuff, it's like 10 minutes.
It's so quick.
Like,
I will say with Majima Saga, it felt like them potentially testing stuff for the future, because with the PS3 games and the PS2 games, you had fixed fight spawns, and that was the first place in the Dragon Engine you had fixed fight spawns. Like, there was
yeah.
no roaming enemies. There was the street bosses, which I actually think that was a neat concept.
Yeah.
There was the whole, here's a little side objective to get Kiryu slightly stronger in the main story, which was just, get you a bit of money and a gun.
Yeah.
Sure. Like, you can easily do that by going to the Mahjong parlor on the floor, on Tenkaichi, on the floor below it, getting Mahjong cheat item, and boom, just betting that's it, you're done instantly. But
Yeah.
I do like the fact that the street bosses are kind of tiered. The silver plate, gold plate, and platinum plate tier rewards. But it is just press circle spin to win.
Yeah.
Also, Ibuchi can absolutely go fuck off with his counter that goes through absolutely everything.
Oh
I
yeah,
hate you.
yeah.
I'm very glad your VA was used in a later game, because it was criminal that you were locked to a side game. But how dare you exist?
I will say the dynamic intro and the song are amazing, though.
Yes.
Other than
That's the whole
that,
budget.
yeah,
For me,
yeah,
Majima
that's
Saga
where the budget
is like
went.
a C tier. Like, if we're rating it differently or separately, Majima Saga C tier. Like,
Oof, Majima Saga is better than K2. Fight me.
it's more focused. I'll give it that.
I mean,
I
the
mean,
fact
the-
that it's new and not something you can compare it to something else, I think that's probably why you would put it higher than K2.
No, honestly, sarcasm aside, because yeah, it is a mess. But to me, the biggest issue with Majima Saga is that it's not that it is a DLC campaign, but that it's the only DLC campaign for K2. Again, if you were gonna give an expansion to any one character from Yakuza 2, fucking Ryuji. Look at Dead Souls. Look at what they would do in RGG Online. The man has depth. Just give him a standalone miniature. They could have gone like Final Fantasy 15. They gave dedicated DLC episodes to so many characters, and they improved the story so much retroactively. If
Mm,
they added like a Ryuji Saga or maybe something else, like I don't know, a Kaoru, whatever, that would have already improved my view on that particular game. But the fact that it's just Majima and that it's just, oh yeah, Zero, remember? Oh yeah, anyway.
Yeah,
I
like,
mean-
look at the way the fans reacted to that. Like that phone screenshot of Ryuji's back in Gaiden, which obviously now we know what that was about. People
Yeah.
constantly speculating, "Oh, Ryuji's back! Hell yeah!" Like, look at the excitement from that. Like,
I want to say though,
Yeah.
I feel like if they were to do that idea you mentioned, Gokudoni, where it's like multiple mini campaigns, I feel like
Yeah.
it would be difficult to make them feel conclusive if they were short, especially for like an RGG game. You know what I mean? Because
Yeah.
because
But
RGG,
still, again,
I would honestly love that, but I can see like the hate people would like they might have for it, because like 1 hour, like what the hell is this? Give us more.
it's like don't treat it as a standalone game. Just use it as a complement to enrich the story in ways that you couldn't in the originally intended development time. Again, Final
Yeah.
Fantasy 15. Yeah.
It's kind of crazy because if the Kaito Files, which was like what 10 hours long, like if that got limited combat, then they're definitely not going to put in the effort for like a 2 or 1 hour campaign.
Yep. But still.
Yeah, yeah. Um. Okay. Fist of the North Star, Lost Paradise. Here we are. Am I crazy for liking this game more than Kiwami 2?
Oof, infinitely, yes.
no.
That's not a convincing no. Okay, look.
Beautiful.
Lost Paradise. Okay. The game has a lot of problems, arguably more than Kiwami 2. Okay, that's really saying something, because Kiwami 2
wouldn't-
cuts content. And
Wouldn't go
so-
that far.
Oh, really? Nah.
No, genuinely. But again, a lot of it comes from K2 being a remake, but I digress.
Yeah, absolutely. Okay, so for those who don't know, Fist of the North Star Lost Paradise is like a collab title between RGG Studio and the license holders of Hokuto no Ken, which is like a shonen manga. And it's a unique title because I don't think there's any other like it so far. And how do I say this? Think of it as like a Yakuza game, but with like, this manga reskin. So a lot of things are similar. You have like a city, you have like a hub of shops, sub stories, secret boss, even side activities, all that. The problem many people have with this game is the grind. Holy shit, the grind is so bad. Like, you think, I don't know. A lot of people like say, "Oh my god, I hate Yakuza Like a Dragon and Infinite Wealth because it's RPG and the RPG has like grind and it's so slow." Play Lost Paradise. I think you're gonna change your opinion right after you finish the game, if you finish the game. It's insane how Lost Paradise. By the way, this is coming from somebody who appreciates Lost Paradise, okay? But I also understand why people hate this game, and I also still remember like what made me suffer in this game. Multiple times throughout the story, you have to stop and grind, which is heavily like close to like JRPG game design. Kenshiro is leveled. Kenshiro is the main character. You have like a level system, and it goes up until 99. And then the upgrade system itself is very similar to Kiwami and Zero, where you have like orbs, different categories. So it's closer to Kiwami, actually. And then you upgrade stuff in those categories. The problem is, going through the story is not enough. Again, you have to stop, like, I don't know, do 10 sub-stories, do, I don't know, just side content in general. And then you can go back to the story. Otherwise, you'll be like, well, what the hell? Why do these enemies one-shot me? Like, what's going on? Right? I really like the story, I'll say that. It's an original story. It's not, like, taken from the manga. They do take, inspiration in characters, but they also introduce new characters. And I think they do a good job at introducing those new characters. I didn't read the manga prior to playing this, and I still really enjoyed the story. So if you're thinking of getting into it, absolutely do. But maybe you're going to be scared with what we have to say. But again, the grind is ridiculous in this game. If you think you played the grindiest Yakuza game, I don't think you have. Play this game. I would put this, even with all that I said, I think I might put this in B? I think B is good enough for it.
B for bad, right?
Yeah, as you can see, the guys with me are very thrilled about this game, so somebody take the mic.
You go for it, Froob. I know that it's gonna be fun.
Baby. All right, I'm here in Snow Stangy Man's place as well. Just gonna speak for them as well. Fuck, I hate this game so much. Oh my god. As kind of a joke, this is going into the F tier, F open bracket, East of the
Holy
North Star close bracket. God, I hate this game so much. There are so many flaws to this game that I absolutely vehemently hate. The first thing that I cannot get off my mind. The Wasteland is an interesting concept, and I kind of like how they did it.
It's
the nice
empty.
thing about the nice thing about the Wasteland is at least it gives you fast travel to find. Why, RGG, did you take fast travel out of the city? And don't you tell me you didn't, because every save point in the city has a motorcycle next to it. You 100% took out fucking fast travel in the city, and walking around that city fucking sucks. Fight spawns are horrible. They're everywhere. You can't get away from them because Kenshiro skipped leg day and doesn't know how to walk up fucking stairs. There are so many fucking stairs in that shitty ass city that is somewhere size-wise between Sotenbori and Kamurocho. There is basically only like 3 different pathways you can take, and they're all fucking horrible. Oh my god, the combat. All right, if we were like about a year ago, I would actually probably be a bit more harsher on this point. I've actually like flip-flopped on how I feel about Fist of North Star's combat. I went from K2 to Fist of North Star and was like, man, the Dragon Engine would have been great for this multi-hitting enemy combat, and I still feel like that. But I kind of get what they're going for with Fist of North Stars now. Like when you get a lot more upgrades and you have like the jump slam attack, it gets a lot better. I do kind of like the perfect channeling stuff for killing enemies like instantly, and like the hit boost stuff, and also like the full heat replenishment. I will praise Fist of North Star where it deserves it. And if there's one thing about Fist of North Star I will praise until the end of time, the boss fights are phenomenal. Some of those boss fights are RGG's best.
Yeah.
Both soundtrack wise, fight wise, like the Jaggy fight, for instance, is really cool.
Hell
You
yeah.
start off as like
yes. Yes.
unmovable fight in first person. And then
Yes.
you have
Yep.
the proper fight afterwards, which is also really good. Like, a lot of their fights that they do in that game are really good and really unique. And even, like, here's our OCs, please do not steal. Nadai, where he fucking stabs himself with electricity to make him stronger. That shit's
Yep.
metal as fuck.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The finale itself is ass. The absolute
Oh,
sheer
God.
length of that fucking set piece leading up to like the enemies, the two big stronger enemies with the enemy that has the fucking flamethrower in that fight. Garbage,
Yep.
putrid, awful, terrible, bad design. The final boss is very good designed. Also, obviously, I do like the fact that most of the characters are voiced by, the actors from,
From
the main
Yakuza.
series.
Yeah.
It's fun to see them in that kind of like setting and like see how they would like do the characters as well. I will say as well, obviously there's no karaoke. I know Devalians covered this very recently in one of their videos. I kind of like Dr. Ken. I understand why
love it.
people don't like it for
I
the
love it.
completion requirements, but
Oh,
Dr. Ken is phenomenal. Which again, I will say, again, I hate praising Fist of the North Star. I'm going to praise it. Western version of Fist of the North Star, reducing the completion list to 50% for the trophy. RGG, you did good. Doesn't stop the grind because of the fucking Destiny talismans, which are a terrible fucking system. Like, as much as I complain about like Lad Ishin's like combo cards and like trooper cards, at least they don't take 45 fucking minutes to come off cooldown. What are you doing? Like, sure, you can upgrade them and get the accessory that drops their time by like 2 minutes. Yeah, great, fucking wonderful. Waste an accessory slot on that garbage. Like, and that's one of your bigger rewards for like late game stuff. Like, what the hell? Why did the Destiny talismans take so long to come off cooldown? Like,
Can I just interrupt for a second?
yes, please do.
I feel like Gokudoni's just laughing right now and thinking to himself like, "Oh my god, this man understands me so well."
No, I'm red in the I adore Lost Paradise, but I'm red in the my stomach hurts from laughing so much. This is beautiful.
I am still scarred deeply by Fist of the North Star and a specific speedrun I did October last year called Ass, which is
All
our acronym
sub-stories.
for all sub-stories. It took 15 fucking hours. Of those 15 hours, 6.5 are the fucking cabaret because of the one sub-story of paying back the 100 million IDL vase loan. Oh
Yep.
my god.
And the
Like-
worst part, she doesn't even want the money back. That's the worst part of it.
No, you do this like stupid back and forth of here's the money. No, you keep the money. No, here's the money.
You
No,
said-
you keep the money. Oh my
After
god.
breaking a vase for going ora 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 on it. Who wrote that?
Yep.
Hold on.
Yep.
You just said back and forth. Isn't that what this game is all about in general? Like you go to a
Yes.
place
Do
and then you
not,
go
do
back,
not.
and then you go to another place, and then you go back, and then you go to another place. Like
3 chapters before the fucking end. I hate this so much. It encapsulates everything perfectly about why I heavily dislike Fist of the North Star in that it doesn't respect your time as a player. Like, you have basically, you're trying to figure out where the main bad guy's group is, Nadai. So what you need to do is you get like a little tip that there's a sage of the desert. Like, I can't remember if they're like a cameo character or whatever. But you're supposed to go out to the wasteland. You drive like halfway down the wasteland because in the story, you actually only see like a third of the wasteland. You don't have to go to the other 2/3. And even in all sub-stories, the only reason why you go to the very bottom of the map is to do that one race. There's like no reason to go to most parts of the map.
yeah,
It is a pure fucking wasteland,
Yeah.
literally. But you go down to like halfway down the map, you get to these rocks, and Kenshiro's like, "Oh, I can't do anything about these rocks. I better go back and go see my mate Bat." So you go back to the
Kenshiro,
city, you go
fucking
and
punch
see
the rock.
Bat. Yeah,
I mean, literally.
he could do. He could jump it.
Yeah,
You literally go back to the city. You see Bat, and Bat's like, "Oh, mate, you need a part for your car, you do. It just so happens I got that
I hate
car
that.
for you."
I
So
hate that.
You're like, "All right, cool. I'm gonna get this part and put it on my car." Except it's not fucking made, is it? So you have to go back to the wasteland to grind the items. And again, I will praise Fist of the North Star where it deserves its praise. When you go back to the exact same spot, which thank God there's a fast travel point nearby, it does increase the spawn rate of said items. Cool. Good. But then you have to go back to Bat, make the part, and by God, you better not forget to put it on your car, because if you do, you are fucked. You're going back again. Put it on the car, you drive to the rock, and you don't even, like, Kenshiro's like, "Oh, I need some speed to, like, hit this rock." No, you don't. You just need, like, 100 miles an hour. Like, you don't even need speed. You go through, you speak to the desert, the sage of the desert, and his literal, like, thing to tell you is listen to the people of the city. You go back home, you make it nighttime, a fucking Jaguar turns up and says, "Oh, we found him." Fuck off. Excuse my language. That encapsulates everything wrong about Fist of the North Star. It doesn't respect your time as a player. There are so many bits like that that just waste your time. Beat it.
100%. Like, unfortunately, like, how do I say? This game on the first playthrough, more than likely, I can't see anybody saying, "Oh my god, this is the best game I ever played." Unlike, for example,
Unless you're a
Yakuza
Fist of the
0.
North Star mega fan, because yes, there are good things about it, including
Yeah.
again the characters used.
Like, you might like it if you really are like a Fist of the North Star fan, but I still can't see anybody saying, the best game ever. Like, what was I gonna say? Where was I going with this? Oh yeah. This game, in my opinion, is way, and I repeat, way better on a New Game Plus run.
Yes.
Yep.
If you play this for the first time, chances are you're gonna hate at least a couple parts in the game. At least, if that's not 10 parts of the game. Okay?
Yep.
Every time I revisited this game on stream in the past couple of years, which was 2 times, I played New Game Plus. And I say on stream, I'm gonna do New Game Plus, because if I do a fresh new game, we're not gonna finish this game today, and I'm gonna hate it. But if you do New Game Plus and you have all your progress, you don't need to grind for anything. You can just speed through the story. And all those points where you have to fetch a car part, you already have the part, but they still kind of like to drag you back and forth, even with that.
Yep.
But yeah, the
you
only
have to
reason
re-get all the fast travel for the Wasteland and New Game Plus.
I think you do.
They should have
I
kept that.
can't remember actually. I think you do.
Yeah, they should have kept that.
Yeah.
Let's hope they did. Can't remember.
Now here's the question, Gokudoni. Would you like to add anything over what Froob said?
Man, full disclosure, I adored the game. And mind you, I platinumed the game. And
Oh,
the first
no.
time I played it,
So sorry.
yeah, I'm very proud of it. My nerve damage definitely speaks for itself. But, okay, I got into this game without being a fan of the source material, but this game made me a fan of the source material. I did get into the manga and the anime and the movies and whatever.
Yeah.
Comparing the experience of this game as a standalone game, yeah, it's real good. As a Fist of the North Star game, it's a god tier entry. I can't stress this enough, because this. Oh god, if you know how the manga ends, this game gives you a better ending to the story than the bloody source material. Genuinely. A happy ending that feels deserved. A final... Okay, every original character in this feels like it's a natural part of the world, and I can't stress that enough. Nadai is gorgeous. Fucking Targa. Who thought that up? It is a genius. The fact that you can literally reverse, or rather, you get a second shot at preventing the catastrophe that led your worlds to be in the state that it is currently in. You literally have to defeat this random psycho who thinks he's a god of the new worlds to prevent a nuclear catastrophe and also save the love of your life. Perfect, beautiful, frame it, wonderful.
By the way, just to add something, I can't stress enough how much I love that's Targa's whole deal. He's just crazy.
Yeah. And it makes sense, because this is Hokuto no Ken we're talking about. If you're vaguely familiar with the source material, you know that every villain here is evil to a comic degree. And not I'm pretty sure I'm gonna quote the exact same thing that I wrote in my script, because I did recently. It might be released by the time this releases, but a final bosses tier list for the entire franchise.
Yeah.
And while going through Targa's involvement, it was just... how do I even explain it? Every villain in Hokuto no Ken is evil to the point where you can't take them seriously, but they're so bloody over the top about everything that you can't help but have spasms of laughter. Like, what the fuck is this guy talking about? What do you mean nuclear war and death and millions? But it makes sense in the context of the world, because it's not just that the villains are over the top. Everything is over the top.
My favorite part, by the way, you can't use your Hokuto Shinken on me, and then proceeds to use Hokuto Shinken on me.
Which I love that, and I hate that, because it's thematically the whole problem with Fist of the North Star being a crossover game of it's obviously going to have, the big characters you'd expect. Your Yagis, your Raos, your Fauzers, or Salva.
Yeah.
Like,
Trouser.
yeah, trouser. But you are going to sum up their entire storyline in one single fight or one single
Right.
chapter.
Yeah.
Like, it's the only issue. And again, for that, it should be the thing that gets you more interested in the source material. But it does spoil a fair chunk of the source material at points as well.
Oh yeah.
But at least the bits where it takes homage or it does stuff like that is genuinely done really well. Like, and as
Mhm.
you're saying, like, again, as a Fist of the North Star game, it is really good. Like, you can easily see that with the actual game itself because you've got the arcade Fist of the North Star game, which again, it's one of those things where at the
Oof.
time RGG weren't exactly changing up the arcade that much. They were adding like
Mhm.
one or two new things like motor raiding K2, like a bit
Right.
of Puyo Puyo in like the original version of 6. Like, it's one of those things where it's like it's appreciated that they at least like got something cool like that and added it into the game. Like, but you can absolutely see how a lot of Fist of the North Star games, the Muso from the Koei Tecmo like folk, like it felt like a really weird one when the Berserk one got it, the Attack on Titan one was different and got it. It felt like just
Mhm.
they tried to do Dynasty Warriors for Fist of the North Star and it doesn't quite work.
Mm.
Whereas
Exactly.
this is a game that is focused on Kenshiro and how OP Kenshiro is and how it should be.
Yeah.
Saying that, fuck you, canon mode. Absolutely piss off,
Oh.
never.
Ooh, that. Oh god, there are certain difficulty levels in this franchise that are just like I would say X hard in Kurohyou 2, definitely canon in
Oh,
Lost
screw
Paradise.
that.
Yeah.
Ishin difficulty in Ishin Kiwami.
Yep.
Like if you try
Yep.
any of those on a clear file, you're gonna come out a changed man.
Yep. Yep. Full respect if you
Christ.
do that, but again, especially for a first playthrough, never do that.
No,
Yeah.
it's pain. It's no.
Okay,
And
would you
I
You're
guys?
know-
talking a boss that should be level 40 by the time you get to them in like chapter like 11 is literally level 99.
Yeah.
Oh yeah,
Like,
fucking Raul.
yes. Yeah.
Would you guys
will-
agree
I-
with the? Yeah, sorry, go on.
Go on. You go on.
I was just gonna say, would you guys agree that Lost Paradise feels strange in the sense that it's not a Kiwami game, but it feels like a Kiwami game?
Yeah.
Like there's quantity
I-
over quality.
Interesting analogy. Yeah.
I respect Lost Paradise for taking some of the older things and trying something new with it. I've
Yeah.
complained about the Cabaret, but the Cabaret, for example, is like a lot more dealing with, rowdy customers. And because of like those customers that are definitely going to get rowdy, you have to like change up your hostesses or your tactics to deal with them. Like, I really like they tried to do that differently.
Yeah.
Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. The batting mini game is slightly different. You get to hit the guys off
Oh,
their
I
bikes, and
despise
it's
that.
like it's
Oh,
funny
really?
in terms of like a it fits really well thematically with Fist of the North Star, but as you say, it's so finicky. There's a tell, but until you know
Oh,
that tell,
yeah.
it feels impossible. Like,
Yeah.
Yep.
Casually,
So-
I actually like that, but I imagine if you go for completion, it's like fucking annoying.
yeah.
Don't. You need it for one stupid material that you need
Yeah.
for, I believe, the
Oh,
Destiny
no.
talismans, and that
Yep.
pissed me off to no end.
Yep, it's one of the quick ways to get one of the shop upgrade materials for Lin shop
Shop.
as well.
Yeah.
Mm.
Oh, fucking Lin shop! Don't even. The bartender Ken as well with the fucking rotate stick mash.
Oh my
buttons.
God.
Yeah, I was
Oh.
gonna say I really
My
adore that
arms don't
minigame.
function.
Yeah. I like the minigame,
Well-
but man, the inputs could be better.
Why?
The stick rotating one for level 3 and the technically level 4 where it's purple stars because it's the
Yep.
last sub story. My
Yep.
arms. And I'm a
Yep.
guitarist. I'm used to abusing my arms, but that hurt. That
Yeah.
bloody hurt. Ooh.
Despite all
But-
this and despite my joke, I would
Yeah.
still put this at a very, 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 very low B tier.
Are you
I
sure
think
about that?
there are-
Ooh.
If this was like a year ago, it'd be like bottom of the rung C tier, and I'm gonna get flack for putting it in B because of like everything that I've like ranted and raved about. But there are genuinely things that I do like about Fist of the North Star. I genuinely think some of the boss fights in that game are some of RGG's best.
Yeah.
Like, I can't,
bosses are
yeah.
like objectively, I can't overlook that. If this was a speedrun, it'd be F tier for sure. But literally, like, I can't overlook how good the bosses are. Like, even in the speedrun, they're really good. But just I can't overlook the things that it does well, despite ranting about it. Like, I care about the game. It's just I wish it was slightly better. Like,
Yeah.
And would it be a C for you, Gokudoni, or is it a B?
Oof, not even that's an A tier. No, full disclosure.
Wait,
and
really?
again, I platinumed this bloody game. I would easily put it in an A tier. No sarcasm, no irony, nothing. I adore this game, and anytime I've returned to it, again, prefacing this in New Game Plus, and I do have a maxed out character and everything, but This game in New Game Plus is just a dream. And when you have even the tiniest bits of knowledge of the source material, these are some of the most enjoyable boss fights I've had in Yakuza history, like bar none. And the QTEs and everything, and the music. Also, one thing that we haven't mentioned, but the Wasteland. Is it absolutely empty? Yes. Is it the point? Yes, even though it doesn't make for a very enjoyable experience.
Yeah.
But the one thing that I love about it, for example, I know some people are really pissed that you need to find the arcade minigames to actually play them. But speaking as someone who is, like, I approach these games as a completionist. I've platinumed basically every game in the franchise. I had a bit of a, let's just say, negative predisposition towards certain arcade minigames that are here, and that were also in Yakuza 0.
Yeah.
For whatever reason, the fact that you needed to actually go out while you were leveling up, you would occasionally be like, oh, there's this really special item that you can get somewhere in the desert. And being surprised by a legacy Sega arcade minigame. For whatever reason, it made me want to revisit that arcade minigame more than if it were readily available. Because it felt like, okay, you did earn it, and you don't have to do it for the platinum unless you want to in the Western edition of the game. So you have that, obviously. Also, the fact that you can find songs for the car, like you can find, I believe, the very original opening for the anime Aiwo Torimodose, and also the best version of Receive You in the form of North Star, and the Super Monkey Ball theme, and OG Receive You. You can also, there's a lot of details here, but yeah, this game makes you work for it
The
significantly
one
more than
time
it should.
RGG remembered binary domain exists.
Also, yeah, good point. That, oh my god, that was awesome. Jesus. But yeah, the grindiness is pain. There, I feel like Froob's segment should be a standalone video where it's just the title of the worst Yakuza game ever made, and it's just that. Like a genuine, I wish I had a webcam open. I was crying.
There's a video idea, Froob.
Yeah, true, very true.
And then, there's just us laughing in the background.
Someone should animate it, please, if someone's watching.
It's so funny after ranting about it for so long like that, and then still giving it a B tier, because it's like there are still like some parts of it that I do like, and like, again, if this was I've not played it. Well, I technically played it for some charity fundraising for the Dr. Ken stuff recently, but it's like I said I was taking a year off from that game after like this ass. And, like, I've been very acutely aware that anniversary is next month.
Oh no!
So and it's so funny because like in the one of the reasons why I hate the speedrun of it, for the car parts, you need certain materials that are they're literally RNG to find.
Yep.
Until we started doing, or at least until I started doing the all sub stories, like routing stuff, and I found, and I completely forgot this guy existed, the fucking trader, who has one of those materials.
The game
So
forgets it as well.
There's an RNG part that's just removed, and like literally for 4 years I was running that game without like remembering that guy existed, and when I found him, I was just like, you motherfucker.
Oh yeah, the traders are horseshit in this game, because you have to, like, a very specific amount of I guess the currency to have a very specific set of predisposed materials available at a given trader.
You trade materials for materials, and it's never a fair trade.
Yeah, it's stupid. That's probably one of the worst things. Oh god, I'm remembering the maxing out of the car and the parts, and oh god, that was horrible. No.
Yep.
But I mean, I've seen your, again, I'm gonna use the full name because I think it's hilarious, but I've seen your fist ass run, and it was just, oh god, I wouldn't blame you for not touching that game in a decade minimum.
Yeah, just I don't like mass negativity. There was one point in like the cabaret part, I'd only had like 4 hours sleep before the run, and we're like hour 11 or 12 into the run. I'd still got Lynn's shop at the very end to do, because at that point, you got money to buy most of the stuff. You can make it a lot quicker and easier. And at one point during the cabaret, like 3 to 4 hours into it, I was just like, end me. I've had enough.
Yeah.
Like, if it wasn't for people watching, I like literally helping me get through, like, by being there, I would have either fallen asleep or just given up.
You actually have to suffer to get to Amon, which is saying something, because like between this and it's comparable to OG Yakuza 1 and 2 in terms of how much time you might need.
Oh yeah.
And like with OG Yakuza 1 and 2, it's really bad because you need a guide. There's nothing else to it. You absolutely need a guide. And with The Lost Paradise, maybe you don't need a guide, but at the same time, it's going to take the soul out of you.
Patient, yeah. Oh god.
will say again, praising the boss fights, I do love that Amon takes an aspect of every single boss in the game.
Yeah,
Like, I
yeah.
think that's
Yeah.
clever. I think that's well done, and he's a good fight without being, busted hard like some Amon fights.
Yep.
He's definitely like one of the most unique Amon fights in the whole franchise.
Yeah.
I
Yeah.
really like that.
I also like the fact that you don't have to win the racing bit. You can
Same.
just lose and just be on 1 HP and just heal
Same.
up with an item in your inventory. It's like, okay, cool, dude.
Yeah.
Yep. But,
Also-
go.
A bit of a spoiler, but I mean, I don't think anybody cares about this game. Sorry, Lost Paradise fans. The fact that Amon just goes Nagoshi before he dies.
Yes. Yes. Yes.
Beautiful.
What were you gonna say?
Yeah. I was just gonna round everything up in a more positive note. When people will inevitably watch this and they'll be like, do these people even enjoy the games anymore? And here's the thing. That people don't understand this until they return to a certain set of games multiple times. This is the result of having hundreds of hours of experience with these individual games. The things we adore infinitely more than an average person. But the things we despise, bloody hell, it's
Yeah.
incomparable.
I was gonna
But,
say,
yeah,
for folks who
that's it.
think we're being like overly negative, wait for the next few games because there's gonna be some very big positives coming out for the last few.
I actually didn't expect that. I thought this would be the peak.
For you, maybe.
Ah,
Are we ready to get into the next one?
Next one's gonna be very interesting.
Okay, so next up on the list is Judgment. My assessment is probably going to be also relatively quick, so I'll just say, when this first came out, it was like an S tier for me, because at the time it was one of the best, some of the best combat in the franchise for me. Like I found it really fun. Yagami being able to do like wall jumps was like a whole new territory, and just seeing like a game similar in vein to Kurohyou in that you're playing as a civilian in Kamurocho was really, really, really cool. And
Yep.
seeing that again was just, I think it was something that the franchise needed. And the supporting cast is awesome, and the fact that they don't abuse the cameos is really
Yeah.
good as well. The soundtrack is amazing, and at the time, I honestly thought this was hands down the best story in the whole franchise because a lot of things made
Yep.
sense. Things kind of what's the word I'm looking for? Connected very well.
Yep.
And they, for the most part, explain everything. Like, there's nothing that you're gonna be like, oh, like what the hell is this? I mean, there might be still like a thing or two, but compared to like your average Yakuza game, it felt very logical, which is funny to say because I don't know, like, okay, I don't know where I was taking that. It's not that other Yakuza games are illogical, but a lot of the time you have like such what the fuck moments, right? But Judgment felt grounded in a way.
Yeah.
I think that's how I would put it. The thing that's kind of how do I say intriguing about Judgment is that I don't know if they intended to present Yagami as somebody that's weaker than the average Yakuza protag, because this guy can pull off so much shit. It's insane. It can make your head spin. The combat for Yagami is really cool, and we're gonna talk about the improvements in Lost Judgment later as well. But yeah, story-wise, like the payoff for this game was amazing. Really love this game. But after like some time passed, I realized, maybe it's just like time doing its thing. But I would now take it to A tier, maybe, because I feel like in some bits where they explain stuff, they actually take a lot of time.
Yes. They
that-
even
Oh,
give
yeah.
you breaks, which is wild.
yeah.
Oh, that. Oof.
There's at least one with Hamura, right?
Yes.
Yeah,
Yeah,
the
there's one with
interrogation.
Hamura. There's the one like midway through the game when it's you.
Kido?
Kido?
Not Kido. Kido does have one, yes. That's like the endgame one. I'm thinking the one in Yagami's office after you go and see Hattori the journalist, where it's
Yeah.
you, lawyer kid whose name I keep forgetting,
Yeah.
Sugiura, blah blah blah. Like just the whole like mid part of the plot where it's like we kind of got to move things along, but we don't have a hook, so we're gonna like do this like kind of Deus Ex like conversation of try and figure out
Yeah.
what it is. And this is the thing that I like about Judgment. Like when the characters get this idea of, hey, what if it's this? What if, the murder from X amount of months ago was related?
Mhm.
They go through that entirely after that point and find the evidence afterwards. to
Yeah.
support it,
Yep.
not just the usual RGG. Oh, it's definitely this, and
Yeah.
without like showing what happened or what like potentially was the thing. Genuinely, like actually, like cleverly, like shows you the
Mhm.
player, like, hey, this thing we're theorizing, it is right.
Yeah.
It does it in a satisfying way.
Something else as well, compared to other games, even Kiwami 2, the side content felt really lacking for me. Like, if I go
Interesting.
back and
Really?
visit this game, I don't know, like, maybe it's just because I'm not a fan of drone racing, or, I mean, the VR minigame is okay.
It's not.
Wait, do you
I
guys
mean,
hate it, or do you
personally-
guys love it?
I fucking hate it.
Okay.
Again,
cool.
being a
That is speedrun
completionist,
related.
yeah.
Oh, yeah.
No, just yeah.
What were you gonna say?
I mean, from a completionist standpoint, the fact that everything is so, let's put it this way, hard coded. If you want to mid max stuff, you can't just do, oh, I don't know, I'll effectively grind money from this particular side activity. No, there's only one optimal way of doing it.
Yeah,
It's
true,
like, okay,
true.
you need to do, I don't know, let's say you want to do all the drone races. Well, it has some of the most unfair AI ever, especially if you do the time trials. So you need the best parts. How do you get the best parts? Oh, you need money. How do you get money? Oh, you need play passes. How do you get play passes? Oh, you play 7 different activities that have
I
nothing to
hate
do
the
with
free
the first
pass.
one.
I hate the free pass grind so much.
That type of stuff. And then the VR minigame gets repetitive and blah, blah, blah. And I still loved it more than Lost Judgment. Who broke it? And okay, that's a different topic. But yeah, not a particular fan of those two specific side activities, if you couldn't tell.
Yeah.
In the speedrun, VR Mario Party sucks ass. So it's very much warped my perception of it. The quickest way to get through it in the speedrun is obviously to run out of dice rolls, which is either to land on the dice square or, if it's land on the dice square or don't do anything, like land on like spaces you've already
Literally.
been on, or like,
Yeah.
the Popo convenience store folks. The upgrades for that to slow the dice down, you can only get after you've done the tutorial one, the first one, which is the forced one. You can slow it down if you like mash the XMB button, but that only works for the OG PS4 version. Otherwise, you're shit out of luck. You got to just roll it, and if you roll onto like any fight, then you've just got an extra dices, and you're losing like 2 to 3 minutes in the speedrun. It's just the end of the run. It's very much made me negative towards the minigame, which is a shame because I like thinking of the minigame. I don't think it's a bad minigame. Just
No, in concept, yeah.
yeah. It's very long.
It
Speaking
is.
of very long things and judgment, it has to be touched upon. I've always said people are quite harsh about these, but thanks again to the speedrun. No, people aren't being harsh about this. The tailing segments.
Oh, I
So,
forgot. Thank you. I forgot about that.
There are, I want
I
to say there are
forgot.
9 of them in the story. They disappear from chapters 6 through like 9 or 10.
Mhm.
So they disappear for like a good like 2 hours in the story. The speedrun itself is under 4.5 hours RTA, so real time.
Yeah.
Of those 4.5 hours, 38 minutes are tailing segment. And that's with skips that we know about in them.
Oof,
like-
the last one. Oof.
Oh, that last one. I simultaneously hate how long it is and love the fact that it's pure evil. The fact
I
that
mean, it
like
makes sense.
yeah, the guy that you're following is twitchy. He's like he thinks he's being followed, and he is. And like he turns around so many times, and it's the start of the second part where he's at the bottom of coming out of like the actual theater bit, and you think to yourself, because the cutscene shows him walking away, so you think to yourself, oh, I've got to run to catch
Yeah.
up and like keep up with him,
No,
and
no,
then he
no,
just
no, no.
He
walks
shows up.
backwards.
Yep.
You
Yep.
cheeky piece of crap. I love that. Like I hate it and
Yep.
I love it. Like
Yeah.
it's so good. Like Lost Judgment 110% improves the tail stuff just by the count of like removing half of it. But
Yeah.
it's definitely a thing that is a negative towards Judgment for me. Like I used to
Yeah.
be someone that's like, hey, if you know what you're doing, it doesn't take that long. It's literally 40 minutes in the game. Like it's
Yeah, there's too
it's
many
long.
of them.
Speaking of long, I
Speaking of long.
got one more.
Go on.
Chapter 1 is one of the longest chapter 1s of
It
any
is.
RGG game.
Yep.
Remember
And
when they
did
released the
that away
demo?
as a free demo.
Yeah, yeah,
Like
Uh.
you don't get access to you get your friend events in chapter 1, but you don't get access to side cases until chapter 2. So
Yeah.
it kind of you still keep getting, new stuff as you go through. I do think, and I don't put this as too much negative towards Judgment because RGG saw it as like a new series that has to introduce people. It introduces everything at like a really slow snail's pace.
yeah.
Like every so often you have to do things. Like you have to do
True,
as part
true.
of the story, like 3 side cases or like 2 side
I was
cases.
gonna say it has a lot of filler.
Yes, which those side cases are actually like, it's weird because of the speedrun. They're perfectly placed. There's that one part where you need to get the money for Ayabe for the information, which is like 100k. You get
Yeah.
90k or something like that for the Crow side case that you get like forced to do the literal bit before you give the money to Ayabe. So the game gives you 90k at that point.
Mm.
So RGG cleverly know, and it's the same for like something just before the wiretaps for Tsukumo. It's the same before the purchase quotation marks of the hotel district lady that's not the same person with the parent like side case that you have to do in like chapter like 4, I think it is. That gives you like 150,000 yen, which, you know, that's enough for everything that you need later. Like it's very, very good at like giving you the money that you need at the right time. But it feels like filler until you like, you know, replay the game and see you need like all of this money for all of this stuff. It 100% feels like filler. Like, it's weird.
But again, it makes sense narratively because it's like, oh yeah, you have downtime. You need to wait until someone does something investigative wise instead of just being, oh, I'm the omniscient human being. I know we need to go here. Blah blah blah.
Yeah,
and there are a bit too many of them, but yeah.
I really like Judgment. I'm sorry, I'm going to waffle on about one more thing. If there's one thing I adore that Judgment does perfectly, and I'm going to get like slack for this. Please let me say it. Kane Gang and also Captain Hammer's family. Like his Yaks members. So the reason why I say this isn't the execution and the use of the Kane Gang, because the timer is on 2 separate timers that we know thanks to the speedrun. It either is on a timed-based timer. If you don't get into any fights, it's like in-game time, like 2 hours or something like that. Or it's determined, like that timer goes down depending on the amount of like street fights you do. There's like certain like boss enemies that you'll have seen. If you get into those, it lowers the timer a big chunk. If it's normal fights, it's like 9 normal fights or something like that. But what I'm talking about specifically is the way the plot uses them. The way that the plot has actual ways of saying, you know, hey, the Kane Gang aren't around, so here's Captain Hammer's family trying to mess with Yagami, and vice versa. Like, you have the 2 different, like, enemy factions that, you know, there's slight differences. They still play slightly the same, and they fight slightly the same, but you obviously have, like, a more, like, bigger set street boss-like enemies with the Kane Gang, where, and I'm not talking, like, the 4 of them, I'm talking, like, the, you know, the purple ones that roam around the map. Like, there's just a really nice kind of blend of, you know, we have a legit plot reason as to why this group is disappearing for a couple of chapters and why this group is reappearing for a couple of chapters. Like, they balance that really well in Judgment.
Yeah, it probably has some of the strongest world building. Also, having a city that feels the most lived in. Like, you genuinely... The friendship system is one of the best things about it to me. Because it's like, yeah, you know everyone here. And you get more cases because you know everyone here.
The finale to the friendships is amazing.
Yes, it is.
Also,
yes, I wish RGG would do more of that.
Yeah.
That was beautiful.
Like, it's one of those, like, side activity approaches where you're doing the side content and then you feel rewarded for actually doing them by getting, like, an amazing finale to it. I want to see that in actual Yakuza games as well.
Yeah, I was genuinely like, Lost Judgment does it differently. We'll talk about like Lost Judgment when we get to it. But I was really disappointed that Lost Judgment didn't quite go to fully that lengths. And I can also understand why people don't like doing it in Lost Judgment and Judgment. In Judgment, like some of your friends require certain minigames. Hello, Mahjong. Fun fact, you can skip the majority of it.
Yep.
So for those who don't know, the cheap and quick, dirty way, the first game of Mahjong, I have to play Mahjong on Tenkaichi to unlock Yurikatachi Manor. You can skip that game. You go straight to Yurikatachi Manors. You then have to like win a game of Mahjong. You have to play that one and win that one. It's just like win a game in Richi. Like, it's just the basic of Mahjong. The third one, and I actually don't like this. There's a special Mahjong parlor in Judgment called Remi Mahjong, which adds this really fucking wild set of RNG to it that is absolutely garbage and terrible. You can cheat that easily. When you get Onodera and his wares down in the sewers, you can buy the Mahjong cheat item off of him, save before you go into it, use that tile, and then just keep reloading the save until, you know, turn 1 with that tile on, you get that, like, Warem, like, actual status, and then you win the round and you're done. So, but it's as Develian says, if you don't vibe with some of the minigames, like the drone racing VR, like, you have to do all of the beginner league to unlock the guy where you have to then go around the city and look for the QR codes, which I actually do quite like. I really like the fact they added stuff. The tiger drop and the place where the tiger drop is, chef's kiss. Beautiful. Perfect. It's exactly where you think it would be. Like, and it's like stuff like that, little things like that. The Captain Cop fight, where like Kaito's name
Mhm.
changed to Captain Cop.
Yep.
Beautiful.
I didn't
Like,
notice that. Damn.
the sub stories, like they're funny. They're really well written. Ass
They
catching.
feel like side cases, actual
Yes.
ones, not
Yeah.
sub stories. Yeah.
Yeah.
Like you said, the way they're connected, just there's a lot of things I love that Judgment does, but I fully agree with Devalian in that like time has not been kind to Judgment. Judgment, like, and we'll talk about this again with Lost Judgment. When Judgment starts, you are slow. You
Yeah.
bounce off
Oh, yeah.
enemies. Like until
Oh,
you
yeah.
get certain upgrades, it's rough. Like
It
Lost
is.
Judgment has so much good quality of life at the start that really helps it out. But I think for me, like after like time and how good RGG have been with their other series, I think it has dropped from an S to an A for me as well. Despite like all this praise I'm like lavishing on it, fully agree
Yeah.
with the story as well because like it feels complete. Like there's a
It
lot of
does.
Yaks games
It
that
really
just kind
does.
of like, what? Like, am I not getting a resolution for this? Or you know,
Yeah. What about this character and that character?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And there's certainly some
Yeah.
characters that kind of get the short end of the stick.
Yeah.
But Judgment has a plot that it wants to say, and it says it in full.
Yeah. I would agree with that as well.
Sorry for harping on about that. I'm passionate. about
No, don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. I also wanted to actually mention one thing. Mortal wounds. That was unique to Judgment.
I
Um,
like them.
I also
I
like them.
understand why people hate them.
Yeah, same.
It's usually the people who love mashing and they're like, no, this is a stupid game.
Oh no, are you saying
So-
skill issue, Gokudoni?
I'm not gonna say skill issue, but here's the thing: between this and Keiken Gang, this is a game that will not get boring. Where you're like, oh yeah, whoop-de-doo, I just press buttons and everyone dies.
Yes.
This is a game that loves keeping you on your toes.
True,
Personally, I love
true.
that. I know why people would hate it, but again, okay, this is also probably because I'm such a huge fan of Kurohyou, because Judgment feels like a spiritual successor with all the
Yeah.
uniqueness. To
Yeah,
it.
yeah,
The
for
cops
sure.
can chase you around as well.
Oh, I
like,
forgot about that. They took
Yep.
that away from Lost Judgment. I
They
can't
took
believe
so
it.
many unique things out for Lost Judgment. It is
And
genuinely
that's
shame.
why
Yeah.
I'm
Lock
not a
picking
fan of
and
Lost
stuff.
Judgment. Yeah.
Yeah.
Also, lockpicking. The thumb ones, they can
Oh,
piss
no.
off.
Yes, yeah,
But
that's
you
the
right.
had to
regular
mention
ones-
it. You had to mention
But the
it.
regular
God.
ones are fun. Yeah.
Fun fact, if you don't know, in the main story, the only lock picking you do is the non-fun turn bypass. Like,
Yeah.
you have one fun turn bypass that you do in chapter 1 because they specifically spawn a wire to the left, and because they don't have any more set pieces where they spawn wires, every other lock pick that you have to do, which I don't think is that many in OG Judgment, they're all the one way you do the lock pick, unless you get it in VR Mario Party, of course.
Right.
But if you're just doing the story, there's only one fun turn bypass, just the one. So, and it's obviously the easiest one, so that's kind of nice.
Yeah.
And
Right,
also, as you say,
so-
like I feel like Yagami's complete. When you get like late game upgrades, you feel like a much stronger Yagami.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, definitely. So you said you would put this in A, right? For
Yeah, I think if it was a couple of years ago, it'd be S, but I think it's an A now.
oh, right. What about you, Gokudoni?
Oh, for me, this is like top 3. This is S plus, like genuinely.
Ooh, okay, respect.
Nice.
Again, I definitely agree with everything that you pointed out, both of you, with regards to the issues. Yes, it has a lot of things that haven't aged well, and even stuff like Crane being absurdly underpowered compared to Tiger. Not to say that it doesn't have the utility it needs to, but yeah, more often than not, unless we're talking about the one heat action that just deletes a group, yeah, Tiger is usually your way to go.
Yeah.
But to
Yeah.
me, the amount of uniqueness that this game has, the amount of the experimentation it has, like,
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure I've said this in an earlier point of the video, but it takes guts to do something different. And I love Judgment for just trying to
Definitely.
be its own thing rather than being a Yakuza game, for lack of a better word.
Yeah.
No, absolutely. It does
And
have
also
that
the fact
Kurohyou
that
feel
it's-
with the experimentation.
Yes, and again, I love that because it's easy to play it safe. It's easy to be iterative, and while we may enjoy it, again, I would rather have, if we get a Judgment 3, I would rather have one that may have more boundary pushing like the first one, even if it may end up with something divisive, than I would a game like Lost Judgment where it's like, oh, yeah, let's just do this again, and then
Yeah.
if you get the
Yeah.
idea, yeah.
And quickly to like say as well, like depending on if you're playing like which version of Judgment, I will praise OG Lost Judgment on PS4, despite all the 10 FPS frame drops and aim on it like 5 FPS.
I would
Judgment
argue-
was, like the first game
I would argue
where
the low FPS made that fight better, actually.
Agreed.
You know,
Same.
fair. One thing I do really like about the OG version of Judgment,
Yeah.
it's one of those early games where they finally started changing up a lot of the mini games. They,
Yeah.
for better or worse on the completion list, Puyo Puyo. And even like pinball, which like I've wanted RGG to do pinball for so long, and it's a shame that it's a Unity based pinball that you can buy on Steam. Like it's
Mm.
available on Steam.
Yeah.
It's not great. Like
I-
I really it fit the narrative of like that noir theme of Judgment so well. Please RGG, a pinball minigame that you've made in the future, please. I'm begging you. Like that was one of my most like excited things that I was like minigames I was ever excited for, and it just didn't quite hit the mark. Like
You know, it's a good thing you were not streaming on YouTube back at that time, because that pinball game, unfortunately, gave me a strike. Not a notice,
no.
a strike.
Yep.
And I was like, you know what?
Wow.
I am not touching this shit ever again.
Never mind. I take it all back.
I remember. Oh yeah, we didn't mention that with Lost Paradise. Oof, what a minefield.
Oh, dude.
Oh, God,
my-
yeah.
You know what? D tier. No, never mind.
Yay!
But yeah, holy shit. Fist of the North Star is like a license hell. So
Yeah,
because of
I've
that alone, most likely, for those who don't know, this game is very risky to like stream or upload videos of, which is kind of
that-
bullshit, because I remember people uploading like full playthroughs, and yet when I uploaded the same thing, YouTube didn't like that. So like YouTube fucking sucks at that sometimes. I've had times as well where, for example, I was streaming Resident Evil 8 that got age restricted because of violence, but there are people that are monetizing their videos, and it's like, okay, so what the hell is going on here?
Yep.
It's just a YouTube moment. So yeah, it's just one of those things.
I mean, if anyone's curious why certain games don't get coverage, that's a huge part of it.
Yes.
Yeah, what he said, 100%.
The PS3 era and like blocking any kind of cutscene like really hurts a lot.
It really does, and I kind of understand, because I'm pretty sure Yokoyama himself said like, we just don't want people to spoil stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah. But at the same time, it's also like
Ooh.
marketing for your game when you're not paying for it, you know? Like free
Yeah,
wait, wait.
advertising, basically.
They've
Hold on,
definitely
wh-
gotten
while
a
we're
lot
on
better
that-
recently, at least. To,
Yeah, yeah,
At least to say to their credit.
I'm so thankful. Yokoyama said, I'm reluctant, but fine, we'll let it go.
Yeah. Yeah.
Oof. Wait, you just reminded me of something. There was one period during the PS4 era where they had gameplay recording
Yes.
blocked because of blah blah blah.
Yeah.
As
Every
a content
finale.
creator,
Yeah.
ah, God. Oh, also Ishin in its entirety, OG
Yes.
Ishin.
Yeah. Yeah.
Until you get into premium adventure, like. Okay, speaking as a content creator who hasn't bothered to purchase a capture card, I just do it with built-in capture. It's been almost a decade for some of these games. Can you bloody remove it? Like, am I really going to spoil the final boss of Yakuza 6? Or maybe the cutscene, not even the boss, but the cutscene after it. I had to do remote play, and it's all staggery, and it's 720p, and it's awful.
Yeah.
Gokudoni, please continue to cook. Because, like, no, you're absolutely right. Like, for some reason, it didn't cross my mind, but it makes sense for them to block that stuff for, like, I don't know, like a few months. But then, I don't know, like, just take it away. Why don't you?
Because it's like the people who... Okay, here's the thing. There are certain channels that will immediately upload the final boss basically a day after the games come out.
Or
Those
before.
people... Those people have the equipment to circumvent that. You're just screwing over the smaller content creators.
Exactly.
Like myself.
Like, the thing is, that kind of upload is not going to stop just because you're doing this. Because guess what? It's very likely that people you give codes to will do that shit. So it's like...
They definitely have in the past. I'm fairly certain, like, I wasn't looking for it, but I'm fairly certain Infinite Wealth boss stuff appeared, like, the day of, and you could not have gotten there. And
Yeah.
I was spoiled on it. Yeah, because there
Yeah.
was some idiot in the US. There was some like a chain of stores that had it stocked earlier than it should have. So you had even casual consumers just putting stuff out. Not to blame the ones that were just, hey, I'm enjoying the game and everything, but putting the face of the final boss, not the Irizumi, but the face as the cover of an OST that's not even the final OST. Who? Why? What?
Yep.
Yeah.
And that's
It
the end of
doesn't help. It doesn't help that, YouTube algorithm is the way it is. They're like, oh, you like Infinite Wealth? Let's spoil this for you.
Yeah. Anytime a new like RGG thing comes out, I purge my entire history.
Yeah. Like, it doesn't help that the algorithm, unfortunately, it feels like it replaces the subscription feature. Because, like, why would people subscribe to you if they just get your content on the feed? You know what I mean? Which is kind of sad.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like, man, YouTube, I think you're not thinking straight.
No, it's not. We need to become a conglomerate for them to stop messing with us.
A union, let's fucking go.
A
Let's go.
family. A
The
Tojo
egg
clan
cast.
family.
Oh yeah, whenever I look up RGG cast, they always say, "Did you mean egg cast?"
Oh, what?
I'd watch
Literally.
a podcast talking about eggs.
We can do that actually. Oh,
I mean-
Resident Evil 4 cast. We just talk about the egg accessory.
I was literally joking about making like a cooking video for the 100k sub special.
Do it.
Is there any good like Yakuza food that you can?
They
You can do.
Gokudoni was bringing up the fact that they released like judgment themed cocktails and some shit like
Oh,
that.
they did, didn't they? You're
the
right, because
Kaito Sunrise.
they did that for 13 Sentinels as well. Yeah, I remember.
Yeah.
Man,
The-
please
the
do more
thing-
like that, Sega.
But I was also talking about like a silly idea where I could literally just, I don't know, put chicken, potato, lemon, garlic, and then I just call it the dragon chicken.
Like
some-
a chicken.
Like a chicken, yeah.
God.
Some corny ass name.
Hell yeah.
Speaking of like a chicken, oh boy. Good segue to the next one, huh?
All right. So, Yakuza Like a Dragon.
Huh.
Who's gonna start? Because I don't know if I'm ready, actually.
Peak cinema S tier. There's going to be a lot of people with this one that they'll either like it or don't like it. And again, like I can fully understand if you dislike Yakuza Like a Dragon. It is a
Mhm.
turn-based RPG. It is the biggest departure for the series since Dead Souls from what the series actually is.
Yeah.
I see a lot of people dislike Ichiban. That's fair. Ichiban, isn't quite as stoic as Kiryu is. Like he's a little denser. He runs headfirst into things a bit more in a different way than Kiryu normally would. But
Yeah.
there is something about Yakuza Like a Dragon that I love to bits. I could talk your ear off for like 10 hours about the mechanics of this game, about why I adore them. Yakuza Like a Dragon, for better or worse, like it's a very simple RPG. Like it's a very simple turn-based RPG.
Yeah.
Which again we'll get into with Infinite Wealth because there's a lot of things I really like about Infinite Wealth as well.
Mhm.
But for me, Yakuza Like a Dragon's strength is in its simplicity. Like
Yeah.
you've got a bunch of like normal skills, and the downside is your normal skills are way more overpowered than doing normal attacks for the most part in Yakuza Like a Dragon, unless it's like an opportune attack or stuff like that.
Mhm.
But essentially, like you have very basic systems, some very clever systems to run away from fights. For those who don't know, it doesn't require stats or anything like that. You literally just need space behind your character. Sometimes it won't work because the Dragon Engine is a wonderful thing, and we love the Dragon Engine to bits.
Yeah.
But even like running away from fights has its own little little thing about it the game doesn't tell you about at all, and it's just really clever in ways. The story is, again, it's this complete kind of story like we were saying with Judgment, where it's like it has a story to tell about Ichi's upbringing, about his family, and family being one of the big themes of like Yakuza Like a Dragon. And just it also shows that much like the rest of the Yakuza games, you can have a group of like 40 odd somethings who are still trying to
Yes.
find their way in life and
Yes.
just do it in a very adult way. And it's not meant to detract from like other turn-based RPGs or stuff like Persona and stuff, because I adore Persona and stuff like that.
Yeah.
But it's so refreshing to have that side of things
100%.
compared to like what you would find in like most of your other JRPGs like Persona, etc. And it's just there's something about that closeness, that togetherness, that I think that the LAD does really well, like really, really well. And just there's something about LAD that just vibes.
Yeah.
Like it
Oh yeah.
it's not fully there and it's not fully realized, but warts and all, I just really like it. And in some ways I like it better than Infinite Wealth.
Same.
Understandable. I can see why.
I think for their
Mhm.
first crack at a turn-based RPG, I think they almost nailed it. Like almost perfectly. Like
In a
they've got
way,
a couple of systems that just really work well and are just unique. Although I say unique,
Yep.
like I like the QTEs in your like when you do your turns, which I
Mhm.
always thought was like a more unique thing to it. But there's this series on the PS2 that I know young me would have adored, so I'm really sad I missed out on this. Shadow Hearts. That does the
yeah.
exact same
Ooh.
thing. Where you
Yeah.
have like this wheel on your turn that you can customize with like certain different things,
Mhm.
and like you have to hit it at the right time and you do more damage. Like it's just
Yeah.
But the way that like a dragon does it is it's very simple. Like it'll always be the same one for the same move, so it'll never throw a spanner in the works of like oh hey, this is going to change the button from square to triangle or circle or X or anything like that.
Yeah.
So there's this kind of nice thing about it. Like there's this kind of really nice thing about it.
I
But
feel like you also would agree with this next statement where Yakuza. I mean, I love Infinite Wealth. But I feel like Yakuza Like a Dragon is a more complete package than Infinite Wealth.
Yes.
Like figuratively
Oh, yeah.
and literally.
yes,
Yep.
What
which
with
is
like
weird because Infinite Wealth has more content.
yeah.
but-
Mm.
Yeah.
I feel
Like-
like the conclusion to Yakuza Like a Dragon was wrapped up much more nicely than Infinite Wealth, or at least
Yes.
in a way that satisfied more
Yep.
people from what I've seen compared to Infinite Wealth.
Beautifully as well, without obviously going into spoilers. Look, there might be one or two obviously when we get to Infinite Wealth.
Yeah,
That ending made me weep.
yeah, it is pretty good.
Ooh.
Made me
Um,
weep,
God,
but
yeah.
also the final message, like the final messages that appear on screen for like when you are rock bottom and you're looking up, you can see the light and you can go towards it. I
Yeah.
love that message. I
Yeah.
love that
Yep.
message so much.
Beautiful.
And
Like
it
a
feels like that
Dragon-
message was kind of lost in Infinite Wealth.
Oh, definitely.
Yeah, yeah. Yakuza Like a Dragon, I feel like, how do I say? I feel like story-wise, I might like it more than Infinite Wealth, but at the same time, it's kind of a back and forth, because Infinite Wealth has a lot of really cool characters. Like, I really like Dwight Mendes, for example. I know
Yes.
he's a mixed bag for people, because, like, maybe people don't feel like he does much in the story, but I still really like that he's in the story. Just
Yeah.
the idea that Danny Trejo is there. Like, much like... Much like how with Yakuza 6, for example, a lot of people were hyping up Takashi.
Yep. Yeah.
And yeah, just looking forward to his appearance. But like when it comes to Yakuza Like a Dragon, like absolutely the game could use more improvements, which they did that gameplay wise in Infinite Wealth.
Yeah.
But you still have like a complete game, like a JRPG that is like very beginner friendly. Like if you never played a JRPG, I've seen a lot of people like Yakuza Like a Dragon was their first JRPG game, and they really loved it. Of course, I've seen the opposite, but like, how do I say this? More often than not, I've seen people who thought this was a very good JRPG, and this was their first. So like they do a really good job at trying to like make things accessible for people and not too complicated to understand.
Yes.
The combat is basic, like Froob said. The party members that you get are pretty cool. I really, 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 really like the idea that you get like an optional party member.
Yeah.
I'm kind of sad that
She's the
Infinite
best
Wealth.
character in the game as well.
Yeah,
Yep.
I'm kind of sad that Infinite Wealth doesn't have that, but at the same time, Infinite Wealth has like a total of 11 party members.
10 maybe? I believe 10.
It's 10. It's 5 per.
Right. When compared to Like a Dragon, it's 6 in total, including Ichiban.
7.
7.
yeah,
Oh, right,
technically.
right,
7,
yeah.
8 including
Wait.
Eri.
right,
Wait, is
right.
it 8 including Eri?
No, I think it's 7 including Eri. I could be wrong on. Wait.
No,
let's
I
count
think
them
you're
out.
right. I think you're right.
Ichi, Adachi, Damba, Sayako, Zhao,
Jungi,
Junhan,
yeah.
Eri. 7.
7, yeah.
Yay.
I feel like stuff like, for example, completion is not too bad for this game as well. You would think, like, it being a JRPG in nature, like you're thinking maybe, oh god, I'm gonna be in for such a horrible grind, I'm gonna hate this game. But from what I heard from people, Gokudoni maybe can like attest to this. It's not the worst in the series by landslide, is
Yeah.
it?
It's
No, it's a really, really easy one. Well, for me, with the True Final Millennium Tower, it took like 96 hours to do everything.
Yeah. That one's the nasty one, and that was an optional trophy because it was DLC for the Japanese release.
Yeah.
But
Mm.
this felt like the start, and obviously the next game that we're going to talk about like bucks that trend again. But this was the start of RGG not giving you 100% completion list as a trophy.
Yeah, they were like,
Which
just
is nice.
explore.
Yeah, which honestly, good, more like that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Unfortunately,
Also
you're doing
6.
most of that for the true final, but
Man,
No,
I
it-
really
yeah.
wished like True Final would have more to it.
Mm.
It's sort
No,
of
I honestly
like
loved it.
no, it's pretty cool. I like that it's the like technically the true Amon fight. It's like way harder
Yeah.
than the actual one.
Yeah.
But how do I say this? I guess I want to kind of segue this whole thing into the whole DLC topic. Like yeah, in Japan, like it was a horrible situation where New Game Plus was DLC. True Final Millennium Tower was DLC, a bunch of costumes and stuff like that. But the biggest one was New Game Plus. And because we had the advantage of like having like a late release, I think the noise people made actually got through to the dev team or Sega or somebody. And for the global release, we got all of that for free. I think there still were some DLCs, right?
There was, there's like the cosmetic stuff.
Karaoke.
There's the karaoke quotation marks, like CD set. There's the cosmetics, like item bundle, etc.
Yeah.
Stuff that you don't need.
Yeah.
Oh, and also the jobs.
Oh yeah, forgot about them. Devil
Rocker
Rocker
and
and
Matriarch
Matriarch.
and
Matriarch.
Devil Rocker.
Yeah. So yeah, this game, like in the DLC department, it definitely could have been better, but I really don't see as many people talking about Boxer style in Lost Judgment, for example, and that's a whole style. But for me, like, I don't know, when I compare the Boxer style to, I don't know. Okay, the Boxer style is a whole new style. True Final Millennium Tower is just a reskin for the most part.
Yes.
So I feel like in Lost Judgment, technically it should be worse, but I don't know. What do you guys feel?
It's worse, at least from me.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's kind of weird because like it's whole different thing because like Lost Judgment had a proper season expansion pass, which includes like definitely RG's best DLC they've ever done and ever will do. And it's a hard it's not exactly a hard bar up until that point, because until we got Kaito Files, RGG's DLC, let's be honest, kinda ass. Plan creator bundles, like
Excuse me, are you forgetting the Majima bun?
oh yeah, sorry, my bad.
Excuse me, are you forgetting the one-time consumables in Ishin Kiwami? I hate those. Those were like the absolute worst crime in RGG history.
Yeah,
like it's so bad.
Yeah, 100%.
Wait, actually, we might as well keep that for when we get to Lost Judgment, because we're technically still on. Yeah.
Yeah, true. Yakuza Like a Dragon. Okay, I'm gonna say amazing story. Still holds up amazingly. Maybe you could argue there's like a few parts that drag a little too much, but I feel like that happens in almost every game. But with Judgment, for example, I feel like it happened a little too much. But Yakuza Like a Dragon also definitely had info dumps that went for a little too long, like the freaking what was his name again? Ogasawara, the Bleach Japan guy, in the homeless park. I think that is definitely longer than the Tamiya one, by the way. The Tamiya info dump is like 26 minutes. The Ogasawara one, I think, is around 40 minutes, if not longer.
Something like that. It is. There's, again, like the Judgment thing, it has like a bit in the middle where it gives you back control. So you can have a break at that point.
Like, same thing here, by the way.
Yeah.
But yeah, like all in all, I think the story of Yakuza Like a Dragon is amazing. You know, all the hype fights and all that are obviously really cool. But I feel like, you know, kind of like Froob said, some of the messages, like the "it's never too late" kind of message, the hopeful resolution of the game, I feel like should be appreciated more or talked about more when it comes to this game. Because we mentioned earlier, a lot of these games, like, they have a story, they end, and then you're left with questions more than anything. You're like, okay, what happened to this character? Like, what about that character? Is that character okay? Why did they never, like, bring back that character? But Yakuza Like a Dragon ends on not just a conclusion, but a message. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
They're like, you know, throughout the entire game, they say, like, okay, like, it's never too late to truly start your life. And then, like Froob said about the tunnel message, the light at the end of the tunnel, just beautiful messages in this game, which for their first, like, what was the word I'm looking for? For their first game that's going away from Kurohyou, technically, it's really... we'll get into that, by the way. For the first game that's introducing the new protagonist, let's say that. That's a better way to put it, I think.
Yeah.
I think it did a really good job. It ends on such a amazing note, and it leaves you, you know, fairly satisfied. The gameplay, I think for like their first JRPG, it's really good. I enjoyed it a lot. And I think I would still enjoy it if I were to go back to it, but also, you know, knowing what improvements come in Infinite Wealth, you're like, man, I wish this was here right now.
It's very weird because obviously, like doing speedruns of LAD and Infinite Wealth, I get a lot of people saying to me it must be hard to go back. Not really, because and we'll talk about a lot of it when we get to Infinite Wealth. A lot of the mechanic changes that work in LAD, like when you do a normal attack and you run past an enemy and they can interrupt you, that would not work in Infinite Wealth. So they took it out of Infinite Wealth.
Yeah.
There's things that work in LAD that wouldn't work in Infinite Wealth, and vice versa.
Yeah.
The movement would help. Absolutely 100%. But that's one of those, quality of life improvements that you can't just go back and patch in. If you're a modder.
Hey.
Modders, you got a job. I would still put Like a Dragon in S tier. What about you guys?
For me, also an S, and I feel like this should have some gravity, seeing as I've gone on record as not being a fan of turn-based combats, but this is the game that made me finally enjoy turn-based combats. Partially because of its simplicity, but again, it was just like I feel like keeping an open mind with a game like this is a huge thing, because if you don't have the mentality of you need to wow me, otherwise this has murdered the franchise for the next decade, you're gonna find something that's gonna be one of the most memorable experiences that you can have in a game. Like between the transition from one combat approach to another, which is significantly harder to do than you might imagine, again looking at the discourse surrounding Final Fantasy, to how unique and complete Ichiban as a character is, and how lovable the sidecast is. The amount of respect to legacy characters, I still just looking at the Kiryu boss fight and the Jima boss fight, like perfect, absolutely.
Yeah.
There are issues with it. I will still. This might get me quite a bit of flack, but Namba, the Namba plotline of his betrayal, they antagonized him infinitely more than was necessary, and they made the character significantly less likable than he deserved to be. It took me a lot of time to re-warm my way up to that character because of the way they wrote him in the betrayal arc.
Isn't it funny how they've done that again in Infinite Wealth, and it's going the exact same way?
So I'm so annoyed. Well, that's the second game problem that we referred to. Yeah. So there's that. Also the fact that, and I'm not sure how popular or unpopular this is, I didn't enjoy traveling through Ijincho in this game, just because
the enemy levels?
The city, not even that, but the city, the city is pretty huge, and to me, more often than not, I would prefer to go by foot and, looking for collectibles and all of that. But here, it felt like the first time that the map was so big to where you would have to go by cab more often than not, particularly when you're going through, the completion list and everything.
Does that mean
significantly? Yeah.
Does that mean you're gonna say what I think you're gonna say with Infinite Wealth? Not a big fan of Honolulu.
No, I mean Honolulu. I mean, yeah, but then at the same time, it's like how it's significantly easier to fast travel. It's significantly more freeing, and plus you have the Segway. Even though it shouldn't have a battery life, I still maintain that. The point I was gonna raise is that Ijincho wasn't fun to traverse here, but then they added a skateboard in
I was gonna
Lost
ask
Judgment.
you whether that changed your opinion. Yeah,
infinitely. Like genuinely, I loved the city then, but going back to Vanilla 7 or just 7, I guess, it's just too much.
Yeah, that's fair.
I feel like in terms of
sorry, go.
I was just gonna say, in terms of side content, it does feel like the game is complete in that regard as well, because you have Dragon Card, you have Can Quest, you have the theater, even though it's sort of barely a minigame, but it's something. Did I forget something? What else do we have?
Sonic the Fighter in the arcade as well. Yep, business minigame.
Right.
There was a lot of stuff they added.
And it's unique to this game.
Yeah.
Or rather, it was back then. So that was also.
Yeah. I know, like, this probably will get brought up until the end of time, but you have people that will tell you, oh my god, how could you give this game an S rank, because like it has shitty DLC. And it's like, okay, fair enough. I understand that argument. But at the same time, if you hate a game purely because like it has shitty DLC practice, which, hey, fair enough. But if you have nothing else to say about it, people are not going to take you seriously. I get that DLC, scummy DLC sucks. But I don't know, like personally, I would look at the game itself as well. Like, does the game deliver?
Yeah.
If it does, then that's a good game. That's all there is to it, in my opinion.
It's absolutely worth bringing up, and it's absolutely worth like holding the company to it. Like when
Yeah.
basic features, and we'll get into this with Infinite Wealth, become DLC in the future, like New Game Plus.
Yeah.
Mhm.
We'll get to this as well, like with Infinite Wealth, but I made like 2 videos about the New Game Plus thing, and still people were like, "Oh my god, like he didn't do enough." Like, what do you want me to do? Like, do you want me to fucking raid the Sega HQ and like, what the hell?
I mean, calling you out of all people, you were one of the few that actually made a fuss when 7 had DLC back when it was Japan exclusive. Like, come the
Yep.
fuck. The people
Yep.
who will criticize 7 over DLC practices were more than likely the ones that weren't around when the DLC practices were being made available. Like, if you want to hate Infinite over it, that's fine.
Yeah.
But in the West, 7 had all of it available. Like, piss off.
Yeah. Also, a reality that we kind of have to accept, like all of us, is that Yakuza is like a moneymaker for Sega now. So
Yes.
obviously, shareholders will be like, "Oh, okay, like, you know, fucking go all out on the DLCs or whatnot."
Yeah.
I feel like if RGG really had their way, without, you know, shareholders and people who never played games interfered, if they had their way, they would probably give us the games as we know them.
Yeah.
So yeah,
I
I would
agree with that.
still I would still put Yakuza Like a Dragon in S tier. I think it's a fantastic game. Story's amazing. The characters are amazing. It gave us something that I didn't think we needed, which is, you know, just the idea that you're traveling with multiple people, and
Yes.
because of an RPG like game, that is possible. And I mean, you could argue it might be possible in a brawler game, but at the same time, I don't know, it wouldn't feel the same. Because with a JRPG system, you have to take care of all of them, and you have to sit down with them with the bonding stuff and all that. Which again,
I mean,
maybe you could argue you could do in action combat, but I don't know. Like it might
But-
work, but I do like the way they do it in the Yakuza Like a Dragon. You know?
Yeah. And
Yeah.
I will say as well, because this hasn't been brought up and it should be brought up. Yes, I think the game does have a bit of a nasty difficulty spike. Like,
Yeah.
shout outs to the absolute god, the absolute OG Surik Z, who in their guide has like said, you know, even I can do it at like the lowest possible level, like which is like level 31, 32 at that point. But the thing is, as a normal player, you're not gonna know what to do.
Yeah.
Like I did that for like my second speedrun because I knew what I was doing, but it's like that's because I know what to do. It's kind of like that SMT thing of like, you know, oh, there's the strengths, there's the weaknesses, that's how you get around it. You also need like a very specific setup so that you have like either lunch boxes or heals of some variety. It doesn't mean it's fast for the speedrun, it's definitely not. But it's like it's one of those things where it is a spike, and it's kind of like the Shimano spike. Like if we're mentioning the Shimano spike, it's worth mentioning because of the fact that yeah, it is a big spike, and a lot of people at that time don't like it because they feel like you have to go through the entire battle tower. You only have to go through a couple of floors. You just have to get better gear. A big misconception with like LAD is that leveling up gets you a mass amount of stats to get through things. It gets you a couple of stats. It's not the big thing. Upgrade your gear. That's the thing. You have to play with the things that LAD gives to you. That's the issue.
Yeah.
And if you don't interact with those systems, you can have a bad time. You interact with those systems, you make it a lot easier for yourself. I was guilty of this. I don't use my power mates the first time because like, oh, it's free. I'm gonna wait for a good time.
Yeah.
You get Mr. Masochist right there. He gives you like a 40 to, if you get like the crit bonus, 60% defense buff. That can save your ass. Like literally the game gives you those options, and it's that RPG thing of I'm gonna hold my elixir even though this is the final boss.
Yeah.
Same.
Speaking of saving asses, this is also something that new players wouldn't know unless somebody tells them. But it's insane how much of a lifesaver Eri is if you get her
Yes.
early.
Ooh,
Because at some
yeah,
point, you know,
yeah.
you lose a party member, and if you don't have a fourth, things can be very, very difficult.
Yes.
You'll feel that, yeah.
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 But yeah, so do all of us put this in S tier?
Think so.
Yeah.
Yeah, but again,
Okay.
I have an S plus, so yeah, basically second. But
True. Yeah,
bloody hell, what
For
an
me-
amazing game!
For me, LAD is probably in my top 3. So
Yeah, fair enough.
Sweet.
I don't know, like every time like
Mhm.
ranking is concerned, I have problems. Because if you ask me right now, what's my top 3? I don't know.
yeah, it's hard. Like it's hard to like just say outright this is my absolute favorite because like they all do things well that are different.
Yeah. Yeah, true enough. Is there anything else we would like to add about Like a Dragon, or do we move on to the next one?
One thing I wanted to add, but I can't remember what it was. So I guess I
Mm.
guess I can't. Or if I remember it, I'll say it during Infinite Wealth.
Yeah, yes, sounds good. All right, next game, Lost Judgment. S tier. That's all I have to say.
Fair.
The story is pretty good. Maybe like at some points it's not as good as the first Judgment, but also I forget if this game drags as much as the first Judgment. I don't think it does,
No.
because for
No.
starters you don't have tailing. Like that already is
Yeah.
an improvement with the
You
pacing.
have the one at the the game starts with a tailing segment with all
Yeah.
of its improvements, and then there's no other storytelling segments.
Yeah,
Beautiful game.
yeah, pretty good stuff. And then of course everybody loves this one, the combat improvement. Woo-hoo! It's like night and day. It's insane.
Yeah. Yeah.
Like the Judgment franchise, because of Lost Judgment. I say franchise. It's only like 2 games,
Sounds-
but like the Judgment games went from just being like something of a spin-off to having a game that has arguably the best combat in the whole franchise, and I think that's a huge achievement. The improvements they made to the combat are huge. Crane is actually useful now. Tiger also has a purpose. Viper is really fun to use. Boxer is okay, but I'm kind of glad it's the DLC style in hindsight, because I like
It's
the.
busted. Yeah.
As
It's
far as I know, you can
hilariously
juggle a
busted.
lot with it, right?
Yes, you can infinite jungle. Like it's ridiculously busted.
Yeah. Like all in all, it's just an amazing game. The side content are way more than the first Judgment. You have like a whole, side story with the school, with the clubs and all that, and they all have basically their own mini games. Definitely a lot more to do compared to the first Judgment, and yeah, I would put this in S. I think they did a great job with the characters they introduced. I love Akatsu. I love Soma. Kuwana is great. Like all the characters really are amazing in this game. And yeah, like the dynamic intros in this game are out of this world. They are so good. The music is amazing.
Yeah.
What else is there to say? Like the game has so many good stuff.
I say, I know Gokudoni is going to be a lot harsher than I am, so if you want to go so I can end things a little positively. Plus, I got to be right back for like 30 seconds. I'll be right back real quick.
No problem. Go for it, Gokudoni.
Sweet. Okay, so I mean, where do I begin? To me, and I should preface this by saying this is a top 5 game for me. I would put it like at the top of S tier, all things considered. Having said that, there's a lot of things that disappoint me about this game, coming from the fact that it feels like Lost Judgment feels like it's trying to be more of a good beat 'em up Yakuza game than a good Judgment game. There's a lot of uniqueness from the first game that is just outright discarded. And while I do enjoy this game on its own merits, again, Judgment shouldn't be treated by the same merits as mainline Yakuza. You should take those steps outside of your comfort zone. Like, for example, looking at the combat styles, I enjoy all of them, but at the same time, it feels like combat bloat by nature of how they're utilized. Like, okay, Tiger is amazing, Crane infinitely improved upon. You didn't need Snake. And I'm saying this as someone whose Snake is my favorite style, but as a part of the whole moveset, if you look at the utility, I've more often than not seen people just switch to it because you can't know how the style switching is just kept to one button. It's not like you
Yeah.
can default to a very specific style. I've seen people more often than not, once they switch to Snake, they would just use the parry and then switch out of it, or while they're trying to juggle someone, just use one very basic rush combo and switch to the other style. They wouldn't use it for its unique utility, but it's just like, oh, another way of punching characters before I get to the one that's more optimal for punching characters. It's
Yeah.
like the styles here, also Boxer, it's more of a proof of concept than an actually varied and refined moveset. Like, does it have massive
Yeah.
damage output? Yes. Damage output alone isn't enough to justify a fourth style in an already well-rounded moveset.
And something else. I really don't like how a lot of the boxer heat actions are very, very, very situational.
Yeah.
Yes.
But again, all of this is coming from a nitpicky side that's, I did play a shit ton of DMC, so I'm going to be more prone to looking at, no, this isn't the combat peak that people claim it to be. Does it have a shit ton of improvements? Absolutely. It's one of the best there is. But the best and can't be improved upon? Come on. Let's be serious. But yeah, that aside, I hated the new QTE design in the main game. Just straight up.
You had to remind me.
I mean, someone has to. I hate to be the asshole here, but like, who?
No, you're
who
right.
thought
You're
that
right.
was bad? Yeah.
The worst part is they don't tell you about it. You just see like 5 inputs.
You have more inputs, the harder the difficulty you're on as well. And it's like, I think the thing that throws off everyone at the start is the control stick ones, because they're really sensitive for some reason.
Yep.
And you can just use the D-pad for those ones, which is like, it's much, much nicer, but it's still like, oh god. Like, some of those QTEs are evil. And like, there's an insta-death QTE in the middle of the game as well.
That was an awesome one. That was just hilarious. But yeah, I mean, yeah, combat aside, I've already hopped on about it long enough. Story-wise, I would say it's a downgrade over the first game.
Genuinely. Yeah, I can see how.
Partially because how personal and well-rounded the first one is, but also the fact that you know how there's this one conversation between Kuwana and Yagami at his detective office. It almost feels like Kuwana didn't play Judgment until the end, because he keeps saying, "Oh, you got a murderer, run free," and I'm like, yeah, we've gone through this. They try to undermine a lot of the great points that were brought up about the faults of the justice system just to paint Kuwana in a positive light. And then the only retort that, and I have to mention it, because there were so many ways you could have worded it, and I know what it symbolizes. I've made a separate video on the concept of justice. The fact that Yagami only says, "But Sawa-sensei," are you... Articulation, vocabulary, how many ways...
I get it.
So there's that. School activities are massively varied. I'll give them that. Some of them don't stick the landing, but I didn't expect Seiryu High to be as seamless of an inclusion as it wound up being. Like, it was genuinely cool. Also, the skateboard, very cool.
Yep.
But beyond that, yeah, a lot of it is just it's an amazing beat 'em up game. But the fact that it's, again, it feels like it's more of a Yakuza game than a Judgment game. I keep coming back to that because I'm not sure what, if any, stylistic choices they'll take going from Judgment 2, let's just put this for the sake of this argument, to Judgment 3. I have no idea if they'll just keep doing what they wanted to do with beat 'em up Yakuza, but can't because it is currently a turn-based RPG, or if they're just gonna do something that's uniquely its own and keep pushing it.
Yagami goes to Hawaii.
I mean, we expected at this point. It would kind of be ridiculous not to, considering what Koga says while he's swimming. But
yeah.
Yep.
Not only that, but the fact that Lost Judgment takes place in Yokohama, like, come on.
Again, I mean,
like,
I'm actually half expecting that there's gonna be. This is gonna sound as weird as possible, but I'm half expecting that someone like Zhao is gonna be one of the protagonists in Judgment 3. Because it's
honestly, he has a small cameo in Lost Judgment, and I feel like, especially with Infinite Wealth, they don't know where to take the guy.
Yeah.
Like,
it feels like one of those things where, okay, we had more and more reminders of the other series in the first series. So it's like, are we gonna get a proper collaborative game where half of the cast is Yakuza, half of the cast is Judgment, or something to that effect?
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe they're kind of... I don't know if I would say experimenting, but... Yeah, I don't know. I lost my train of thought.
Same.
It definitely felt like the place where they're starting to blur the line between them originally saying Judgment was a separate series to, obviously, same universe, blah, 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 all that jazz.
Though, to be fair as well, I mean, it's not that they said Kurohyou was going to be separate, but, Yuya showed up, Akiyama showed up, Hana showed up.
Yeah.
So, maybe it's just that we're harsher on Judgment because they did say, like, oh, it's going to be its own thing, like a new IP.
Yeah, and it's something that we got in the West, like...
Yeah.
So the sentiment is obviously, like, a lot more prominent in the fan base.
Yeah. Is there anything more you wanted to say, Gokudoni?
I mean, nothing in particular. I just felt like, as negative as my outlook on it was, it was mainly because whenever I see discourse on Lost Judgment, there's a lot of people who are kind of like in Yakuza 5. They're very adamant on it being a flawless game, which it is not. And again, this is not against Snowiest. I love you, my man. But this is specifically towards certain people on certain social media sites that shall not be named. And considering the final boss to be the peak of writing, putting aside the fact his arc doesn't even conclude, and it's probably going to be undermined in the second game, just like Yagame's own achievements were in this game, but I digress. It's like, phenomenal game. One of the best beat 'em up games ever. Not perfect by any stretch of the imagination. Still a top of S tier for me. Top 5 game.
So not S+, just S tier.
No. Yeah.
Yeah, okay. What about you, Froob?
It's funny because like I go back and forth on this a lot. This is another one of those again. If this was a speedrun tier list, this would easily be near the top of S.
Yeah.
It's I love Lost Judgment, so I want to get through the reasons why I love Lost Judgment. With the actual game itself, one of the things I really like, especially compared to Judgment, and like obviously like the time since Judgment to Lost Judgment,
Yeah.
Lost Judgment respects you. Like it's something that I mentioned obviously a lot with Fist of North Star, and that it doesn't respect your time as the player.
Yeah.
Lost Judgment doesn't have any time waiting segments. They're like 3 minutes long in Judgment, and there's like 3 or 4 of them.
Yeah.
There's no money walls. Like you never need like money for, you know, like a story, like, you know, a story beat or anything like that. And there's
Sorry,
also the fact that
was it... Is this in the first Judgment as well, where when you finish a task, you get money, or is it just Lost Judgment?
yes, but you don't get that much.
Right.
You don't get that much at all. Like Lost Judgment just funnels you money and skill points.
Oh,
like they obviously
okay.
like changed it a lot because Lost Judgment's like skill point upgrades get up in like the 60k mark, blah blah blah.
Yeah.
But genuinely, like Lost Judgment just funnels you resources, and it's really nice. Like
Yeah.
it feels like Lost Judgment says to the player, "Go have fun.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Go do this. Go have fun." Like a couple of things are obviously like changed up a little bit, but for the most part, it's just you can just do whatever you want to do, and it's great.
Mhm.
And for some reason, like I feel like it should be an S tier for me, and yet I can't bring myself to put it there outside of like a very high A. Like
Respect.
I'm someone who isn't fully fond of the story because of
Uh-huh.
certain story beats just being repeated from Judgment. And I think this is something I'm going to say about a certain game later on. I feel like the story is weaker than its predecessor, but I feel like its characterization is fantastic. Like,
Yep.
Yeah.
I think Kuana is an amazing character. I think, you know, like slight ending aside and, you know, resolution aside, I think that they're really well written. I
Yep.
think they're really well explored. Like, it's not like it's a nice grade area of just it's not just black and white. This guy is pure evil.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, Kaito murder is bad. Like you can't forgive murder, Kaito. Thanks, but it's one of those things where he's a really well done character that just sticks in your mind, and his interactions with I wish I could remember his name, the dad who's been arrested.
I forgot
Like,
as well.
Yeah,
Mm,
it just shows like the depth to these characters. that
Ihara,
Yakuza
I
made.
think.
Yes, Ihara, yeah. And it's like, man, they have so much depth to them. Like, and like this isn't saying the characters in Judgment didn't have depth because I really love them. We didn't even mention in Judgment. Like, I will say Judgment has one of my favorite final bosses of any RGG game because of the fact
Same.
that like most Yakuza bosses have, you know, their honor, they have their reasons for doing things.
Yeah.
Final boss of Judgment's a goddamn serial killer, or he's a psychopath. Like the
Yeah.
guy just wants to kill. Like, and you have someone who's like a lot more fleshed out in Lost Judgment, so you think, you know, oh, that just makes the Lost Judgment boss a lot better. Not always necessarily. Like,
Yeah.
Mm.
they're different for good reasons. Like, they've made 2 completely different and yet compelling villains for different reasons. And then you also have Somia on top of that, who in any other Yakuza game would feel like a side piece of just, you know, oh yeah, this guy's here as well. But they do Somia well, who also has one of my best favorite boss themes in any RPG game ever. The horror like overtones to that theme are just
Yeah.
beautiful. But I like the characters. I just feel like the story of Lost Judgment treads too much ground that Judgment did. The
Yep.
Deus Ex Machina phone call at the end of the game is just I'm sorry. Like that, you've just pulled that from Judgment. Like you've just used that exact same plot point and in a much worse way. It has
Yep.
so much impact in Judgment because of who it's coming from, and in Lost Judgment, it's just kind of like, oh yeah, there it is. Like, how do we win this court case? I'll just do the same thing. Here's a phone call. Like,
To also add
Yeah.
to what you and Gokudoni said, to the whole like the story's not as personal. I kind of remember saying the same thing at some point in a stream where I do like the story, but it does feel like just a big side case that's been made into like a main story. You know what I
Yeah.
mean?
I think it feels
Hmm.
personal to the characters,
Yes.
and like it doesn't feel like the grand scale of we're making a dementia drug that's going to save the world.
Yeah.
Like, and again, that's again one of those things where it's not necessarily a bad thing. It's not one of those things
Yeah.
where it's like it has to be like this every single
Yeah,
time.
yeah, absolutely.
But it feels like a weird kind of change from like Judgment to Lost Judgment. Like again, not
Yeah.
a bad change, just a different change.
Mm.
And like I will say again, I fully like echoed every statement about how good the fighting system is.
Yeah.
Like in OG Judgment, you could only change your stance at the apex of your combo. Lost Judgment, you can do it at any time. To counteract that, you stop doing damage when an enemy is in the air for a little period. Like
Mhm.
that's a decent way of balancing it. Which Lost Judgment's Kaito Files, which we will talk about in a bit, and Gaiden actually do a much better job at circumventing, and allowing you to do like more stuff. But it's like I really like the combat system. I don't know who in RGG decided, hey, remember when everyone said Tiger was overpowered? Let's give it an innate attack buff. You fucking madmen! I love you to bits.
That charged attacks. Oh my god.
My god, like I don't know who decided. Tiger's too strong in this game. Let's give it an attack buff. Like that sounds like a great idea. Like
They
But-
they nerfed Flux Fisher like it matters.
yes,
Oh, yeah.
and they hit it behind the squirrel search, which is wild. Like it's a pain in the backside to get compared to OG
Yeah.
Judgment.
It is, yeah.
But I do like the changes, as you say. All of the styles,
Mhm.
like taking away like the speedrun strats that we use, all the styles have their own use. The way that I look at it is the paid Super Amon boss fight from the expansion pass,
Mhm.
where if you can utilize all of your styles and like all of the benefits from it, the attack speed from Crane, the buff on damage from Tiger, the despair that you can inflict on Viper, which is also on Snake, which is also one of those like really cool like things about Lost Judgment that not many people talk about, where it has like debuffs kind of like in LAD, but just
Yeah.
not as pronounced, like
Mhm.
that actually do like important things in fights. You
Yeah.
can keep Amon locked down and just no damage him. Like
Oh, okay.
it's wild. Like I can do it in less than a minute. Like it's wild.
God
Like
damn.
you can just utilize, and that's the thing that works really well in Lost Judgment, is that there are like some things that are like slightly overpowered as per every RGG game, but everything works in tandem so well together. Like
Mm.
so well together. And it's hard for me to say that Lost Judgment is an A because it sounds like I'm gonna give it an S, but it's like I feel like, despite the fact that I love the fact it like respects your time as a player, the fact that it doesn't have that many tailing segments,
Mhm.
the parkour bits are a bit hit and miss for me. I like them, but I wish that some of them were a QTE because of the
Yeah.
fact the Dragon Engine can just thrust you off and just you have to start it all over again. Like it's a pain in the backside. Like I wouldn't mind them coming back as long as they just expanded on them a little bit and made them a bit more, guaranteed to do the thing. Like just
Mhm.
put a QTE for some of the wall running stuff, thanks. Or the jumping over platforms, please.
Not to get chaotic and remind you too of something that was bad, at least for me. I
What's
don't
stealth?
think the stealth didn't age well.
Not even
Yeah.
remotely.
So
Yeah.
many times. I feel like, the target is not gonna see me, but somehow he sees me. And Yagami, of course, like loses all of his fighting skills. Suddenly it's a game over. Like, how why? It's
I
so
love how
bad.
they immediately realized it was a mistake because looking at Kaito files, oh
Yeah.
yeah, now it works as it should.
Yeah.
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 Even
I
with
wanna talk
Kaito,
about-
you only have one chance, don't you?
Nope, you can do it to every single one.
Okay,
Oh, no.
okay.
Okay. That's a lie. You do it to every single one that isn't a cop. For some reason,
Oh,
Kaito
yeah.
won't punch a cop. Dude,
Yeah.
punch them.
You're the captain of the cops. You should.
Yeah, exactly. I want to talk about Kaito Files a lot.
Yeah, I
for
was
Lost
gonna get into
Judgment,
that.
It's an A. Just to like
Yeah.
briefly sum up, I don't think the finale of the school stories hits quite as hard as the all sub stories in Judgment. That's a special thing, but I do
Mhm.
like what they do. And I do like that for better or worse, if you like them or not, the mini games that they do in the school stories, they are at least unique. Like they
Yeah.
try and do things. Like, I've seen people love the biking minigame, I've seen people hate the biking minigame. At least they tried something different. Like whether it's hit or miss, they had a
Yeah.
very, very clever way to get around the fact that Kimitaku's contract would make a karaoke contract ridiculously more than the game's budget. Like,
Yeah.
and even references SMAP moves. Like, absolutely fantastic. Absolutely loved it. I can't give it more than an A. Like, I think it rides Judgment's coattails a little too much.
Yeah, fair enough. Something
However-
small that I kind of want to add.
Yep.
I feel like the girls' bar is the best version we got of quote unquote hostess clubs.
Oh, yeah.
I really
Yeah.
enjoyed it. It was actually enjoyable, like relatively.
You learn
Um,
about them and it doesn't take 20 years.
Yeah, exactly. And if I
And they
remember
have,
right,
like,
it
nice
doesn't.
sub-stories.
Yeah, it also doesn't rob you of your like all of your money.
Yes. Yep. You don't even have to have the drinks now. You can just play games with them. Like,
Yeah, it was pretty fun.
Actually, I think you get like forced to have one drink every time you go in there, but yeah,
Mm,
it doesn't cost like, hundreds of thousands of yen.
yeah, it was pretty good. This might be a bit late for me to say, but so far with like the Majima Saga and the Kaito Files, I'm planning to just like put one rank for the game, like as like a whole package.
Oh yeah.
Kaito for me is separate.
Okay, hold on. So you said Kaito Files is A, right?
No, I said Lost Judgment is a
Right, and the Kaito Files?
S.
Whoa.
Ooh, okay.
I adore Kaito Files. Kaito Files is probably my third favorite game that RGG has done.
Nice.
Sweet.
I love Kaito Files to bits. There is a long tail segment in the middle, so the elephant in the room has to be addressed. We actually have speedrun skips for that, which is why I don't mind it that much.
Mm,
But Kaito Files, I just love. If there's any RGG experience that shows that they learned how to do brawler combat in the Dragon Engine, it's Kaito Files. Because Kaito's two styles are brawler and beast from Kiryu from Zero. Like
Yeah.
they did it in the Dragon Engine, which people were saying for years, oh, they can't do it, they'll never be able to do it. And they did it well. Like they have little improvements with Kaito's like version of Beast, which is tank. Instead of like with his one-handed like items, instead of throwing them at the end of the combo, he keeps hold of them. Like it allows you to use them again. Like it's such a wild, wild change that works so well. And it's not a Majima Saga situation where you don't have any upgrades. You actually have full upgrades for Kaito, like full moves you can learn, these memories that all reference Kiryu's stuff, because as everyone saw in Judgment, that guy's got Kiryu's fighting style. Yeah, he does. Like he's literally like in some cases ripped off Kiryu. Like
Mhm.
it's fantastic. And like the story I love because it's so focused. Like
Yep.
it has a story to tell, it has characters, and it tells it. Like there is exceedingly little filler in it. Like it gets on with it. It knows what it wants to do, and it's just genuinely a beautiful experience for me. Like the fighting system, if I was hard pushed, I would say the fighting style in OG Lost Judgment is a bit better and a bit more in depth. But once you get the memories outside of the Matsukane family office, you gain access to a set of finishers for Kaito's main combos that allow him to juggle enemies. All of a sudden, now you can do juggling. Like literally, like there's so much like little depth to it that I really, really like, and I adore Kaito in that DLC. Like I was always like wondering, can Kaito carry a game? I don't think he can carry a game solo, but for an experience like Kaito Files, or like say, one of like two protagonists, maybe, absolutely. Like 100%. I adore the guy, I adore like his story, I adore like, him itself. It slightly salvages Hoshino's character from how they assassinated him in Lost Judgment. Yeah, there's so much about about Kaito Files that I adore to bits. Like I love it. I really do.
Yeah, that's a fair enough take. What about you, Gokudoni? What you think of the Kaito Files?
Honestly, I loved all of it. If I had to be nitpicky about it, it's just that it doesn't have New Game Plus, and I don't want to
Yeah.
re-unlock the moves. That's it.
Yeah.
Otherwise, story beautiful, new characters, particularly Mikiko and Kyoya, beautifully written.
Please don't ruin them in the next judgment, thank you, because that's what you usually do, RGG.
Yeah, that. All of that. The final boss, well, I think the character is, well, unnerving, disgusting, but the final boss fight,
Oh,
the Chiba environment is gorgeous. Even though he uses Shibusawa's moveset, he still feels like a unique thing, and he has that,
Yeah.
the mole, I have two fights in one thing
Yeah.
going for it. And it's just that I am such a simp that I'm gonna fight you twice, and I love that.
Yep. Just the build up of just, hey, here's the point of no return. It's like, have we just fought the final boss? That guy had a full dynamic intro. So you
Yep.
think, all right, this is just
Yeah.
gonna like conclude the story. To just, no, this motherfucker's about to fight you, and it's the most unassuming person you'd ever expect. And that cutscene leading into that fight is so good. That
Yep.
theme is so good. It's such a departure from RGG's usual stuff, and it's phenomenal.
Yep.
And also, like, Kaito Files has a happy ending with no consequences.
Yeah.
Also,
Like-
yeah. Finally,
Yeah.
a good romance.
Yeah. Like literally, like with any RPG game, like most of the time, if there is a happy ending, it is at the cost of something or someone. But in Kaito Files, it's not. You just get a happy ending.
As
Like,
a
that's what's up.
positive, I think it's like a meme final boss fight, which is kind of relatively new, I think. Because
Yeah.
usually you have like a super like serious or like threatening final boss who's like the antagonist or something. This guy literally just fights you because he's a simp and that's it.
Yep.
So what ranking would you give it, Gokudoni?
I have no idea, because to me it was a joint package with Lost Judgment, and why I would prefer
Ah.
that game over Infinite Wealth, for example. But yeah, where would I bloody put it? Let's say somewhere in A tier if I had to separate the entry, but I have no idea
Alright.
where.
So you guys are okay with keeping the Majima Saga like with Kiwami 2 in one ranking, right?
I'd put that at C tier.
Okay. Hold on. Do we separate them or keep them together? What do you guys think?
That's up to you. I mean, the
But-
K2 for me is a B and Majima is a C, so it's like it's whatever. Like I'll keep it a B if it makes it easier.
Yeah, it
Right.
depends on how you'll document it. Because if it's, let's say, 3 separate tier lists, then you can just have Froobs have the additional Kaito files. Or if we're just writing it down, you can say, I don't know, Lost Judgment this with the addendum of Kaito files being peak or something to that effect.
Yeah, like I've been
Right.
thinking like y'all have been putting stuff in like S plus, and I'm just like I don't really have an S plus tier list. It's just it goes up to S.
Yeah,
for me.
don't worry. That's just a Gokudoni thing.
Yeah.
then F tier for my Fist and North Star.
Yeah,
Yay.
there you go. I think the Kaito files I will just add a separate entry because it is like quote unquote major
it's
enough.
fully fleshed out, unlike
Yeah.
Majima Saga.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
It's basically not quite
Well,
Gaiden
that
length.
feels kind of off to say because like Majima Saga does have a full story to it. Like
Yeah, but
I regret saying that. Like
Yeah.
yeah, hate in the comments, and I understand why. Like it's fully understandable. Like
you know what? Just to please everybody, we will add a tier. So you said C for the Majima Saga, right?
yes.
Okay, Gokudoni.
I'm debating whether I should do a meme entry where it's like, oh, above S plus, it's peak.
Nah, no.
I don't know.
That's
I mean,
exclusively for Streets of Kamurocho.
actually,
Oh god
yeah,
damn it.
tell you what, put Majima Saga above K2 for me.
Holy.
K2
Are
is
you
the
sure
absolute
about
bottom. I mean, I know
Okay.
people are gonna be pissed at me because of my Lost Judgment views. At this point, it's like, fuck
It's focused, like we said with Kaito Files. That's the thing. Like
it.
All right. I put the Majima Saga at A for you when Kiwami 2 is B. You okay with that?
For me?
Yes, you said you wanted the game higher than Kiwami 2.
Oh, K2 for me was in C tier, bottom of C tier.
Wait, really?
Yeah, I told you that single
shit.
most disappointing Yakuza game. Tell you what, I'll send you a pic in the chat that no one will view because super duper memes are secret here,
Okay.
so you can double check the actual placements. But yeah,
Okay.
you just one spot above K2 would be Majima Saga.
Okay. All right. So you said A for the Kaito files, then, right?
Sure, yeah.
Okay. I really like the Kaito files. Froob already said it's the best DLC, but that's not a high bar to pass because
nope.
like they had DLC, sure, but they didn't have like expansion sized DLCs where it's like a 10-hour campaign. This is the first of its kind, and it was impressive seeing that play out because again, it was like a technically new thing. Seeing Kaito as a lead, even for if it's a side campaign, was pretty interesting. You know, like when they announce new things, you might have trouble seeing how they would play out, but then when they happen, they play out, and you're like, okay, this actually does work. The Kaito Files was that for me. I do have a couple of issues with the story, I think. Like, for example, how do I say this? I had the same thought with Kawana, like at the very end, where this kind of feels weird to say because I really do like the final fight and all that, but when it happened, I was like, wait, are they just gonna fight? Like, does this really need to happen? Like, what? Why? And then with the Kaito Files, this might sound a bit harsh, but I was like, it's very convenient to just bring something up from Kaito's past, like a past lover. But at the same time, I do like the execution of how they did Mikiko, and how do I say this? Like, she was an interesting new female character, and I appreciate that.
Yes. Yeah.
And I really do wish they did more with her because I feel like they didn't do enough.
If there's one thing I will say against Kaito Files, it runs into the RGG thing of she's an absolute badass female character, but then all of a sudden all those kills she did that she's supposed to have done, yeah, sure, it makes her a bit more human, but all of the things that she did kind of got written out.
Yeah, yeah, that's one thing.
It's rough.
I mean, it's the issue of having a happy ending. It's like, oh no, none of the previous stuff matters.
Yeah.
Pick one, happy ending or consequences.
True.
I mean,
True.
yeah, no such thing. Just look at RGG's writing.
And then there's what Gokudoni said, where I really didn't like that there was no New Game Plus, because getting all the abilities isn't just unlock them with points. You actually have to go around the city at certain points of the game. And I think you also have to find the pins, didn't you?
Actually, wait.
The pins were for the optional boss.
Oh, right.
Now that we're on that topic,
Actually.
I was looking up Z's guide to find the moves as soon as possible. Some of them just wouldn't load in. Apparently, Kaito's smell that was maxed out couldn't sniff out something that should have been there in one chapter but wasn't, but should
That's
be.
weird.
It could just be a thing that was patched out, right, or something that I was an idiot at locating. But I distinctly remember looking for a specific move and just not being able to either smell it or see it. Like, I think a cat wouldn't be. There was something that was at the top of a vending machine, I remember, and it just wouldn't load in
That's weird.
until a later
Yeah.
point in the story. But yeah.
Yeah, that is pretty
How-
odd.
How do you all feel? Because I'm curious about this. How do you all feel about how some move unlocks are locked behind certain finishing effects? What I mean is there's one upgrade where you have to do the aerial supremacy one, which is to end an enemy in the sky 10 times. How do you feel about that as an unlock system? Because it kind of mixed that alongside finding the memory stuff. Because I kind of like that. It makes you try to do other stuff without being too restrictive, because it's not too many times.
It's different, but I don't think I dislike it or like it. It's just kind of a thing for me.
Yeah, similar. Because again, I haven't gone through a full unlock. Anytime that I'd revisit the Kaito Files, it would just be, well, I'll get the bare essentials and then just brute force my way through it. I only did all of the unlocks during my first playthrough, so. But I enjoy it in concept, definitely more than, running around town looking for things. Here it's just, okay, are you savvy enough in the execution to where you can immediately unlock it?
Yeah. Something else that was nonsensical to me. Why do you get the ability to switch costumes at the very end?
Yeah,
and there's no New Game Plus. What the hell was up with that?
It's one step forward, two step back. They're finally understanding we want costumes earlier, but at the same time, why? Come on.
And not only
refuse
that,
to look at Kurohyou. They already did it correctly. It's like, no, that doesn't count. Same with Dead Souls replayability. No, that doesn't count.
The Kaito Files has that. The main game doesn't have that. In what world does that make sense? God, and there was something else as well, but I can't remember what it was. But I do like how they, differentiated between Yagami and Kaito, and that the investigation, for example, is different. Kaito has his quote-unquote primal instincts, between like smelling and
Yeah.
Sniff.
just yeah.
Yeah.
Like they did put in the effort to make it seem different. And this might be a bit of a nitpick, but this is not exclusive to the Kaito Files. But compared to the first Judgment, I noticed a few collision issues in combat.
Yeah.
To where,
Yeah.
like, for example, some hits just don't connect, or some grabs don't connect. Wall attacks or like wall jump grabs sometimes just don't connect. But again, it's like a small thing, and most of the time it does work fine. But I think I noticed it more on the PS. What was it again? Was it the PS? I think it was the PS5. On PC, I think it's actually better. But yeah, that's one thing. What else? God, there was one thing at the top of my mind, but I just can't remember what it was.
Take your time. Maybe it was QTE related.
Speaking of, did they have the multi QTEs in the Kaito Files?
Yes.
Right. Okay.
Not often. There was one in the Kurohyou fight.
Right.
Right.
Yeah, I don't know, but all in all, I think I would put this in A as well, because this might also come off as like nitpicking, but I think $30 was a tad much at the time.
Oh, yeah.
I think $20 would have been fine, but like, you know, I'm a content creator for this franchise. I'll buy it anyway.
Same.
Same thing with Infinite Wealth, by the way, and like the New Game Plus thing. But yeah, the Kaito Files is amazing, and I really do want to see them do more stuff like this, because you know, it was a unique experience just seeing like a character you wouldn't really think would take the lead, but they do. And for future Judgment games, I know this might be like a reach. I want a playable Higashi.
Same, yes.
Higashi has such a fun fighting style, and I still hate that in Gaiden, they gave him the knife fighting style.
Yeah.
Like, come on.
Bring
At
back
least
the
make us
Muay Thai.
choose. Yeah. My guy can juggle you like it's Tekken, and then they just don't give us that.
Yeah.
But yeah, I like the Kaito Files. I like Lost Judgment. I think Lost Judgment is way more replay friendly than the first Judgment, like Froob said. Like, replayability is enough for me to put the games in like high tiers. Of course, it depends. Like, I'm not gonna put Kiwami 2 in S tier. But yeah, within reason, you know. Something I forgot to mention. Right, this is not about the Kaito Files, but the Gauntlet was very
Yes.
much appreciated.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
The fact that, you know, each stage also still give you like a reward to claim in the main game, like, huge. I love it.
Yeah.
What do you guys think about the fact that you get moves from the Gauntlet, though? Were you okay with that?
A bit mixed on it. I like the idea, but I remember there was that one. Was it the snake? There was one that was dependent on snake, and you had I think you had to parry out the bats for every single enemy, or do an EX surrender on all of them, or something like that, to get one of the scrolls for the technique.
Yeah.
Yeah, some of them were a bit annoying, but I mean, sure, yeah. If I didn't enjoy the combat to the extent where I wanted to unlock everything, I wouldn't have bothered with stuff like that.
Yeah. I do think there is a crane move you get from the Gauntlet, one of the best for crane. The one where you just counter and it launches somebody.
Yeah.
I love that move.
I think the issue that I have with it for me is just the fact it goes to your letterbox and then you have to get everything out, including the DLC if you've not got the DLC out.
Yeah.
Yep.
It's a pain in the backside.
Yeah. Oh shit. I just remembered the Kaito Files has the sad sub-story music in the goddamn story. You know what? D tier.
No, wait. I brought it up once. I think. Okay, oh my god, I can make a separate video on this. To me, considering how psychopathic Kyoya is, I saw that as a fourth wall break. It's like, yeah, this guy is so more. He probably played it himself. Because
Yeah,
imagine,
true.
he's like, oh man, I'm such a concerned husband. I'm so glad that you helped me out. I can imagine him pulling a light Yagami and like, fucking moron, he thinks I was serious. And that,
Yeah.
again, it doesn't make sense, but considering the twist he would make and how he was smiling while people are coughing up blood, and he's like, this is awesome.
Yeah.
It fits for ironic reasons, so I'll excuse it.
Also, holy shit, how many times did Kaito go to the hospital and lost judgment in total?
Like,
Oh,
2 or
God,
3.
Yeah, it was at least 3 times. Like, goddamn. Poor Kaito. Thankfully, he's a toughie. He can get through it.
Yeah.
All right, are we all done with the Lost Judgment?
Think so.
All right.
Yep.
Next up, Gaiden.
Whew.
Now, I don't know where to start with this game, to be honest. Let's see. I still think this game, like story-wise, it has a. The start is pretty cool. I'll say that the start is cool, but then after like the first couple hours, it gets a bit slow. A lot of it is like you just doing chores for Akame. Wait, was it Akame or Akane?
Akame. M.
With an M, right?
Yeah,
Yes.
correct.
Right. So like one of the things she has you do is like, oh, go to a hostess club. Like, why do I need to go there? I'm glad you can skip that, by the way, because you can just go in and leave, which is very time saving. And I do like the Akame network system, where you just do missions to basically get rewards and all that. That was pretty cool. But like I've come across people who think this game didn't need to happen story-wise, because like, how do I say this? I don't know. They like, I don't know what their arguments were, but I saw different people saying different things, and I can sort of see where they're coming from. But at the same time, the finale it gave us is so good. I forgive it for everything else. Like, how do I say this? Because Kiryu's life as an agent, you can, for the most part, fill the blanks on how he operated between 6 and 7. So the first 4 chapters, it had 5 chapters, right?
Yes.
Right. The first few chapters are things you can kind of, fill in the blanks yourself. But the final chapter, again, I thought was just really impressive. And the ending that we got was incredible. It was like... There was a certain way I described the ending of Gaiden, and I forgot what it was, but... I talked about Infinite Wealth in the same vein, to where... like, how do I say this? Gaiden starts on a, like, relatively good note, but then ends on a super strong note. Infinite Wealth is the opposite for many people, where they feel like it starts pretty good, but then the more it goes, the more it drops in terms of like story writing, which was an interesting contrast, I thought. I do like Gaiden. I mean, I think I'm past the point where I'm like, okay, we don't need this game, or yes, we need this game. If a game they release is fun, that's more than enough for me. Even if the story is not really like top tier. Gaiden was super fun. I was really curious to see how they would like handle Curious Combat coming from Lost Judgment. And I think it's super fun. I've seen people, I mentioned this in the previous episode, I think. I've seen people who said like, I don't know, like you can't juggle in this game. You can. The gadgets were really fun. Agent style, maybe like you don't really use normally, but the gadgets alone make the style fun enough for me. Like I'll switch between that and Dragon. I like how Dragon style has a lot of impact in this game, and how you can use it to also launch people and then just dodge attack and then start another combo, and like you can do a lot. On the other hand, there's some weird decisions they did where some moves were either removed or simplified. Like for example, the dodge heat action. I think there's only one variant now, right?
I think so.
I'm pretty sure.
Probably.
Bounding throws, I think you need to be in what, X heat or X extreme mode or whatever it was called. Like who did that? There was like I don't remember more examples, but there was stuff like that where it just felt weird. But even in spite of that, I feel like the combat is still fun enough for you to like just feel super powerful, which is you're playing as Kiryu. That's kind of the point. Side content is actually pretty good for a game of its size. You have hostess clubs, which are like live action this time. But the thing that I love the most is the Coliseum. By far the best Coliseum of the whole franchise. I think I really, really, really wish or want to see them develop it even more. I think it would be a wasted chance to just let it go. The fact that you can play as everybody, I think the Colosseum and Gaiden is what Clan Creator should have been.
Oh yeah.
Even though I do enjoy Clan Creator the way it is, but my god, the Colosseum and Gaiden is so good. It's like you can go back to that game and jump into the Colosseum at any time you feel like it. It's just very easy to get into. I feel like I'm yapping a lot, and I'm sorry about that. But I'll say one more thing.
Go.
I really wish this game had New Game Plus. It doesn't have that. And I think it warrants New Game Plus even more than the Kaito Files, and we didn't get that. And yeah, I love this game overall. I think I'm actually thinking between an S and an A. I think last time I did a list, I put it in S, but one of you say their opinion while I think about it.
I mean, I'm just gonna gush over it, so you know.
Go for it.
Oh god. Okay, as we've said already, best arena of the franchise, it's not even bloody close. In my opinion, we have the best final boss of the franchise. The game it managed to undo the finality of Yakuza 6 in probably the most satisfying way that could have built up for recurring recurring appearances without, you know, the cancer around his neck, let's just put it that way. To me, Gaiden ended better than 6 or Infinite Wealth. Like, genuinely, the note that it ended on was so bloody satisfying. The opening chapters of it felt really, really unique. Like, it gave me the vibe of, let's say, Shinada's part, where it's like, I have no idea where we're gonna go with this. You know, secret agent stuff, behavior that's more cutthroat than even some of the most absurd Yakuza clans that we've seen. Like how they were just gonna let Hanawa die and that type of stuff. Uh, Even some of the slower parts of this game, like uh, initially when I went through the whole, oh, you need to get to level something with Akame and all that stuff, it felt weird, and then I realized how you can quickly circumvent it by doing sub stories and so on and so forth. But even as far as the concept of world building, we need to remember that Kiryu hasn't been in Sotenbori in like 20 years, technically, or rather less than 20 years. But he has been there during the events of Yakuza 2, and unless you do side content in 5, where it's like, oh yeah, I'm back here, until we reach the point of the disillusion business and everything, he hadn't been here in a while. He doesn't know what city operations are like, what the underworld is like. So seeing it from his perspective through the interactions with Akame, among other things, it felt like natural world building to me. And the fact that we had an entity like the florist that's not the florist in this area actually felt like the perfect way to justify that exploration, even if it did overstay its welcome in certain cases. But yeah, if you know speedrun strats, it's definitely a lot easier to circumvent the slower parts. Bosses, I don't even know what to tell you. I love all of them, like genuinely. Uh, what else? I mean, literally the only genuine issue that I have with this game is the lack of New Game Plus. To the point where I wish I had the following to just start a campaign close to the first year anniversary and be like, please patch it in. I don't care how or whatever. I have 3 copies of this game, and one of them is a PC copy, so that I can play the New Game Plus mod, even if it looks like potato quality on my laptop. And my laptop sounds like it's screaming anytime I boot up that game. But still, just yeah. If you couldn't tell, I adore this game. It's a top 3 for me, genuinely. Like
Ooh, okay.
easy S plus. I adore everything about this game. It's the one that I've returned to the most out of any Yakuza game. As far as, you know, not doing 70,000 replays or doing all the completion lists, just actively returning to it, playing bits and pieces whenever I had the time. That's how much I enjoyed it.
Mhm.
So yeah.
Yeah, good. That's a great take. What about you, Froob?
Yeah, no. I don't really. This might be the quietest I'll ever be on a game because I don't think I've got much to add that hasn't already been said. I agree with like basically everything that both you said. I'm kind of surprised there wasn't a like if there was any game where a full completion trophy would have been really appropriate, it's this one.
Yeah,
Like, especially when they worked so hard on the side content. Like, obviously,
Yeah.
you know, Infinite Wealth was quotation marks finished first, but it's like we got Daytona, we got billiards back. Like they worked real hard on like the side content in this game, and they didn't even require you to go and do all of it. For one of the sub stories for the Golden Balls, you have to do billiards, but not that much.
Yeah.
That's about it. So, yeah. I kind of like. I will say I don't like Amon in the game. Like
yeah.
the specifically, I don't mind Guy Amon the fight. I think that's fine. Tetsu robot Amon can fuck off. Absolute horrible piece of crap.
Yeah.
They broke how machine gun units work in the latest patch for Gaiden, so now
Damn.
it's a lot nastier. But like my little like nitpicks aside, I really like Gaiden. Again, fully agreed with everything about the arena. I think it's beautiful. It's weird that like I'm ever like I wish I had more content from the grindy side stuff, but it doesn't feel like a grind at all. Like
Yeah.
like it very rarely does like the really annoying unique stuff where it's like, hey, you can only use like the green units or the blue units. I does that like once, I think. The fact you can use any character is also really cool, even if some characters don't have, obviously a full move set.
Yeah.
But yeah, no, I really like it as well. Despite the praise that I could lavish on it, it's probably just a very high A for me.
Yeah.
I still like it. I just don't think it's quite as focused as Kaito. Even though the same things I would praise Kaito for are the same things I would praise Gaiden for.
Yeah.
Fully agreed on like the set pieces as well.
Mhm.
I will say, because there's a bugbear that I have with Gaiden, which I don't think is a bugbear with just Gaiden. It's where I notice the most. RGG really starts splitting up your set pieces. They aren't as smooth. So I think this is something that's been happening for a lot longer, like even since like Judgment. But it makes sense for like LAD and Infinite Wealth to come out of the fight and then do exploration because of that's how that works. It's a turn-based RPG. You have to load into the fight and load into the turn-based stuff.
Yeah.
But for Judgment, Lost Judgment, and Gaiden, and especially Gaiden, where you get these shoes that obviously they're good in a fight, but they're really good for traversal.
Yeah.
You use them in one set piece.
Yep.
Like the castle set piece just after you get them, every fight is segmented. So you can't even use the boots to traverse between fights. So it's
Yeah.
like it's that potential that's just lost. And it's like it's the smallest of nitpicks, but it's like it's still there. The
Yeah.
boots are still good in a fight. Like they're still fantastic. They're still good fun. I wish that you just had a little bit more freedom with them in set pieces to have fun.
Yeah.
It does fall under the same trappings again with Agent style of the cigarette being disgustingly overpowered as per usual. Like there's always one thing in an RGG game, so it's not that much of a surprise. And at first I thought like trying to generate heat off of enemies is weird in Gaiden. It feels like it's restricted a bit. Generating heat off of like objects and furniture and stuff like that is really quick and easy, but I don't know. Like I'm almost there with Gaiden. I do really love it. Again, if it was a speedrun tier list, it'd be S, but I think it's an extremely high A for me.
All right. All right. That's a good spot, I think. I wanted to mention this also might be a nitpick, but I was really disappointed by the fact that when you finish the Colosseum story, you don't get the kings of the Colosseum.
Yeah,
Like
that would have been nice.
that Hokuto-looking guy was so cool. I wanted to play as him.
Oh
god. But then you have stuff like I forgot to mention this, but the boutique is such a cool addition.
Yes,
Like with Gaiden, between the boutique and the Colosseum, I feel like they really wanted to kind of be creative with the gameplay aspect of like, for example, with the agent style, with the gadgets, and then you have the side content with, again, the boutique where you can just change the outfit, and then the Colosseum with how much that's been expanded. Although one thing I'll say about the Colosseum, I think it could use more like unique tournaments, because a lot of them are very similar in that, you face 3 people and then it ends. But then that's about it. They just get like different opponents and then there's nothing much that's new. And then, yeah?
On that note, why did they lock stuff like try and hit me or the weapon-based ones to be limited time?
Yeah.
That doesn't make sense.
Yeah.
I will say the millimeter Grand Prix is beautiful.
Oh,
Yeah.
perfect.
Such a good payout.
Yeah, like man, the nostalgia from that one is really, really cool.
And they use the OSTs, yes.
Yeah. Just the whole thing with the arena that where they changed the setting of the fight, it's so cool.
Yeah. Weird lack of Zero in it again.
Yeah.
At this point, we're used to it.
Yeah.
So hold on, which arenas do they have again? They have the top of the Millennium Tower. They have the Tojo Clan headquarters. Do they have anywhere else? I think that was it.
I think that's it.
Yeah.
There was something that looked like the batting cages. I
Oh,
don't
yeah.
remember.
You're right.
Yeah.
You're right. Yeah. Yeah. Would love to see them adding more stuff or more
Yeah.
arenas if they continue like the same system. Because again, I really think it has like a lot of potential. Even if they bring back half the fighters, fucking go for it. But you know, improve the system, give us more, and it's really it's the kind of thing that could become its own like little expansion because of how many things that it has as a minigame. I also really liked the fact that you can. This one might sound like basic, but even though Gaiden is a shorter game, there's like equipment for you to hunt and get, and they have
Yes.
different effects. Really like that they kept that. I think you can equip up to 4 stuff.
Yes. Yeah, with upgrades, yeah.
Yeah,
Right.
yeah. Just like I don't know, Gaiden is such a cute little package. It's like a, I don't know.
It's a really comfy game. There's only, I don't know how else to put it. It's like everything that needs to be there is there, and it's so
Yeah.
compact, and it's like, hey, go have fun.
Yeah. I think that's a very good way to put it. I just really like the structure of it. And yeah, I don't know what else to say. Like, I really like the story. I mean, again, you could argue that most of the story happens in the last couple of chapters, but man, the payoff is worth it in my opinion because it goes insane. And I also, all the villains they introduced, well, quote unquote villains. I mean, Suruno was a villain and then he became an ally, but you know what I mean.
Oh my god.
I loved
Kids
Suruno.
OST.
Yeah. Suruno. I even really like Nishitani the Third. I thought he was a fantastic like antagonist or villain.
Same.
Yeah,
Particularly because they mocked him actively, and it's like, who you know,
Yeah.
I'm part of the Jingwu, and I'm Nishitani. Yeah, who gives a shit?
yeah. Man, that was so good. Savage Kiryu returned.
That picture, dear God, that selfie, that smile.
That's PS2 Kiryu there.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah, the castle is a gorgeous area. It's actually more open than I thought it would be. Just a little bit. But yeah, man, do I put this in A or S? I don't know, actually. Because
Coin flip.
Yeah, what were we gonna say?
Just do a coin flip.
God, I don't have a coin, I think. Hold on.
Damn it.
Okay, you know what? I'm not gonna open my wallet and dox myself. I really like the game. I think an A ranking is not bad. I really do. It's just, I really wish it had New Game Plus, and I do think some stuff could have been better. The story was really good. The soundtrack is amazing. But... God, why am I having so much trouble with this?
This is the most split I've seen you in years.
Yeah.
Man, whenever I do like tier lists in like the last year or two, I don't really have trouble putting something in a rank, even if I'm not really sure. But Gaiden, I don't know, I'm taking it so seriously.
I think it's the important kind of project that I want RGG to do more of. Like,
Yeah.
those in between like big mainline releases where it's like we're not gonna do like a remake just yet. We want to do like a smaller project, but it's still a fully fleshed out thing. Like, despite being a budget game, they reintroduced the park in the bottom right hand side, which you can just say,
Amazing.
oh, it's just a park, but it adds so much flavor. Like,
Yeah.
just more guidance stuff, please. Like focused stories. It doesn't have to be like 60 80 hour epics that cost full price. Just a smaller focused thing with like a focus on like side content or
Yeah.
extra stuff.
Yeah, I'm definitely down for more Gaiden games. I think it would be a fantastic idea. Because imagine if, like, at some point they make like a Gaiden collector edition where like you have all of the ones they released, and then there's cool stuff with
Whoa.
it. Like, it's such a cool idea.
Yeah.
I think I'm gonna put it in A because, as far as replayability goes, it would be maybe not difficult to like start a new game and all that. I just prefer having New Game Plus, and having to work for everything again. Like, I sometimes prefer not to do that. So, again, I really love this game. I'm gonna put it in A for now. Does anybody have anything to add about Gaiden, or should we just move on to the last one?
No, all good from me.
Okay.
Go off. You can tell that we're all just kind of the last morsels of energy with us for the very last
Yeah.
entry.
I'm so sorry.
I've been eating some chicken chow mein the last couple of hours. I just got it in front of me.
Nice.
Just quietly
I-
dipping off camera just to nibble on it.
I wanted to order grilled chicken, but I was like, nah, you know what? Not today. There's a lot of debate. Okay. Like a Dragon, Infinite Wealth, the last one. Should I start?
Go for it.
Yep.
Okay. This is a game where, despite all of its flaws, and, you know, quote unquote, after the honeymoon period, I still love this game. I adore it so much. It's one of the most ambitious RGG games, and there's a lot of content to back it up, and there's also a lot of characters to play as to back it up. Now, the story is, I think, where most people are divided, and I can see why. There's a lot that I still love about the story, even with all its shortcomings. Again, the villains, even if they're maybe wasted, like Wong To. I like Wong To for, you know, the duration that he shows up in. I really like Dwight. I like Bryce even. Bryce is just a meme. Like, he's so funny. I can't help but love him. Who else? Oh my god. This guy's about to put the game in S tier and he doesn't even remember the name of the villains.
I mean, can you? There's so many of them.
Yeah.
Arguably, maybe too many of them.
Yeah, I love like a lot of the characters. Chitose was an amazing addition, or Cheetos as the community likes to call her. And Tomizawa was amazing. I didn't think I would like him as much as I did. I might like him more than Namba, because he's just that normal guy in the group.
It really is.
Like, more than anyone else, he's like the most normal one.
He's literally just a taxi cabbie that's just come and joined you. Like,
I really adore how multiple times he's like, holy shit, you guys are actually doing this.
yeah.
Imagine him being the voice of reason, and Kiryu is like, "Same dane."
Yeah. There was one conversation. You know how, like, when you go back to Revolve and the party members kind of talk with like small text boxes? So there's a conversation that happens between Kiryu and Tomizawa. I can't remember the details of the conversation because my friend told me about this a while ago. But there was something about how, like, Kiryu was telling Tomizawa about his like taxi life like years back. And then out of nowhere he just mentions like him racing with people, and Tomizawa was like, "What kind of taxi were you?" Just, like, there's so many little things about Infinite Wealth to appreciate. Again, even if there are imperfections. Like, Honolulu feels so alive. There's so many places to go. And I'm glad that you can go back to places like Yokohama and... Wait, you can't go back to Sotenbari, right?
No.
No.
Right, it's just...
Kamurocho, Izaki Jinsho, and Honolulu.
Right,
Yeah.
right. Yeah, I love that there's new jobs. I love that there's just new content, and there's a lot of it. I wish Dondoku was skippable. Because when you replay the game, you literally have to wait 20 minutes in real time for you to get through that. And it's like, come on,
Even
man.
on New Game Plus.
Even on New Game Plus. And it's horrible. That's, I think, the worst thing about the pacing, right? Like,
Pretty
there's...
much.
Yeah, there's nothing that really comes close to it. I love this game. I think even with the whole, like, DLC shenanigans, that, like, it gets an S from me. What about you guys? Take your time. Think about it.
Yeah, no, it's hard because there's parts of Infinite Wealth that I adore to bits,
Yeah.
and then there's parts of Infinite Wealth that I am very disappointed by.
Mhm.
I think the story is one of them. Like,
Yeah.
absolutely, I'm not going to beat around that bush because we already talked about it a little bit. I think that the story goes on like a grander scale than the more personal kind of side that LAD had. Which I don't think is a bad thing because you know the characters at this point. Although the overhanging itchy Sayako romance plot thread for the entire game,
Oh,
which
no.
Yokiyama said wasn't going to be in the game, the lying piece of crap. Yeah, it's like I feel like some things just drag on a little too long. I definitely
Yeah.
feel like some things were forgotten in the end. Wong To is just such a wasted opportunity. Like,
Oh yeah.
I feel like in the finale, the game is just like, oh wait, Wong To's song. Right, that's right. We didn't do that like plot thread solve, and it's like, there's the kid. Okay, cool. Hey kid,
Yeah.
how you doing? But I feel like, and this is the same with Lost Judgment. I feel like the personal stakes have never been higher. Like the personal stakes, like obviously, everything to do with, from chapter 8 onwards with the lifelink stuff and all the Kiryu stuff, it's beautiful. Like I've heard some people say, it panders too much, like it's, superfluous in a lot of ways. I can get that.
Yeah.
You don't have to interact with that stuff either. And like some of the things that it remembers are some of the most deepest cuts you'll ever see. Like the fact that I can't remember her name, the Onamicho girl is part of the main story. Like that is a set of sub stories that not many people will have or like some people won't just have done in
I
6.
genuinely didn't know who she was.
Like, yeah, until she gave the Onamicho keychain, it's like, oh my god, that's who you are.
Yeah.
And it's like, there are some things that it calls back to. And I will say this, that first time you get to Kamurocho and you hear that background music, oh my god.
Yeah.
Like, they could have used K1 and they didn't. They
Good.
went all the way. Like, it's just one of those moments of just, this is beautiful. This is perfect. Like, there's so many things in Infinite Wealth, like for Kiryu, that calls back to Kiryu's stuff
Mhm.
that just works so goddamn well. You get resolutions with characters that you wanted some resolutions with, like the Yakuza 6 lot. Some characters you never thought you'd ever see again.
Yeah.
Nakajima, fucking love the guy.
I-
Nakajima, you get resolution for him.
I
Holy
wanna
crap.
add that for some reason hearing that theme again, I
Yeah.
think made me more emotional than anything else in the game.
Yeah,
Yeah,
honestly.
yeah.
Yeah. Like, and that's not to say the story beats aren't emotional because I teared up towards the end.
Oh yeah.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
I teared
Yeah.
up when I looked at my VOD being muted by the end credit song. We'd keep those to the credits, that'd be great instead of, put them in the gameplay. Appreciate you.
Yeah.
Although Mambo de Jincho as an opening theme, goated. Peak.
Yep.
Great.
Yeah.
But for me, Infinite Wealth, and I think it's the same for a lot of people, feels like a game of two halves. And like at first, for the first half of the game, it felt like Itchy's game.
Yeah.
And then he got completely overshadowed. Like he's still
Yep.
there and his plot is still important, but it feels like it got pushed so much to the sideline. And like I'm
Yeah.
not talking like they could have done it different execution wise, because I still think they did it well. Because you have to deal with Bryce. You have to deal with Palicana. Like, but it just feels like, Kiryu's part feels like it has so much more weight, so much more
Yes.
impetus. Like the itchy part is like the usual like politic plots that you get, like obviously with the Young Master in LAD, like just the side of things that needs to be done, so
Mhm.
to say. But it's not done badly. And
Yeah.
like I've seen some people say the finale, pun not intended, jumps the shark. But it's like I think both finales work. It's
Yeah.
just contextually they're so different. Like
I think it
and
doesn't
I like
help.
They ended on Kiryu's at least. 'Cause
Yeah,
it
I was gonna
feels like,
say.
again, personal for us who have been with the series for so long.
Yeah.
Yep.
It really doesn't help that like you said, the final spotlight is given to Kiryu, which really makes it feel like it's more of a Kiryu game in a way. I feel like the ending has a lot of impact on how people will perceive the game, right?
Yes.
And
yeah.
I feel like Gaiden, for example, is proof of that. The way that game ended was so good. Many people fell in love. And the same thing for Infinite Wealth, by the way. I think it's another game that does prove that, because the game a lot of people say this. Like the game started great, and then the ending they kind of felt mixed on. And like I don't know. I feel like it was inevitable that Infinite Wealth was not going to be as personal as like a dragon, you know?
Yeah.
Mm.
Because
Because they've explored Ichi's relationship in like LAD, and I wonder if that's why the Sayaka romance subplot is there, is for that personal connection.
yeah,
Which also I will say, like, as a bugbear about Infinite Wealth, I don't like how they treated Sayako.
Yeah.
Not in the slightest.
yeah,
Yeah, Sayako would probably react in a not so positive fashion to Ichi, like Ichi's like proposal, but reading him on read for a year, that's not Sayako.
yeah,
Literally not the same character that we've seen for so long in 7.
yeah, yeah. It's so weird.
Yeah. Yeah, I get it's like a nice payoff in the finale, and like, yeah, like I also don't like I kind of half don't like the whole, resolution to that in the final few cutscenes. It's like, ugh.
Just
Mm.
remove the T-shirt and it's fine.
Yeah, yeah, like you could do this just way better. But speaking of doing things way better, RGG, I am begging you at this point, for the love of God, no more romance subplots. Like, and I don't mean in the main story. I mean for literally the same thing you did in LAD, same thing you did in Infinite Wealth, where
Yep.
Blacksmith, hello work, hello happy. Like,
Oh shit! Oh, I forgot about that.
It's-
Oh my god.
it's literally making fun of sexual assault, and I hate it. I vehemently hate it.
I
Yeah.
literally can't do it beyond this point because they are canonically a couple now. If they
Yeah.
keep introducing it, it's like, no.
Yeah. Well, I bet they're not a couple in the next game because of RGG. It's just an RGG thing.
Oh, God. I mean, that's also oh no, no.
Yeah, I don't know. It's one of those things where I think RGG, like, players like this in the first one, therefore we have to keep doing it. But like the amount of times it was just like sexual assault is like being made fun of, I do not like that. I do
Literally.
not like that in the slightest. Like, it feels like cheap for laughs when it's a very, very serious like topic, and like I know I'm gonna get stick for bringing it up, but it's like,
No, you're
ain't.
absolutely right.
I mean, you have to, yeah.
It's not good. Like, and it is a blemish on the game. Like, but then there's also some interesting things in the game that you can get fully like fleshed out on, like a certain bartender, like which just raises more questions.
Mm.
But I do think that in terms of Kiryu's story, the issue with Kiryu's story in Infinite Wealth is that it had to be told at some point. Like, when you keep reintroducing Kiryu after the end of 6, and you like, as I said before, like I wasn't a fan of Gaiden when it first existed because I was like, God, they're just shitting all over 6's ending. But it is that one thing of just Infinite Wealth is such a good payoff for the character. Like,
Mm.
and I've seen some people be all like, oh God, they're gonna keep bringing Kiryu back. No, not at this point. As a mentor figure, yes, I could see in like the next game, Ichi goes through a down period again, and then he goes and finds Kiryu, who gives him some like sage advice, blah blah blah. But in terms of like mainline fighting, Kiryu's not coming back from that cancer. Like,
Mm.
like it's one of those things where like I've had family members like succumb to cancer and stuff, and like I'm sure we'll see him again. I'm very confident, and like I'm happy with him being in like side games and stuff like that. But like he won't be fighting again in the mainline series, and if he is, then I'm gonna get real mad at RGG.
Yeah.
This feels like a much more satisfying send off than 6, and it's just, please don't ruin it.
The thing
Please.
is, like, it's not that I disagree with you, but how many times did we think Kiryu had a send off?
Yeah.
He's basically Kakashi Mishima at this point.
Yeah, literally, yeah.
You thought he
Just
was
about the
dead.
volcano.
He wasn't dead enough.
Somehow Heihachi comes back healthy, like with a full body.
Okay, that pissed me off. That genuinely pissed me off in 8.
Like, I know it's Tekken, but come on.
Yeah.
Tekken used to have good stories. Look at Tekken 4.
Yeah. Tekken 1, 2, 3, 4. All of those.
Even 5 to a lesser extent, because they had the funny
Yeah.
memes.
Tekken, the
Not
only
memes, memes.
Memes,
only
yeah.
series other than Yakuza with worse daddy issues.
Yeah.
Fair.
But yeah, like I like a lot of the new side stuff in Infinite Wealth, much like Gaiden. Introduced some M3 stuff. Spike Out was so cool to have. Like,
Hell
genuinely.
yeah.
Yeah.
Follows, like, again, LAD of not wanting 100% for the completion list. Very nice.
Hmm.
and I do think this is very worth bringing up. Something that we talked about already. DLC and practices. New Game Plus being DLC. Sorry, RGG, complete shit. Absolutely shitty. A base ass feature now made DLC is not great. But saying that, Big Swell, I like that. I like that a
Same.
bunch. Like, I think that's ironically the kind of content I wanted from the game of just everyone chilling, hanging out, having a good time. And like, yeah, we could have the argument that it's a shame that it's like locked to DLC because like
Yeah.
I'd be very okay to have that like argument. But like as a DLC package, it feels better than New Game Plus. New
Yep.
Game Plus is a feature that we have had for what, 20 odd years, 15, 20 odd years.
Yeah.
Like, and to just take that out and make it paid DLC feels horrible.
It hurts the
So-
trust between them and the consumers.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah. I'm sorry. It just has to be brought up because it does
No,
it
yeah.
does affect how I feel about the game.
You're
Even as somebody
absolutely.
who did buy it because, content creator and creating content on this stuff.
Mhm. Also, I want to add, in regards to the Big Swell, it does suck that it's DLC, but I do like that it's not just like True of Final Millennium Tower, where it's like a dungeon
Yes.
you already have. It's actually different. And again, the thing you mentioned about just seeing the gang hang out, it feels like seeing like a slice of life with all the party members.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It was
Yeah.
really funny. I loved it.
Yeah, I did. Yeah, it was very funny, well written. Like just good interactions.
Yeah. I'll never forget the boys just like squatting.
Oh my god, that
That was
was
so
beautiful.
funny.
Jungi continuously trying to talk about, and carbs are good for this, and protein is good for
Nobody
that.
cares.
Yeah.
The Metal Gear
Oh.
references with the cardboard
Oh,
box as well,
that took
just-
me out. That took me
Oh.
out.
It was so good. Like
Also,
genuinely
Mommy
so good.
Songhi scolding everyone. Like, what the
Yeah.
hell are you looking at?
Yeah.
Jungi being the actually guy is like very funny. I like that.
Yes. They knew how to play his character archetype perfectly. Like,
Yeah.
Beautiful.
and just like it also has to be said, the Infinite Wealth has a sheer amount of content. I agree with Don Doko. I love that Don
Yeah.
Doko is there. I love Don Doko. Like, we're not
Yeah.
complaining about what Don Doko is at all. It's just RGG does this thing where they introduce it as part of like the main story, and you just can't do anything about it.
Yeah.
Mm.
The subsequent playthroughs, it does suck, but I understand why they do it because it is just here's our brand new minigame. We put a lot of work and effort into this, and we'd like you to see it.
Yeah.
Mm.
But the 3-day waiting period is man, that's ass.
Yeah.
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 But particularly in this game, because so much of the story is just meandering to justify shoehorning in more minigames in the critical path again and
Yep.
again and again.
Yep.
Yeah.
I like that Sujimon just sticks you with the tutorial and says, "All right, off you go. You want to be a Pokemon Master? Go do it. Otherwise, just you can ignore it." Like,
Yeah.
I could be
Takes like 5 minutes at
mistaken.
most.
I could be mistaken, but didn't like Lost Judgment was really good with that. They didn't shove everything in your face while you were going through the story.
Correct. VR Mario Party was not mandatory in Lost Judgment.
Yeah, yeah.
Praise the sun.
I guess I can kind of see why they did it for Infinite Wealth. It's like a new mainline and big title, and they wanted to
Yeah.
make sure you saw everything. But at the same time, I really feel like
Uh.
there's no harm in just, keeping optional content optional.
Letting
Yeah,
the
'cause-
player find it.
Yeah,
Literally, because it goes against the core philosophy of the series. Back when they did stuff like Kabare in the very first game, it was like, we don't want to put it here so that we can taunt about, oh, look how amazing our game is. It has all these side activities they need to experience. No, it's in the game. If you want
Yeah.
to find it, find it. Otherwise, just play the story. The story is strong enough to where we don't need to be like, hey, look at this shiny little activity. And yeah.
especially at this point of time, the franchise is popular enough for people to know what to expect. That, like, they don't need to tell you, "Yo, we got side content." Like, we know,
Yeah.
we know.
Having said that, I long for a day where they put a mandatory mahjong segment to see everyone lose their shit over it.
Yakuza 4 almost did it. Hey, we keep talking about that. OG2 has mandatory shogi. Like,
Oh, I wasn't a
Yeah.
fan of that. Oof.
yeah, the madman. You can cheat, sure, but you still have to know how to play shogi.
Thank you for giving me another reason to put OG2 like below on the list. There's a bit of a rabbit hole with Infinite Wealth, and unfortunately, I will bring it up. But you basically mentioned it already, but I remember seeing people giving shit to Ichiban, I think, for quote unquote cheating with the quote unquote romance stuff.
Yeah.
And I don't know, I feel like during the period where Ichiban was in Hawaii, it's not like he and Saika were together, you know?
Yep.
I mean, yeah, they weren't even dating in the. There was just,
Yeah.
hey, we're going out on a date.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's it. It's not a relationship technically, but
Yeah, and then
Yeah, and-
things were the opposite of a relationship after that.
Yeah.
Oof.
And we can like say the entire time that Ichi's confession was stupid because yeah, it kind of was a little bit. It's our Ichiban after all.
Yeah, it was over
Yeah.
the top.
Yeah, but again, just I don't like the way they treated Psycho after that. I gotta say, other than Songhee, I don't think Infinite Wealth did the female characters very well.
Yeah.
Like
Hmm.
Chitase is getting the same reaction that Namba did in LAD because of the way they wrote her like arc, which is a shame. Like I've seen so
Mhm.
many people say, she's the worst RGG character by far, which that's not true.
I think I did see
Like,
talk about that as well, and it's like, okay, have you played the games?
yeah,
But I love
like-
how people immediately went, "Oh, but Namba is such a good boy." But as soon as it's a female character, they were like, "No, this is inexcusable." Like, what the hell are you talking about?
yeah,
Uh.
it's such a shame. I do think that like RGG, like, and it's not just the female characters. 'Cause we're gonna get comments like, "Oh, you're just white knights," blah blah blah. It's not just female characters. They do this with the male characters as well. Like,
I actually
There's-
have quite a bit to say about this topic. There's this like 100%. I've seen like misogynist fucks in the community, and
yeah.
they've come to my stream, right? And
Yeah.
and I've seen those kinds of people, and like, yeah, fucking get a life. But I'm also kind of afraid of the opposite, where people may not take criticism of female characters and see that as misogynistic. You know what I mean?
Yes.
Because like
Mm.
for female characters, most of the, I mean, at least half of the ones in the whole franchise, I think, are at least decent. For
Yeah.
example, of the opposite, I think Yasuko could be better.
Yes. Yeah.
Yasuko could be better. I also think Kaoru could be better. Yumi, there's a
Agreed.
lot of them.
Like I agree that Kaoru is very good as a character when the game starts. When you get to the
Yes,
end and it's just,
yes.
"Oh, Kiryu, please help,"
Yes.
and she just basically becomes Ryuji's sister.
Yeah, it's
Yes.
Her
too much.
entire
of
ethos
that.
gets rewritten,
Yeah,
and
100%.
it's such a shame because like early Kaoru in OG2 and K2, so good,
Yeah.
so good.
Yeah. I liked Chitose a lot. Like, yeah, she had moments where I think she could have been written better, but I don't think she was like a bad female character by any means.
Yeah.
I really do like her like trickster kind of nature
Yes.
of a character.
That, yes.
Yeah.
Like you never
I-
knew what she was up to, and she was also a bit of a sarcastic character. Like she didn't mind picking on Ichiban or Adachi or whoever.
Yeah.
Um,
She's just another member of the gang. I think there's a lot worse things to Chitse's like story arc than like her like betrayal as well. Why didn't you change the fucking password on the VTuber account, AG? What the fuck
Oh,
are you
yeah.
doing?
Oof.
Like,
yeah,
huh?
yeah,
That whole revelation of her, I'm the VTuber. Look at me do the VTuber voice.
Yeah, the whole revelation about AG was good. That was played really well. And, like
Yeah.
AG was like, and that's the other thing about Infilove was like AG was like built up as such like a really good villain. And yeah, you're not gonna fight the guy. He's not your typical like villain. But it does feel like really weird going from where we were with him in the club to just him at the end of the game in the apartment. Like
yeah.
it feels like a step was missed along the way. Like
I genuinely didn't recognize him in the apartment when they were
It
doing
took me
so
a
many
minute as
close.
well.
Yeah, I was like, who's this random homeless person?
Yeah. Like, wait, did I miss a cutscene or something?
I definitely think that RGG has a little bit of problems like developing their characters a little bit in some of the later games. For Lost Judgment, I mentioned it before. Hoshino gets completely character assassinated in Lost Judgment. He's built
Yeah.
up so well in Judgment as like, he's becoming this independent lawyer. Even Yagami gives him his big moment at the end of the game. And then in Lost Judgment, he just becomes a sex crave creep for bloody like Sayori. Like in that club.
Yeah.
Which don't get me started about that club segment. There's no reason
Just-
for that to exist.
Yeah.
First one, yes. Second one, mm-mm.
I feel like not just Hoshino in general, but I feel like how do I say this? Kaito's character in Lost Judgment feels like it was dumbed down a little compared to Judgment.
Yeah, because like even in even in Judgment, he was like quoting like certain quotes from books and stuff like that.
I actually
went
completely
very
forgot
far
about
into
that.
They went very far into the himbo status because like
Yeah.
he used like the French term like denouement or whatever it is. Can't
Mhm.
pronounce it properly.
Monkey.
Because it's not a huge deal, but Kaito in the first game had more of a noir feel than he does in Lost Judgment. Like
Yeah.
he very much knew what he was doing, even as like a private detective, which was kind of still new to him.
He was a rougher gumshoe, let's put it that way.
Yeah.
Yeah, I agree with that. It kind of feels like some of the characters in Lost Judgment are just there for the sake of being there, like Higashi. I love Higashi to bits, but he's just like he turns up in with Sayori and then he just turns off at the end. It's like
yeah.
it felt like they had a struggle to think of a legit reason to bring him back, and that's fine. Like,
Yeah, it's kind of like Zhao in Infinite Wealth. He had no reason to be
Yes.
there, but
yeah,
the way I saw it was like, oh, you guys are tagging along? All right, I'm going to join you guys.
I did love that scene where Jungi in the bar was jealous, and he basically
Yeah,
bumped away
yeah,
because he was
yeah,
completely
yeah.
jealous.
Man, the chemistry in the party is so fucking good.
Yeah.
Genuinely.
Yeah.
It's one of
And,
the
like, I
best
think-
parts. Yeah, go on.
The thing that I'm wondering about, like, and here's the thing with like Lost Judgment and Infinite Wealth, I think this is where we have bucked the trend of face actors no longer appearing in the series. Because like in the older days, it was always if it was a face actor, well, they're either never going to come back or they're bloody dead. Whereas like Namba, who's like a well-known actor in Japan, and obviously Kimutaku for Judgment into Lost Judgment is like, I never expected you to come back for a second game.
Yeah, yeah, same
I thought
actually.
you'd be like too expensive. So it does also make me wonder, like, considering the next game is going to be 4 years on, and we know they like to set them real time. Are we going to lose Adachi and Namba to age? Like, a Chitase and Tomizawa are going to be the replacements, and if so, how's the community going to take that?
I would think about that question, but this is a franchise where people age backwards.
True. And
Yeah.
I do think that we aren't done with Honolulu. I think that, like,
Oh,
a
no,
lot of people
no,
are saying,
no.
we're never going to see Chitase again. This Chitase, she can just say heck work and just disappear and, like, have a good night out with the boys.
True,
And
true.
get wrapped up into
Literally.
whatever plot happens.
True. Honolulu's too big to get rid of. Like for RGG Studio, they will 100% somehow reuse it. You know that for a fact.
Yeah, I'm wondering how you two feel about Honolulu because like the segue helps a lot, but
Yeah.
like I feel like Honolulu, if it didn't have the, especially if it didn't have the segue, I feel like it's finally gotten to the point where the map's too big. Like it's finally
Yeah.
gotten to the point where I stop every game saying this is 3 times the size of the last map. Like have a more focused map. Like bring back some of the ones from 5, please.
Oh my god, Nagasugai, my beloved.
Yeah. Like
Tsukimino Redemption arc.
literally, like all movement in Tsukumino about the horrific fight spawns that Yakuza 5 has, like
Bring back the Hatsune Miku statue, please.
Oh hell yeah. Yeah, they could
Nagoya
do a
in its
lot.
entirety. Yeah.
Yeah. Honestly, like with Honolulu, maybe it's just because it was like the first playthrough, but I was obsessed with walking around finding hidden stuff. I thought
Yes.
like in terms of adding stuff in the environment, they did a really good job with that.
yeah, I'm a little disappointed there wasn't as much stuff like obviously in LAD for the speedrun and for casual play, I'd always recommend to people finding the cats in the Kappa statue for the easy money to get to
Yeah.
secondary.
Yeah.
I'm sad there wasn't more stuff like that within like
Yeah.
but the Hello Works photo stuff was brilliant.
Oh yeah. Amazing.
Yeah. I just wish the Hello Work photos gave you like something really good. Because
Yeah.
I think most of them were 3 or 4 star weapons, right?
Yes.
But here's the thing about Infinite Wealth. Forgot to mention this, but a lot of the weapons don't become useless. Like
Yeah.
you can still make use of them, and there's so many varied weapons as well. Like
Yeah.
almost every kind of elemental effect. Like it's out there, and I really like that about Infinite Wealth.
Yep. And you can customize the element with your blacksmith upgrades.
Yeah.
Excuse me.
Ooh.
Yeah, those upgrades were
One of the best weapons in the game is a 3-star host weapon called Prestige, which
Oh, yeah.
increases the power of your attacks when you're drunk. And host gets a skill called Wonder Cocktail, which doubles your next magic damage and has the added effect of making you more drunk. Like it just works together and it works so well. And I like that's the best host weapon. Like
Yeah.
it's wild. It's a 3-star. Like
Yeah.
I think it's a 3-star.
Probably.
Could be wrong about that. But it's just in a gold safe in the middle of Izaki Jincho. It's like,
Mhm.
yeah, like it's so much nicer how you have a bit more freedom with Infinite Wealth. And I mentioned this for LAD, where I said a lot of people think, you get mass stat upgrades when you do your level ups, when you only get a little bit. They changed it in Infinite Wealth where you get way more stat upgrades during your level ups. So leveling up in Infinite Wealth, one level can mean the difference. Genuinely.
Yeah, yeah.
Your equipment is obviously still very, very important, but it's like, it's one of those things. Like it's a nice little change. Like it's a nice little balance.
Yeah.
And again, like I don't think we've talked about it like too much. The movement in fights and also the new and improved like physical like attacks.
Yeah.
So much better.
Yeah, the
So
tag
much
attacks are
better.
amazing.
Yeah.
Beautiful. Back
Yep.
attacks also. The more interactivity in the buttons and
Yeah,
Kiryu's
picking up
everything.
weapons. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
Wall
All
bounding.
all the changes they did to the battle system were fantastic, apart from one, and I'm gonna moan about it, and you all should have been
Is that the
ready for this.
shortcuts?
It's the goddamn skill shortcuts. And
Agreed.
the
Yeah.
absolutely terrible excuse of, we didn't want people to spam the same skills. Then give your classes more skills. Because you only
Literally.
get like 3 attack skills per class.
Okay, if
Right.
they removed shortcuts for that reason, Infinite Wealth, why did they remove the shortcuts on Lost Judgment?
Yeah.
Exactly.
It's
my
so
God, I
weird.
hated
Like,
it.
who's making
Every-
these decisions?
Every game feels like RGG adds quality of life, but the removal of skill shortcuts feels like a weird removal of quality of life. And I
Yeah.
get it. Like a lot of people are going to say, Kiryu's style switching's on the D-pad, so how would you do it?
Just
They
hold the
brought
button.
they brought pound mates out of the etc menu and like made them more prominent with their own button, which you
Yeah.
could put the pound mates back into the etc menu and then hold that button for skill shortcuts, and then you could have 8 of them.
Yeah,
You could have
there-
D-pad and face buttons.
there's multiple ways to do it.
Yeah, or at the very least, allow us to change the position of skills in the skill menu, like manually changing the position of them. Because again, this is the big issue. Most classes have a base attack skill that gets an upgraded version later on, which is then buried halfway in your menu with all of your like inherited skills and the rest of the skills you learn on that class. Like,
Yeah.
and the issue that I have, and this is like a minor nitpick, but it's very big for me. When you are trying to add buffs to your party members, and they go to all 4 corners of the goddamn arena. Like,
Oh,
oh,
God.
my god.
Yeah.
I
An
get the
AoE.
enemies moving away from like AoE attacks, but why do your allies move away from heals? Why do your
Yeah,
allies move away
yeah.
from buffs? Like,
That's
Come
one
on.
improvement they can make for Lad 9.
Yes.
I was gonna say maybe they took out stuff like the shortcuts and did everything AoE so that it feels like there's more stuff to improve upon in the next game. It's like, hey, remember this? It's back.
It's like I don't want to go full conspiracy theorist like they've looked at as speedrun, but like everything that's really strong in the speedruns got completely nerfed or removed.
Damn.
It's stupid. And like skill shortcuts was obviously one of those big ones, and it's like
The thing is, like, the shortcuts is such a general feature. It's not like it's an exploit,
Yeah.
you know?
yeah.
Like, if that really is the reason, then it's just not the best reason.
No, it's like I'm not gonna go out there and be all like, oh, it's bad design, but it's,
Yeah.
like, it's such a shame.
Yeah,
Like,
it
it's
is a
a step
shame.
back.
It's one of those very rare. This feels like a step backwards moments. Like,
Yeah, for sure. I forget, did you guys give you a ranking for the game?
I did not.
Oh shit, you're right.
All right. Well, if you have anything to say, by the way, Gokudoni, you can say it. But if
Yeah.
you feel like everything has been said, you can just give the ranking.
Okay, let's see. Final boss bad. Oh
That-
god.
That guy can just attack you with sleep on every attack or never. It's so infuriating.
Yeah.
Yep, he was holding back. He was hiding his potential. All of this.
He was training in the shadows.
Oh my god, I harped on this guy for so long. I'll just make a separate video where I just tear his narrative to shreds.
Yeah,
But yeah.
that's a good idea.
So yeah, as far as weaknesses in Infinite Wealth, I already said meandering in the story and too many side activities in the critical path. Also, probably a bigger issue for me than the shitty final boss. They ruined Hanawa.
Yes.
Yeah,
Lap.
yeah.
I
did.
Again, I'll probably make a separate video on it. Just no, you weren't playing Gaiden, and it's oh god, no, the development cycle. It becomes so infuriating here because I know that we've used these exact same. Looking at the last few minutes of us, oh yeah, this is what we talked about in the spoiler cast, but it needs to be repeated.
Yeah,
Like,
I
what
mean,
kind of yeah, sorry, go
Yeah.
on.
and I was just gonna say we are talking about the game, so go for it.
Yeah.
It's literally just I realized that you conceived the game within Infinite Well's rather Infinite Well's development, and the narrative already had Hano as a very particular role when he lost his life over the events in Infinite Wealth. But you can't just retroactively create a better version of him in a game that is set before this one and expect people not to notice. The
Yeah,
amount of points where it's like, did this happen? Did this not happen? Why do people not react to this? Between the prominent activities in the bucket list and then activities in the story, there's so much dissonance there that really bogs down the, well, I guess, consistency of the story being told.
yeah,
I don't know. I find it hard to put into words, but those are essentially the only nitpicks that I have with it. Other than that, the amount of love for the series is beautiful. The wealth of content that isn't actively taken away from you, like in Yakuza 5. There's no victory road. There's no, you can readily go to certain activities and play them to your leisure, which I enjoy. And yeah, moving in combat is amazing. Just yeah, overall, I realize that I'm just repeating everything, so I'll just say the bloody ranking. I'll put it in S tier. It's below Lost Judgment, but overall, even with my qualms of the game, I still enjoy it quite a bit, even after
Mm.
the honeymoon period is past, as you said.
yeah, yeah. Hey, that's more than fair enough. Where would you put it, Froob?
Oh boy. Like, the first thought that I had when I was thinking about the ranking for this is B, which is like, no, that's way too low.
Ooh.
That's way too low. Like, even for me. It's so hard because
Like,
I
don't think about what people would think or anything like that. Like, if you do
it's
think it's a
not
B, go for it.
it's not what people think, it's what I think.
Right.
I love Lad. I love Lad so much. It's in my top 3 for sure. Infinite Wealth, the honeymoon period is absolutely over for me, and it's glaring omissions and like padding of stuff is a lot more there because I see it because of the speed run, which I do need to do more of, to be fair. So it feels really nasty for me
Yeah.
to use those experiences to formulate my ranking. But I think for me, if I was to place it fairly, I think it would be high A.
Yeah.
Okay.
I part of me wants to put it in S, but there's just so many little things about it that
Yeah.
just hamper my experience of it compared to LAD. And I don't know if that's because of my expectations coming from LAD to Infinite Wealth
Mhm.
that just hurt it a little too much.
Uh-huh.
But I still see it as a phenomenal game.
Yeah.
I still think the gameplay is better than LAD. It's obviously got a lot more depth and tactics to it, which I very much appreciate.
Yeah.
But the story letdowns, the being forced to do things like Don Doko or the dungeons, etc., is just, I think it's just too much for me to be able to give it an S. And I'm
Mhm.
fairly certain if you ask me this again in half a year, I'll probably put it in S. But
Yeah.
for
fair.
me, high A, very low S. Yeah.
Absolutely valid.
Sweet.
And with this, every one of us ranked pretty much every single Yakuza game, except Streets of Kamurocho and RGG Online. But I don't think anyone watching this cares about those. So.
I knew domain S tier.
Yes.
Oh shit, you're right. I didn't play that game.
Stream idea.
I've been saying this for a while. I want to stream the game at some point. I don't know when I'll do it.
It's
In
good.
fact-
you can do it in one stream.
Yeah, I think you told me 1 or 2 streams. I was gonna say, didn't we talk about this in the previous?
We did, yeah, because I think I mentioned it around the time we talked Dead Souls.
Yeah.
Could be.
Yeah. And holy shit, it's been 4 hours and a half.
I was
Yep.
gonna say that just this is the second half, and
Yeah.
yet this is the longest recording session that the 3 of us have had.
I think we
Yes.
knew it was going to be the longest. I
Yeah.
have my chicken that I have to eat.
I am so sorry, by the way.
It's all good. It's all
like-
good. My dinner came early today, so
My meal schedule also got messed up because of this, but these days don't really come that often. And it's probably going to be a while for real this time until we have actually there's the summit.
No,
Oh,
yeah.
Fuck,
Hello,
guys.
next week. Yeah. We...
I was
Tell you
gonna
what,
say, it's
for
so.
next-
Yeah, go on.
Sorry, go.
It's
Oh.
weird. In a week, we will have seen the summit and we'll know what IGG's doing.
Yeah,
Isn't it wild?
yeah.
Less
Isn't it
than a
massively
week.
wild?
5 days. Holy shit.
Yeah.
Technically 4 if you
We'll
want to
see.
be
Well, I'll see
pedantic.
you all in like a week, obviously, when we do the podcast, because
Yeah.
content
Yeah.
creator brain, we're getting on it.
Yeah.
Snowiest will be back.
Yeah.
Maybe. I mean, maybe we can see him live.
Oh my god, you're right.
Yeah.
We can get the inside scoop on Yakuza Wars. Which
Oh
actually,
my
yeah, we
God.
never got to mention that. We've now seen Yakuza Wars, which are we going to talk about? Because is it a leak? It was the official page.
Apparently, a lot
I-
of data is being taken into consideration. Like we're talking Genshin Impact levels of. I need to know more about you and your phone and your
Yeah.
mother.
Yeah, I
and
heard
your
about
family.
that. Yeah.
I want to say, because I have seen people like get like very panicky about it. That's clearly not RGG's next game. If you've seen it and we're not talking about it, it's not RGG's next game.
They just.
That's going to be at the summit. Like,
Yeah.
it's probably the Yakuza Wars is probably going to be at the summit as well, because it's an officially licensed thing. It's kind of again similar to 2017 where they had RGG Online, and most people didn't really care about that. And at the same time, I saw the exact same sentiments of just RGG's cooked. They're releasing gacha. They're done. They're never going to release a good game again. And look at their
What if
output since.
what if they
Big
do have a
fans.
few minutes dedicated to it, but it's also going to be the global announcement?
Oh my god!
Ooh,
I
I've
feel like
seen-
it isn't going to come out over here.
Yeah, I don't know.
There
I
is
don't
an
know.
English logo, by the way. I'm not sure if it's gonna
Huh.
be.
Yeah,
but literally just presented by like a dragon or something to that effect.
Yeah.
Powered
I
by
think-
like a dragon, which is a weird sentence.
Yeah.
Thank you.
I think there's going to be some. I think people are not going to enjoy the summit that much because I think there's going to be a segment dedicated to that. I think there's going to be a segment dedicated to the TV series because I
Yeah.
think we're going to get a new trailer for that because it's about time.
Yeah.
And then we're going to get the new game, which I hope we get 2 new games or at least a mention of a second game.
Yeah,
But
same.
we're definitely going to get one big new game,
Yeah.
proper
Yep.
RGG experience.
I actually
more
don't even know if it's
RPGs.
going to be. I don't even know if it's going to be big. I feel like it could be a Gaiden game.
Yeah, it could be their new IP they've been working on for years. Could be a Gaiden. I would be very happy with a Gaiden.
Same.
Um,
Same.
I don't think it's gonna be a remake. I think the remake will be after either next year or the year after.
Yeah,
And I
for
think
sure.
I think it'll be K3. I'd be very surprised if it wasn't K3. At this
Yeah.
point.
Yeah, same.
Although Zero's anniversary is coming up.
Oh yeah, you're right.
Oof. We're gonna get
Yeah.
0 too because it's 20 years of the series next year.
Yeah. I'd prefer Zero 2 than Zero Kiwami.
Same. I think.
Same.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But yeah, the summit is so close now. It's hard to believe it's only 5 days away.
Yep.
Hopefully it's gonna be. I mean, we know the game is most likely gonna be exciting, so that's good. Knowing RGG's track record, especially recently. I don't know if like the story turns out horrible. At least usually the gameplay is really fun. So I think most of us can rest assured in that regard. But yeah, we're only 5 days away. And as much as I was going to say to the guys, hey guys, break time, like we're going to take like a week or 2 off. Then I remembered, oh shit, podcast. Oh, sorry, summit in 5 days.
Yeah, but blame Mr. Yokoyama. He set everything up so well.
That's why he's not here tonight. Gosh darn it.
Yeah.
He's again. Oh my god, I can just imagine. We should insert one segment of him going, "What the hell were you talking about?" Blah blah blah. Just imagine we're like, okay, guys, the recording is done, and you have a post credit scene where he's like, okay, guys, I'm here for the. Where the hell is everyone?
Yep.
But yeah, this has been a lot of fun, guys. We're at like what, potentially after the editing, over 7 hours of like a video. So we hope none of you are crazy enough to watch this in one sitting, and we also hope that you enjoyed all of this, just like us rambling about all the Yakuza games. But I think all of us need a much-needed rest now, and yeah.
Yeah, the beautiful thing as well is it's our opinions. You can agree and disagree. We
Yes.
certainly agreed and disagreed, but the nice thing about the community is everyone seems to be quite open about everyone's opinions, which is nice. Like,
Yeah, and remember, I don't want to like, what do they say, toot our horns over here, but you know, every single one of us here on the call has like a different opinion, but nobody resorted to calling the other you like poop face or something for liking something or disliking something because, different opinions.
I thought someone was going to throw hands at me with a fist.
Oh, you
Throw
just wait. The comment
fists.
section.
Like, it is what it is. I just feel like hostility over this kind of thing is stupid because, like, why take games this seriously? Okay, and yeah, that's all there is to it. So I just want to say thank you guys so much for watching this ginormous video, and we will see you next time. Bye bye now.
Bye.